But you know, just like I told the guy on ABC, danger is my business.
Hello there, children. How's it going? Hello there, children. Class is in session. Welcome to the #1 pod class of the Red Pill. Because I said so. Because I am an authority. You will respect my body. Somebody get me that sound drop. Yeah, thank you. I know my thumbnail kung fu is superior. Yes. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Through all these hoops. Oh, this was a good one. It's too good just not to share.
Hi, is there a problem?
No, what's going on?
Then why were you staring at me?
I'm sorry?
It's all on video, sir.
Ma'am, I was working out, minding my own business. Now you're filming me?
Oh, is it because of what I'm wearing?
Is it because of what...
Newsflash!
Okay.
I didn't wear this for you.
Ma'am, I wasn't looking at you while
My followers are gonna have...
What is that?
A field
Cool,
day.
film your video. I didn't
What, are you
do
gonna show me
anything.
some tips on how to perfect my form, but you have to do it hands-on?
Nobody was gonna give you
Hands
tips. I'm
off.
sure you have great technique.
Yeah, I bet you know. You've been studying me long enough.
Is there a problem?
There's no problem.
Then why were you just staring at me?
What are you talking about? Nobody was looking at
Oh, so
either
you
of you.
weren't just eye-banging me while I was doing my glute workout?
I have literally never seen you before in my
She
life.
has a boyfriend.
A month and a half strong.
Be better,
Congrats,
sir.
you have a boyfriend. Happy
I
anniversary.
have your harassment in high-def 4K.
Were you staring at me?
Who the f*** are you guys?
All right here, bro.
Why are there so many ring lights?
Cover up. You know, we shouldn't have to do
coats
this, but
in the middle
here
of summer.
we are doing it.
Very cool.
Yeah, try us now.
The whole thing.
Good luck.
It's on
You're gonna put this on YouTube? Yeah, guy does nothing at the gym and gets harassed?
I saw you looking at me.
Who the f*** is this?
You on camera.
He was staring at me too.
We got 5 ring lights up in here.
The guy's been staring at you, Caitlin?
Yeah, this is the creep.
Been watching your lives.
Let's see the instant replay. I'd love to check it out. Because I know I didn't
Get
do
out of my
anything.
gym.
Easily a couple thousand.
The live stream bandits are a group of thieves who have been robbing gyms.
It was all just to rob me.
Women are not naturally crazy. I think that men bring out the crazy in women because they have this double standard. They believe that they can do whatever the they want and act however the
I can counter that right now.
I mean, maybe not you, Rollo.
I can counter that, and it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with lesbians. Lesbians have the highest incidence of domestic violence, and they have the highest incidence of
punch a bitch.
No, they have
because they bring out the crazy in each other.
You guys, what is going on with 18 to 25-year-old young men? I have talked to more moms this week about their sons who are either smoking pot
Hoop earrings. Duly noted.
and or don't have a job, failed out of school, have no purpose or direction in life, and the parents are absolutely beside themselves. Not only that, but on the group call Tuesday night with the Empowered Moms group, there were 5 moms on the call
Empowered
with
moms. I'm pretty sure she's got an OnlyFans.
this same set of circumstances. Are you experiencing this as a parent? We have got to find a way to move these young men forward. And the only thing we control is what we're doing as parents.
Very red pill.
That they act like little kids, or that they're too sensitive, or that, say, if you reject them, they get mad. You know, typical red pill.
Oh, you're talking about guys in the red pill community.
Yes.
Those that are being 20 right now and absolute whores in the club, whatever not, in 10 years are going to be 30, trying to settle down and realize that all the they're going to complain that they were ran through their whole life, but while they were partying for the past 10 years, all the good girls got cuffed by the good guys. And so now when they look at all the men that are options, they're going to be competing with the now 20-year-old good girls and be stuck. Why? Because all the good guys are gone. You missed your chance being a fucking whore, bitch.
I get from a woman that he couldn't get from a cook, a cleaner, and a hooker.
Fuck all.
Probably. No.
So-
You're right. Probably if it's just a woman with relationship, definitely it would be loyalty and the stability of that woman. Your
Right,
cook
so-
could leave. She might say, she needs all of those people. There's no, it would be the stability and the loyalty. Definitely.
Right,
I'm not saying that's not wrong. But.
Right, and that goes back to like why it's better to date girls with lower body counts because they're more loyal.
Yeah, but I don't know about all of that.
If a girl's a virgin on her wedding night, she has an 80% chance of a happy marriage. If she sleeps with more than 5 people, it drops down to 30%.
She's 25, 27, 30, 31 years old. And she's doing very good at work, and she's earning a good income, and she's not married. But she's successful, she's a good woman, she takes care of her parents, she has good manners, good akhlaq, good iman. Every time she comes to the masjid, or the mambarga, or the religious gathering, or even at some auntie's home, the first thing they ask her is, what? Why aren't you married? And the last thing before she leaves, why aren't you married? And it's such a silly question because if there was someone suitable, she would have been married. Nobody wants to live alone. We human beings are created to love and to be loved. And we want and yearn for companionship. Nobody wants to be alone. I know many of those young women, they have now, they're earning well, so they have their own homes. They have, successful jobs. They're very independent. And when you live alone and you're working and you yearn that companionship, right?
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
In the last 20 years of research in neuroimaging, behavior genetics, developmental psychology, neuropsychology can be boiled down to this phrase. Your child is born with more than 400 psychological traits that will emerge as they mature, and they have nothing to do with you. So the idea that you are going to engineer personalities and IQ and academic achievement skills and all these other things just isn't true. Your child is not a blank slate on which you get to write. The better view is that your child is a genetic mosaic of your extended family, which means this is a unique combination of the traits that run in your family line. I like the shepherd view. You are a shepherd. You don't design the sheep. The engineering view makes you responsible for everything. Everything that goes right and everything that goes wrong. This is why parents come to us with such guilt, more guilt than we've ever seen in prior generations. Because parents today believe that it's all about them and what they do. And if they don't get it right, or if their child has a disability, they've done something wrong. When in fact the opposite is true. This has nothing to do with your particular brand of parenting. So I would rather that you stop thinking yourself as an engineer and step back and say, I am a shepherd to a unique individual. Shepherds are powerful people. They pick the pastures in which the sheep will graze and develop and grow. They determine whether they're appropriately nourished. They determine whether they're protected from harm. The environment is important, but it doesn't design the sheep. No shepherd is going to turn a sheep into a dog. Ain't going to happen, right?
I like that dude. That guy is Russell Barkley, Dr. Russell Barkley, probably one of the few actual legitimate clinical psychologists out there who's actually doing anything. We're gonna return back to that one. I'm actually saving that one in the queue here because that was so good. Right, yeah, you won't be turning sheep into dogs or anything like that. I like that because a lot of blank slate crap is sort of finding its way back into the manosphere right now. And I think if we're gonna keep things 100, if we're gonna keep things empirically sound, we kind of need to root out the emotionalism. And so that's what I plan on doing today. How are you guys doing? Man, all right,
goddamn right.
Okay, so this is camera 1. Camera 2 is now in effect, so I got that right there. It's on autofocus, though. Maybe I need to fix that out. How are we doing today, guys? How are we doing? Let me adjust a few things. I am back in the saddle one more time here. Let's see. Can you genetically? Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, the FBI is actually looking for me. No lie. No lie, Glenn. They're looking for all of us. We must hang together or we'll surely hang separately. Oh man, Matt Walsh got axed. I don't know if he's off of Daily Wire, but I do know that he is off of YouTube right now, and they banned him. And of course, that's the topic du jour in the Tim Poulosphere and whatever Tradconosphere. I don't know. So I have been I've been very busy. I did a show with Miguel. Right here on this channel. And we talked about economics, not in the sense, in the red pill sense. As you know, I don't do economics. I don't do politics. I don't do religion. I don't do race. I don't do any of that crap unless it crosses over into the red pill. And then I will be more than happy to talk to you about that. So there are people who do politics way better than me. There are people that do martial arts way better than me. There's people who do fitness way better than me. There's people who do religion and all this other stuff I've mentioned already way better than me. Go look at them. Go watch them if that's what you're looking for. Really, I am not the dude who's going to sort of spoon feed you whatever your pet ideology happens to be. Thanks, man. Today is the Feast of St. George in the Orthodox Church. Oh, my goodness. Hello.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
Oh, man. Speaking of hallelujah. Thank you very much, Speed Freak. Was that a super sticker? No. It's funny. I've got the Ned Cam is actually in effect, guys. I just wanted to let you know. I'm trying to set up the GoPro. So we'll actually come into all of this. So I've got that going on. I've got the new camera set up in here. I'm starting to get to, I've just about got the new studio where I want it to be. I'm still monkeying around with the lighting in here. I'm not really happy with everything, but it's just me. I don't know. I started working on the actual classes for Player's Handbook. If you have my 5th book, which actually published almost a year ago, it's coming up on a year. I'm starting to do the Players Workshop series of classes, and it will be the very first time I've ever done like any kind of class. I know lots of people who have. Aaron Clary's got a new one out. Cultivate Crypto has their, I think it's Q2 that's coming out. They're already in Miami. I believe it's already open. I don't have an affiliate link just yet, Miguel. I'm trying to get in early this time. Help me, help you. Hey, Rollo, love your books. Thank you very much. And love your work pod classes. Just want to show some love despite my dislike for your Access Vegas show. Yeah, you know what?
Say my name.
It's going to be an acquired taste, my friend. I'm glad you brought that up, though, because I wanted to. That's actually kind of pertinent. Thumbnails aside, today's actually not going to be exclusively about fat chicks. But if you go and you put no fat chicks in like a Twitter post, I mean, if you could just go, women, we need to lose weight. Put that in a Twitter post and you happen to be in the manosphere. Trust me, you want engagement. There's nothing more engaging than no fat chicks or some variation of that. Actually, the reason I wanted to, I'm the double entendre of the thumbnail today is I kind of want to go over what's wrong with the manosphere. And I was put on this topic because of the show that I did with Miguel on Thursday. And so I did that show, and then I did recording principal videography, I should say, for the upcoming Players Workshop classes that I'm working on that sync with the 5th book. So if you've read the 5th book and you read the introduction, right at the end of the introduction, I make mention that there are going to be a series of classes. Well, they're coming up. So, and we are officially in production right now. So just to, if you have a question about that, there you go. I got kind of, and people give me mixed messages or not mixed messages. Actually, they're actually pretty certain about it, but I think people are a little bit confused. Like when I do something like Access Vegas, a lot of people think that like when I do a show and I go and I have, Richard Reeves on, right? That was an Access Vegas show technically. So people like they love that show. They love him or hate him, but they love that show. When we had Myron and Fresh on, they loved that show, of course, because we kicked off Toy Hardy or Myron kicked off Toy Hardy. There is a story behind that, and ask me about it sometime. I'm not at liberty to sort of broadcast it here, but I will tell you privately if you ever ask me. But it's a mixed bag right now. And I'm wondering, like, have we reached sort of peak manosphere? I was asked by Myron and Fresh, as you guys know, I've used this. I won't play the clip. I'm sorry. But I was asked in March of 2021 if I thought that the manosphere was going mainstream. And what was my answer? I hope it isn't. I really hope it isn't. And here we are. This is why I hoped we weren't. Because the manosphere is mostly mainstream right now. When you have, let's see, Tucker Carlson, when you have, who else? Who can we name? What the hell is it? Piers Morgan. When you have people who are in the quote, I mean, I guess for lack of a better term, the mainstream, and it's really hard to define mainstream right now. I was trying to think about that too, because that's a sort of a category that I've got, again, notes today. One of the categories I have that I want to dig into is the different like varieties, or like what sort of, I think there's like new branches, I think, of the manosphere. When I think of the manosphere, I think of like the classics, right? I think of the red pill, which I would include myself in. I think of the old school PUAs, or the game enthusiasts, the game advocates, like maybe the Troy Francises and the used to be MLD, but also James Tusk. I would throw those guys into the game category. And then you've got the sort of the I guess the MGTOWs. It's really weird because there was a time where the MGTOWs sort of peaked and then they kind of fell off. I mean, I realize they're still around, but then they were kind of displaced by sort of black pill, doom pill, spurg pill, whatever pill. And then, there's variations of that. The white pill, the green pill, the orange pill, the whatever, but your mom pill. I don't know. Am I juicing? I am not juicing. Thank you very much. Do you have any? Because if you have some, I will be happy to do it. I don't know anybody who has juice or gear, trend. No, I don't. I do not shoot. Dude, look at me. I'm not that jacked. And no, it's not the TRT. If you'd like me to explain that, I will be happy to explain it to you for $2, for a few dollars more. All right. Yeah. So there's I can remember when. Thank you. Yes, I am 100%. I agree with you. Okay. Small fonts aside. So there's MGTOW. There was I said TradCons. We're certainly part of that. Now they're a bigger thing than they used to be, primarily because they've found sort of safe entry, I think, into manosphere topics now. And so we'll get thank you. All right.
Say my name.
You just want the drop. Is that what you want? Just want the drop. $5 for a sound drop. Here you go. Come on. So we used to have MGTOW. We used to have Doom Pill. Well, I guess we now have Black Pill. I guess still there. Then there was the Looks Maxers. They were all kind of variations, little offshoots from what used to be the True Force Loneliness guys. There used to be I guess would it be True Force Loneliness? I think so. Or the Forever Alones. That's what it was from 4chan. And yes, I'm aware of 4chan. I'm not that old. What do you got there? Truth is out there. Yes, he has rolled all. Okay. Somebody needs to, if you give me that, I'll be happy to play it. I don't have one.
Damn right.
So when I look at this, I always see them sort of as like branches from the main root of the tree, which is actually red pill. And so when I hear people, especially like guys who should know fucking better, like Corey Wayne should know better. Or when I look at guys who are like sort of the prodigal sons, it follows a script. And I'm going to talk about the script a little bit today too. But when I see guys who used to be, who made quite a bit of money off of the red pill, quite a bit of money off of the same audience that they despise now. So I got to pull out the stops a little bit. Because when I've talked about the purple pill, and I don't mean the purple pill podcast, but I mean like the purple pill in the sense that it's half red, half blue. And that's where that phrase comes from, or that terminology, I should say, comes from. And it's, I love you too, man. It's a designator. I think a lot of people think that when I say somebody is blue pill, or if I say somebody is purple pill. People seem to think that that's like some sort of insult or it's like an invective. It's not. It's just a designation. I've written several essays, articles, whatever, on how we shouldn't hate guys who are beta. We shouldn't hate guys who are blue pill. If we're not here to help and educate and equip, then what the hell are we doing here? Well, apparently it's entertaining. And apparently it's anything that's going to get eyes on screen or click-through rate or impressions or whatever. I'm going to explain to you guys how YouTube actually works these days today too, because I think that's important. Now, how does that relate to the red pill? It relates to it in your consumption of this material. So when I hear people go, oh, those guys just sound like they're whiny babies. These guys think that they're entitled to sex, and oh man, I can't believe these incels and these red pill guys. That's not red pill. That's something else, and you can point fingers at whatever the hell you want to, and it's easy. I think it's almost easier to make a caricature out of incels, and it's almost easier to like make a caricature out of like sort of modern day guys who they just don't want to get up and do anything. No, they're just, there's no, maybe you're right, but there's also no incentive for them to do anything. And I had this conversation again with Miguel on Thursday, and we got into some interesting topics. And I was taking notes actually as I was sitting there. And so they've transferred into today's show because there's some more things I wanted to go into in a little bit more detail. But the number one thing that was sort of like, chaps my hide, is the fact that, RP grifters who pivot and OnlyFans girls share a similar trait. They hate their followers. Yes. And you kind of have to a little bit. But what gets me is like, there's this progression, I think, of guys who are never really about it. And now suddenly they can't repeat the success that they used to. They had a really great offer, or they had a great hit, or they had some great product, or they had some video, or they had something that went viral, or they had something that really sort of put them on the map. And they started believing their own bullshit, and they can't get back to that again. It's like you want to, and in the process, I should say, of believing your own bullshit, you just kind of develop this ego. You develop this sort of personality that you think is you, but it's not really you, but it's originated when you first had your first hit. It's like having a hit song, right? Suddenly it's like, oh, I got a top 40. I'm going to give you band analogies. Sorry. But when you have a hit song and it's on the Billboard Top 40 or whatever, and you're like at number one, you're like, I must be a fucking musical genius. No, you right place, right time, right niche, right genre, whatever. And can you repeat it? That was the true test of a real, like a super group or a real musician will be able to repeat that. They'll have more than one hit song. They're one hit wonders, right? And I would argue that a lot of the guys that I see in the Manosphere today are one hit wonders. You're going to get all kinds of band music analogies today. Sorry, but that's just where I'm at. And we got a lot of one-hit wonders. We got a lot of, like, maybe they were earworms at one time. Maybe it was like, oh, remember that song, remember that phrase, remember that. Who's consistently producing good content? Who's consistently coming out there and educating? Who's consistently doing these things? Who's stuck with it? No matter what. I gave you guys this one analogy a long time, and maybe it's a bad analogy, but like, I love Slayer. Okay. Slayer has never changed. They have never deviated from like their core audience, and the core music and thrash was it all the way up until 2019, I think is when they called it quits. And really still, other than Dave or Tom Araya, like the rest of the guys, I think they still want to play. But they never stopped. They never sold out. They never did a disco album. Right. They never tried to do some sort of top 40 thing. They never like changed their look and shaved their heads. I mean, except for Kerry King, but they never really deviated from their core sound because that's what they were good at and still are good at. Ancient, but still good. Right. And I think of like how many guys in the sphere are like the slayers of the sphere. Right. How many guys have been doing it for a long time and never went purple pill, never said, you know what? I was wrong all along, right? I remember when Julian Blanc from RSD decided that he was going to just sort of turn tail and run. I remember when he was saying, oh, yeah, sorry, he got caught. I got caught. So I've had an epiphany, and now I want to talk about, the power of positivity, and let's read some tea leaves and, feel good about ourselves. That's like Slayer doing the disco album. That's like, guys saying, well, here's what's big. Let's get into that right now. So who are the cover bands? And who are that's probably another story, but who are the one-hit wonders? Who are the people who tried to change their sound because the music was different? Now they want to appeal to a broader audience. Who did that? Called themselves, we've matured. We've matured as a band. I've matured as a red pill content creator. It doesn't change the core truths. It doesn't change the fundamentals. That's where it comes. Oh, we'll get into that. By the way, I have a really great announcement, but I'm going to hold off until probably about the hour mark before I give it to you. So you got to stick around. Stick around. Stick around. That's a sound drop I need from Predator. Only me. Yes, I am the slayer of the manosphere. Mike Cernovich, you think? I don't think Mike Cernovich is. Mike Cernovich is the P.T. Barnum of the internet age. And I'm really kind of hesitant to even throw that one out there because he hasn't done anything in a very long time. I mean, significantly. I can remember when he wanted, I remember when Mike Cernovich put $10,000 down on the Red Pill movie with Cassie J's The Red Pill, which was not really the Red Pill. It was really, I'm a feminist and this is my story of like giving up feminism, which I called, by the way, back in 2015. And the only reason she had any kind of distribution for that documentary was because Mike Cernovich got behind it and says, hey, I'm going to put $10,000 down on this. And if everybody matches it, I'll come up with 10 grand and we'll produce this film. Emilio Yiannopoulos jumped in. I don't know if you remember this. I do. I was there. 3,000 years ago, Gandalf. I was there. And people are, what's this red? Most people probably in this chat have no idea what I'm talking about. The Cassie J movie. It was actually produced, or I should say, was shot with the guys from A Voice for Men, and was it Paul Elam and Dean Esme, and it was like, is this tearful kind of like, oh man, nobody knows our problems. And I think what's interesting, almost ironic, is like the same shit that they were talking about in that film back in 2015, 2016. They're still rehashing on, Michael Knowles. It's like, now it's just like, it's almost like, how Star Wars sucks now because Disney got a hold of it. You know how like your old franchises really kind of suck. I love the Lord of the Rings. I like Star Wars up until those stupid last 3 movies. And they've kind of like destroyed those things because they want to push, a woke narrative in them and everything. I've had those conversations before, even Marvel movies. I'm a nerd. I'm a closet nerd. You guys probably already know that. I play Warhammer, right? Even Warhammer, even my favorite nerd, they want to find some way to make it more wokesy. And so what I see as a result, really, what is that? How does that translate to an old franchise that you really loved, right? If you really I love Dune. The new movie that they put out with Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya, whatever her name is. I hope they don't ruin it with the second one. I'm pretty sure they will. Rings of Power for the Lord of the Rings, ruined. I liked the movie. I actually didn't hate it, but I saw it's like. The reason why I didn't hate it is because I'm so used to being sold on a narrative. And I think that a lot in the manosphere right now is like Disney ruining Star Wars. It's like Amazon ruining Lord of the Rings. It's like I don't know whoever did the Dune, right? Hopefully it doesn't go woke. I know it will. It's like seeing your favorite movie franchise going, oh, we need the all-female Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is great. Why would you ruin the movie? Think of something new. No, we can't think of anything new. That's what I'm seeing happen to the manosphere right now. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that helps us sort of like bust ourselves down and get back to basics again. Because all I'm seeing is nothing but like purple. Really what I would define and have defined in the past is purple pill. That's what I'm seeing sort of develop right now. What do you got here for me? I've been following the manosphere for 3 years. It was pretty easy for me to determine who's useful information and who is providing repetitive entertainment. Thank you, Thomas. However, you are probably an outlier. Because when I listen to just like basic bitches on name the freaking TikTok, name the Instagram video, name whatever. Hell, the mom in the video I was just mentioning right now is people want to jump in on these topics. Now suddenly a guy like Richard Reeves, who I do have some respect for, a guy from the Brookings Institute, very much a liberal think tank. They can't ignore what's going on with the condition and the state of men, at least in Western, industrialized countries right now. Their prescription for it is completely ass backwards, but at least they're recognizing, at least they see it, and probably because well, first of all, it's unignorable, but also it's the topic du jour. How can we beat up on guys by pitying them? It's really a pity party is what it comes down to. And I did see, I resisted doing this video, but I did see the, The Daily Show. It's not like Stewart anymore. It's some other like whack, unfunny, comedian. And interspersed between these men are ridiculous jokes, there's just a kernel of truth. Like men are doing worse. Men have a problem right now. And it's usually, well, the solution is they need to be more like chicks, right? That's what it basically comes down to. But you're not going to hear that in the mainstream. Yeah, thanks. What do you got here? Let's see. Rollo's Roughnecks. You can have one of these. Say my name. Rollo, thank you for your work. Appreciate you. Think you should see that dumb bimbo. Altard offending the manosphere. Who is this? Think you should see that dumb bimbo, Lil Tard. Who are we talking about? All Father. Thank you. I'm off. Mooncat. I already did one about Mooncat. I already touched on that, right? I love it when guys, and this is no flame on you, Joe. Thank you for being a faithful, loyal roughneck. But I already did the Mooncat thing. Is she at it again? Is that something I should be aware of? I love it when I'm like, I try to stay on top of shit, and like people send me videos, and I got probably an inbox full of crap right now. Hey, you should have done this video last week. You should have done that. Oh, okay, I'll put that in here. I'll put it in my notes. I'll get it again. Put that for the intro videos. And then like I get done and people go, hey, Mooncat's talking shit about you. I'm like, God, if you would have told me like a half an hour earlier, I might have actually included it. Yeah. So here's the distinction, I think that a lot of people want to find something ridiculous in the manosphere. It's easy to find too if all you're looking at is guys who are just there as like sort of entertainers, or they're there to just like get like, I don't want to say like turn a buck, because you can turn a buck on a fishing channel, right? You can turn a buck on like, showing people how to hang drywall on YouTube. It's not about turning a buck. It's finding something that's a hot trending topic and then riding it until it's not a hot trending topic anymore. And then you move on to the next thing. That's the cover band, or that's the one hit wonder. That's the guy, that's Slayer changing their sound to, disco for the disco album. Oh, well, we were experimenting with our sound. No, you weren't. You were never legit, or you were never authentic to begin with. So when I see people sort of changing their lanes or trying to pivot out of it, it's a little bit differently. Is game proponents typically blue pill mystery? Why? Well, I'll give you just a quick, here's your $2 version here. Mystery was never red pill. Mystery was a master pickup artist. The dude he got the diagnosis right. He knew how to pick up chicks. He was, I guess, proto red pill. Maybe that's a better term for it, but he never killed the beta. And I think that was his biggest downfall. Like if you read the game, I can go get you the book and read you the first little bit of it if you'd like. But if you read the game, in the very first chapters of it, Neil Strauss is saying, Mystery was like suicidal as far back as like 2002, 2003. The game came out in 2005. And primarily when I read that, I'm like, yeah, well, because he knows it's like giving children dynamite, thanks Ross Jeffries for that quote. It's giving children dynamite. He had the keys to the castle. Just because somebody gives you the keys to a Lamborghini or a race car or something like that doesn't mean you can drive it. In all likelihood, you'll probably put your foot on the gas and wrap it around a telephone pole. He was not red pill. Well, there was no red pill then, because we had not developed sort of that understanding, the theoretical understanding or the practical understanding of what we think of as game and manosphere and red pill and all that stuff that we do now. So yeah, what he was trying to do is he was trying to solve blue pill matrix problems with red pill awareness. And that's, you will never be able to do that because the goals and the dreams that you have that the blue pill sold you they're lies. It's bullshit, right? So you're not going to be able to use red pill stuff to go and, have your white picket fence. Those days are over. Talk about that later. The gynocentric matrix using Saul Alinsky tactics. Yes, rules for radicals. I am well aware of it. I've actually heard Hotep Jesus talk about this too. Thank you. What else is there? Let's see. I think that's it. All right. So I have some videos to sort of like riff through, but I kind of got to give you a preview before we get up to this. So I was talking to Miguel and I'm looking at some of these videos recently where people are saying, well, what's the problem with the manosphere? What's the problem? What are those red pill guys like? They're like whiny babies. Corey Wayne, they're whiny babies. Like the people who essentially like put you on the map, the people who like, I don't know how big your bank account is right now, but those guys, they're whiny babies. Those guys that you tried to help or ostensibly were trying to, make their lives better. Now they're hopeless waste cases. And I think that's kind of fucked up, to be quite honest with you, but that's just my personal opinion. But I understand the reason why, because when you run out of material, then you're going to become the person that you hate. So what is it like, die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain? Well, guess what you're becoming right now. I'll be happy. I've always been the villain. I never was a hero in the beginning. Why do you think I took the name ROLLO TOMASSI? So I want to kind of get into a few things here. I think when we're looking at, where did I get this here? I got to go back to my notes here. See? I wanted to sort of break down a few of the sort of archetypes that I'm seeing, because before it used to be, there was the MRAs, there was the MGTOWs, there was the red pill guys, there was the game guys, there's the looks maxers. Remember Face and LMS way back in the day? Who talks about that anymore? I know Wheat Waffles is still around talking about how it's all about looks. Okay, thanks. But that's almost like a relic of this old manosphere that was like, I want to say like pre-2019, pre-2020 era. Past like the 20s, the 2020s manosphere is a different animal than the 20-teens manosphere. And so when I see like sort of like these people trying to like harken back or like use the same kind of language or use the same kind of arguments or find the sort of the jingoisms of that era and they try to repackage it as something new, that's when I go, dude, come on, man. Come on, man. And I'm the only one that gets it, right? I'm the only one who remembers it. Well, maybe Brian Stone does too, but there's a lot of old school guys. Like I'll still see people like either directly lifting like quotes from my book from, by the way, which was 10 years ago or coming up on 10 years in October, it'll be a 10-year anniversary. People will pick up my lines like, what is it? You cannot negotiate genuine desire. Someone will attribute that to Kevin Samuels. I'll say, what is it? What is it? I'm thinking of the other ones. Women break rules for alphas and they make rules for betas. They'll attribute that to, I don't know, who's hot now? Who's like, maybe it's Andrew Tate. No, dude, that was as far back as 2013. I'm the only one that understands that, remembers that shit. But people want to attribute that because they think it's novel and groundbreaking because they've never heard it before. And maybe we're talking about 10 years ago. Some of these people were like 10 years old or 9 years old when the book was published. And by the way, those quotes in the book came from like earlier conversations on SoSuave and on the forums back then too. So yeah, there's a lot of let's just say cannibalization, I think, of red pill / manosphere topics. But what's new is the new designations for how people prepackage this or they repackage it. And what set me off on this was, of course, Matt Walsh has now been banned off of YouTube. He'll get it back. Trust me. It's all about kayfabe, and I'll explain to you what kayfabe is here in just a minute if you don't know what kayfabe is. But it's all part of the narrative. It's all part of the shtick, right? It's kayfabe is really a terminology. I'm sorry, Ryan, I'm going to butcher this, but kayfabe is from professional wrestling. And it's this narrative between like, I got beef with you, you got beef with me. And it's like you're in character and you're playing this character and you play it off against, it's almost like improvisational theater. But the narrative, the shtick doesn't change. So the worst thing to do is to reveal, it's like break character, like to reveal the shtick. If you go and you look at, say, the guys in Steel Panther, for example, that's all kayfabe. Like they never break character. Like when they're on stage or when they're being interviewed, like Satchel, who is gosh, I'm trying to remember his real name, but Satchel, the guitar player, like he never breaks character. Neither does Michael Starr. Not his real name. It was Ralph Sands or something like that. Good dudes, by the way. Don't get me wrong, but they never break the shtick. And I see that happening. I mean, really, you could say that's all of the internet, but it's like the worst sin you can commit is to break characters, to call out the bullshit, right? Or to call out the game that's actually being played. Yeah. Oh yeah. Trust me, Sam Whiskey, we will get, but we will. That's a good comparison. I was planning on doing something close to that. Yeah, but it's the kayfabe, right? Somebody in the chat knows what the kayfabe's all about. Yeah. Oh, Pearl, kayfabe, right? I didn't know who, Nick. Well, I didn't know who Nick was. I didn't know who this person was. No, you did. It's just part of the kayfabe. If you call it out, then you ruin the kayfabe. And you know what? The people hate the person who breaks the character. That's right. They hate the guy who ruins the shtick, who halts the improv skit in process. And that's my speciality is halting the bullshit, right? She knew who Nick Fuentes was, right? If you didn't, I would be a little bit weirded out that you didn't know who Nick was. Like, you do know who Kanye West is. You do know who Milo Yiannopoulos is. You don't know who Nick Fuentes is? No, you do. But I'm an asshole for calling that out. And by the way, that's not just the only thing. Like if I go and I say, well, quite honestly, Destiny is really kind of a cuck. He's really kind of a beta blue pill guy. But if I get into specifics, then what's the first thing people will say? Well, you're professionally jealous. He's just got a bigger following than you. Do you look at me? Do I look like the kind of guy who gives a flying fuck about that? No, but you're mad at me because I ruined the shtick for you. I ruined the game. That's what I do. I have comfort the afflicted and I afflict the comfortable. And the comfortable, those guys are all like locked into that kayfabe right now. They're locked into the game. Remember when hell, you can even look back to, I think, my first and my second book where I've said, women don't want the truth. Or they don't want full disclosure. They say they want the truth, right? But they don't want full disclosure. That full disclosure, when we're talking about game, when we're talking about it's like women don't want you to talk about the game. They want you to play the game. They want to know that you're good at it. They want to know that I know. They know and you know. So when people say, well, Rollo, I don't have time for this nonsense. How come girls can't just say what they mean and mean what they say? Because then they'd be dudes and you'd give up the game. Women would rather play the game than be told that they are playing a game. So when a guy goes and makes an Excel spreadsheet for all the times his girlfriend or his wife or whatever wouldn't have sex with him, and those are the reasons. Here, honey, I tried to initiate sex all these times. It's like this, litany, this laundry list of reasons why she wouldn't bang him. And you think you're gonna reason her into bed? You're gonna rationalize it into bed? No, because you broke the game. You broke the kayfabe between you and that girl. Same thing applies in larger scale. I mean, you can go down to the personal scale all the way up to the bigger scale. It's all bullshit. But when you call out the bullshit, people get mad at you for calling out the bullshit. It's not the actual truth. It's not there. They're not never mad at the person who's initiating the bullshit. They're mad at you for breaking the fantasy that the bullshit might actually be true. Professional wrestling, it might actually be real violence. No, it's not. And I think on some level of consciousness, people really understand that. Oh, by the way, Devil Mountain Coffee. Yes, change her mood, change her mind. Not her mind, yes. Christopher, no one has ever reasoned a woman into bed. Seriously, you can emotion her into bed. You can play the game into bed. You can look good and arouse her into bed. But one thing you will never do is you will never reason that girl. You will never give her a list of, here's why, honey, sit down. We're going to have some coffee here. I've come up with this itemized list. Why you should fuck me. Here we go. 1, I am a great catch. 2, I have a great job and I'm making more money. Oh, I come from a great family. You can go down all the laundry list of why you're a great guy. And you know what? Should be like, she'll want to punch you in the face. And she won't be able to tell you, I don't know, I just have this uncontrollable urge to punch you in the face. and it's the feeling will be legitimate too. That punch you in the face feeling that we're just describing there, that's where we're at when you break the kayfabe in the manosphere as well. So it's like the micro to the macro. That's it. It's the game. You broke character. You ruined the game. You talked about the game instead of playing the game. So when I call out what I see as hypocrisy or what I can like prove as hypocrisy, people get mad at me because they think I'm like professionally jealous of somebody. Like they're really locked in. For a while, I was really confused about it. I'm like, gosh, this is the rational male. We're trying to like get to like actual factual, absolute truth, right? This is what is fact. This is what is. People don't care. They really don't care. And it took, by the way, Mike Sartain to sort of like impress that upon me. It's like, you can know that stuff, but it's better that you know it and have that power of that knowledge and then use that to your own advantage, because you're not going to change anybody's mind. Certainly not if their like ego is invested in it to begin with. Let me see. If you think Destiny is a good debater, you need professional help. Did I say he was? I don't know who is. I don't think anybody knows what real debate is anyways. Real debate died back in like the 90s, I think, as formal debate. Speaking of debate, we are going to have Gary, the numbers guy, is coming in to the studio in Las Vegas. I know he's probably on a plane right now flying into Vegas. We're going to have him in on Wednesday, the 26th. It will be at 1 p.m. Pacific. That'll be 4 p.m. Eastern. It will be on my channel. It will be on Mike Sartain's channel, and it will be on Gary, the number guy, Gary Ginsburg, his channel as well. And people think, oh, Rollo's gonna fight. No, it's not. That's not the, like, I don't think that the problem was really with me, right? I think it was more finish him. There you go. It's like we had this one very brief clip from like 2 or 3 Access Vegases ago. And I think Mike said something to the effect like, astrology is just basically bullshit. Yeah, and it is. But in fact, I think I'm going to show you. I got a video here that I have to go dig up for you. You guys will laugh your asses off on this one. It's too good not to share with you here. Did I think I bookmarked it. I did. Good. Okay. One thing I did not do though is I need to download it. So let me see if I can get this for you real quick here. But we're going to have Gary the Numbers guy is coming in, and we're going to debate astrology. We're going to debate, like, apparently there's supposed to be some like more legit astrology than there is chick crack astrology. I don't know what the distinction will be made. I'm really skeptical as to the scientific basis of it. Numerology, astrology, whatever. But it was a problem that Gary had with really with Mike, not really so much with me. But I am going to sort of, I want to say I'm kind of like on the more skeptical side of this whole thing. I think it's bullshit, quite honestly. But I'm going to try to moderate this as best I can. This is going to be sort of a proof of concept for future debates. And by the way, big ups to Gary for actually accepting the challenge. Threw down the gauntlet. He says, yeah, let's do it. I'm like, cool. Took his time, flew his happy ass out to Vegas. I would say we probably agree on quite a few things, except for probably, the chick crack aspect of things or the astrology aspect of things. But I think Mike and him are going to have a really interesting conversation, considering the debate that was had between Gia and Mike on the last go round of Access Vegas. I'm trying to avoid the overtalk. I'm trying to avoid the filibustering. And you're full of shit. You don't know anything. You're part of the problem. You're like, that's like run the clock out. That's why I have a chess timer. And I'm going to try to moderate this as best I can to see if we can get some kind of modicum of, back and forth that isn't a waste of time and just yelling over one another. So, you got to see this. This was just too freaking good. This was a, where did this go? Oh, it's me. Okay, watch this. Here's a good one for you.
So beautiful. What's your sign?
Capricorn, Aries.
Oh, I could never. What's your sign?
I'm a Cancer.
Oh, I could never. And what's your sign?
Pisces.
We're the same sign. I could never. What's your sign? Nice to meet you. What's your sign?
Aries.
Oh, no, we can't work. You're very beautiful. What's your sign? What's your sign?
I'm a Leo.
Oh, never mind. What's your sign?
I'm a Taurus.
Oh, I could never.
You can have a what?
What's your sign?
A Sag.
Oh, I could never. What's your sign? No, I'm good.
What's your sign?
Pisces.
The worst.
Oh, no, the greatest. What's your sign?
I'm a Cancer.
Oh, I could never. Oh, we can never work. What's your sign?
I'm an Aries.
Never mind. Never mind.
I've told you to do this.
Oh, what? Never mind. You are so
Do you see how indignant the girls get when he takes off like that? Fantastic. That's like, by the way, that is, I mean, I know why he's doing it, right? He's doing it for effect. It's probably a viral video now. It's viral enough for me to see what it is. I don't even know who the guy is. Brilliant. Bravo. Game recognizes game. Amazing. That was amazing. Hey, PP. There you go. PP. Thank you, PP. Thank you very much. Boy, you're in early today. You don't usually show up till the second or third hour, PP. Thank you for Ned's college fund. It's much appreciated. Rollo, what are your thoughts on a husband winning $9 million from the wife over alienation of affection? Sam, can you find me the link to that? I'll see what I can do. I have not seen that yet. I did see the report, by the way, and I think it might have been Chris Williamson who actually showed this, but there was some studies on lottery winners, and whenever a guy won the lottery, he was more likely to stay with his wife, like more likely to stay like married and stay found. Like he was not going to leave his life. But if a woman won a significant amount of money in the lottery, it was a precipitator for divorce. I mean, like significantly, statistically as a precipitator for divorce. So women, ladies, so guys, if your woman like wins the lottery, you're probably on the way out. She don't need you no more. If you ever want to know, when it comes to like, security, long-term security, when that's relatively assured for women and they want out, bye. What's your sign? Oh, I could never is one of the best negs. Yeah. So remember that, Andy. That is, by the way, that's fantastic. It's chick crack game. And I don't think people really realize just how good a game that is. It's like he's doing it for effect, right? He's doing it because he's got the camera on him and it's funny. He's like, oh, I could never. But the reason why it's funny, the reason why like people lock into that whole astrology, like women love that shit. Every single woman. I have yet to meet a girl on Access Vegas, on Fresh and Fit, on any panel show, or hell, even like to see it on any like whatever podcast. Where I have not seen a woman say that's bullshit. I have yet to see a single woman say, oh, there's something about energy, this, and, my chakras and my vibes and da, 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 da. Now, that's not to say that there aren't women who go, yeah, it's kind of bullshit. But I would say more women are more open to the idea of superstition than guys are. When our disciples mentioned servant leaders, I had to laugh because I was in Assemblies of God Royal Rangers. Is that like Awana? I know Awana. They went hog wild into that garbage. Definitely want them back to discuss the SM. Yeah, I'm going to do it. As I said, people really liked that format, I guess. So I'm going to definitely have them back on. Glenn Lawrence has been doing God's work.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
Yeah, he gave me that sound drop just saying. Yeah, so the astrology thing. Now that, of course, I guess Gary might say that that's like chick astrology. Is there a difference? This is the only future forecasting I need is right here. Magic 8 Ball. And which, by the way, I think I might bring to the actual debate. I have faith in the Magic 8 Ball. It's never been wrong. Never. Trust the process. It's a number, right? What does the number 8 mean, I wonder? 888. That's 8 is the number of corn. The god of war, blood for the blood god. I know the numbers of the chaos powers. I think that's all I really need to know. Anyways. So, yeah, okay, thanks. I got it. Thanks. You can stop now, Sam. I see it. I said, man, there's a lot of holy shit. Man ordered to pay lover's husband $9 million after cause of alienation of affection. Just a thing. I wonder like how much it cost him to like prosecute that. That's you want to talk about like how our like social like fabric gets kind of worms its way into like what's going on in the in legal systems and stuff. I remember when it was really supposed to be really hard to do like libel and defamation. Now suddenly it's like, I don't know, ambulance chasers can do it. Let's do over here. Look at this. Speaking of ambulance, can I get my demon head? I need to move that over a little bit. I got to push this over so I can make it work for me. There we go. All right. So I'm going to run through the classifications that I'm seeing in the manosphere right now. What's wrong with the manosphere? Whenever I see that question, it doesn't matter what, podcast it happens to be on. The answers are almost always the same. And I've got some video that I'm going to sort of sift through here in just a moment. But before I do that, I want to give you, here's the preamble, right? I always give you the workup. Here's what I'm talking about before we get into it. This is the important part to listen to so that when you see the clips later and you go, I can't believe that guy would say that. This is what you should be watching. So bear with me one moment here. So when I'm looking at the manosphere, it's no longer MGTOW, black pill, red pill, the tradcons are still around, but it's like a different brand variety of tradcons than it used to be back in the mid 2010s. So I think we've sort of like turned a corner somewhere along the way, probably after 2021. And so after the red pill went mainstream and it's like huge and it's the biggest, everybody wants a piece of it. What I see happening is there's new designations here. The first one is the hustlers. Okay, so we're going to start off with hustlers. What are the hustlers? Well, these are the guys who get into it and they want to sell you, or they want to feed you fear and sell you security. So when people tell me what's wrong with the manosphere, give me some criticism of the manosphere and tell me how we can fix it. And I think people have this wrong idea about what the intent and purpose of the manosphere was. Because the manosphere was really sort of an insult, a feminist insult from as far back as like 2010, 2011. Oh, the manosphere, right? That was meant to be, I think it was like, was it Huntington Post or Jezebel or something like that? The old school blogs, the aggregate blogs of the feminist blogs. They needed some sort of like cutesy thing to designate this new group of guys who are getting together and actually talking about things. And because as far back as 2010, 2011, they were threatened by it and they still are. So what happens when you're threatened by something? You go and you give it some cutesy nickname kind of thing so you can refer to them as a derogatory nickname, right? And that's what the manosphere was supposed to be. Now, of course, what we did is we took that and we took the energy away from it. And now we own it. It's like, that's the manosphere. Oh, that sounds like a gay nightclub. Yeah, it does, but we didn't come up with it. It was some feminists back in 2010, 2011 who did. So we just... If you guys want to call it something else, please popularize something else because I'm kind of sick of it. But I didn't come up with it. Someone else did. And so we just went with it. And here we are today. That's where it came from. So most people don't really understand what the manosphere is about and where it came from. And least of all, I would say, is the guys who are the hustlers. Now, hustlers are the guys who come in here and they see the manosphere as sort of a grift. I don't say grift, but like a niche. I shouldn't even say it's a grift for them. It's like, it's one of many wheelhouses. It's one of many niches that you can apply funnel marketing to. And it seemed like it seems like what they could relate to the most. Money, muscles, and game. Really, all of those are the holy trifecta. That's really where the bread and butter is. What do the guys need or are deficient in one of those categories, or all of them, really? But so if you're a fat, if you were the fat kid in high school, probably the muscle side of things is going to apply to you a little bit more. Maybe you're going to live in the gym, become a gym rat. Well, there's guys in the sphere, or guys who are like sort of ancillary to the sphere, who will be happy to, talk to. I've had a lot of guys who got into, fitness stuff, and then the guy who was their personal trainer gave them the rational male, and that crossed over into other things. So then there's the game side, and then there's the money side, and the money side's a big deal right now. In fact, I think that's probably the most impacted category of all three of those is the money side, because it's probably the easiest to talk about, but it's the hardest to really be a come up in. Because you have to actually show some like legitimate real results. Like, how much money do you have in your bank account? Show me your ledgers, right? Show me the numbers, show me the money. If you can't show the money, then, unless you're making shit up, like Liver King, right? Remember when Liver King was like, oh, I'm actually on juice. I'm sorry. Everybody knew you were on juice. Come on. Everybody knew you were on gear. So to come out and like have this tearful, come to Jesus moment on, what is it? No, it was on Flagrant. Was that on Flagrant? I think it was on Flagrant too. Because I think it was Andrew, whatever his name was. But here's a guy who was technically part of that. You could throw some guys who are like sort of crossovers into that too. Like guys who are jacked, who also have a lot of money. They're also like success porn hustlers as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be specific to the manosphere, but they get thrown in because they happen to be dudes. They happen to be somewhat masculine. Whether they're blue pill or not is kind of like irrelevant to most people's assessment of them, but they'll say that they're in the manosphere. So what is the manosphere? Is it the male self-improvement sphere? Is it the red pill guys? Is it the incels? Because you could apply a lot of positivity to it or a lot of negativity to it, just depending on like what your pet ideology happens to be. So when I look at hustlers, I see this. So I'm calling a designation here in the manosphere. When I see guys who are like, well, I would designate as a hustler, these are guys who will feed you fear and then sell you security. And they're the easiest to identify, and they're the easiest to make fun of and to ridicule if you're on the outside looking in. These are the guys that like a Destiny will go, that's what those guys are all about. Those guys always say this. And he's probably quoting him. We never mention names, but he's always quoting somebody, or he's saying, oh, my guys in my chat tell me this. That's pretty bad if those are your sources. Like the guys in your chat. Hell, I don't know half of the people in my chat right here. I got my regulars and I love you all, but I'm not going to go, oh, the people in my chat said something about this guy. I don't just out of hand believe that. I'll go and look. Hell, I just asked you for the link for the story you just told me about. I will get my information. But that doesn't matter to hustlers. That doesn't matter to people on the outside looking at hustlers who want a quick dismissal of the manosphere. What do you got here? Rollo, one day, maybe, or the future. April Fool's Day. Thanks. I'd love to see you do a debate argument on why something is fake or fictional is red pill. This corner of the net can be a bit too serious. It can be, because it usually, I'll put it this way. It should be serious. It should be. And when I told Myron and Fresh that I was hoping that the manosphere would not go mainstream, that's what I meant. Because we need to take things a bit more seriously. Because if we don't, then you've got guys like, then you've got a Richard Reeves. Then you've got, half of the, Imran Ahmed from the Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil himself. These are not authorities on the manosphere. You're going to get people who would like you to think that they're authorities. They're like posers, right? People will have them on their show and go, well, you're an authority, Destiny, on the manosphere. Tell us what you think. For what, man? But that's part of the kayfabe, right? That's part of the entertainment. That's like giving away professional wrestling. Of course he's going to go, hell, he's got the blue hair. It's professional wrestling that's professional wrestling. So the hustlers, when I look at like the methodology, there's the guys who just got into the manosphere because it's a hustle. That's It's their funnel marketing. It's what they do, right? But it's primarily based on feed fear, sell security. And that, by the way, is a universal human way of marketing. It's churn marketing too, but like it's a universal way of marketing that's been going on since, like, you know, pyramid schemes and Amway and Cutco and God knows whatever else, Tupperware. Or it's fear of missing out. Now, it worked really good on women back in the day, and it still does today, but now it's working on the guys who were raised as defective girls who are now defective women. And they look at this and they play upon the sort of like existential fear. What's the existential fear? Of not reproducing. It's solving your reproductive problem as a guy. Some guys jerk off the point, and that might be enough for them to sort of like say, okay, that side, I'm going to go extinct, but who cares? I'm getting off, right? So the government, by the way, the government also plays on feed fear, sell security. I think we know what happened during 2020. I don't think I have to risk losing my channel by reiterating that. But it's feed fear. And if, again, it's the boogeyman thing that I always talk about. If there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. Same thing for the hustlers in the manosphere. If there's no boogeyman, if there's no fear, if you can't like sort of build on that or play upon that, then there's no way to sell the security. There's no way to sell a solution to it. That is and me speaking to you as a professional marketer for a brand manager, marketer, art director, a product developer for a very long time. That's the definition of marketeering, which is you create a problem for which you sell the only solution to solve. It's been going on since the snake oil salesman, since the 1800s, right? Since P.T. Barnum, since people. You want to talk about like the power of positive thinking, right? If you look at like Phineas Quimby, and that is a real name, by the way. Go look up Phineas Quimby. Go look up Zig Ziglar. Go look up Norman Vincent Peale. There's a lot of them. It's selling you have your life sucks. Don't worry. I have this new product, and all you gotta do is buy my book or listen to me talk and pay me to help you out and do these counseling stuff and everything else, and you'll live a better life. Well, what's the product? You just gotta think. You send positive juju out into the universe, and then it'll come back to you. And just pray hard enough, and the Lord will give you what you want. That's great, man. Is that you're selling this unfalsifiable solution to a problem you create, or you at least if it's already there, then you're like amplifying it, and you have the solution to do it, right? Think good thoughts, man. Red Pill is about two things: positive identity and male sexual strategy. It's not about fighting feminism. Yeah, you are correct. That's the Red Pill. Okay, what's the manosphere? Two different things. Yeah, I agree with you, but we have to make those distinctions. Rule 0, I fear there are no gatekeepers. There are no gatekeepers. In fact, the very fact that I would even have a problem with anybody talking about this stuff makes me a gatekeeper. In fact, that's a bad word. Well, stop gatekeeping, man. It's like in Star Wars or like in your fandom or whatever. That's not canon. That wouldn't have happened in Star Wars in my fantasy world. Oh, you're gatekeeping. That gatekeeping, that kayfabe, right? By the way. Like if I go and I have a problem with Michaela, especially if it's somebody who's very popular, if I have a problem with the Petersons, then I'm the asshole for breaking that fantasy, for breaking that thing. And that's so people get mad at me, not them. I can it's like, look here, they're killing babies. Wouldn't matter because I broke the fantasy for that person. You break the kayfabe, you break character. You come out of character, or you talk about the game instead of play the game, people will tear you apart limb from limb for doing that. And that's been the way it is for a long time. Okay, so hustlers will feed you fear and sell you security. How do they do that? And this, by the way, some very like well-meaning red pill guys do this. So it's no one is coming to save you. No one's coming to save me. The best day I have in my life was I figured out it's up to me. I better get out there and do it, and I'll get on my hustle. Selling that, okay, well, so nobody's coming to save me. I got to get off my ass. I got to do something. And then like 2 sentences later is join my group and we'll help you. So am I on my own, or is your group going to come, your fraternity, your frat brothers going to come and help me out? It's really Rush Week Manosphere is what it is. It's Manosphere at Rush Week. We need membership in the fraternity. No one's coming to save you, bro. But we got this rad fraternity, man. We're like Manosphere Alpha Chi, Alpha Pi, whatever. Omega Moos. I don't know. But we want you to join our frat. Dude, if you don't, nobody's going to come and save you, but we will. Brah. It's like, what the fuck, man? Am I on my own, or is your fraternity of mighty mountain men coming to help me and save me and have my back? Well, we need masculine solidarity and everything, but you know what? No one's coming to save you. Well, what is it? What it is feeding fear or playing upon fear of isolation and sort of, you're on your own, kid. But don't worry, these guys right here, my good friends, all I got to do is pay $49.99 a month. And we're all on the same team. You can join the tribe, and we got your back. We'll teach you how to make things work for yourself on your own. When people from the outside see that, when a Destiny or somebody who's like completely uninitiated with the red pill or the manosphere, they see that, yeah, you're goddamn. I see it. It's a fucking hustle. I get it. And I can't go and say, well, you're wrong about that. No, they're right about it. That's just the problem. But if I open my mouth and I talk about it, then it's like, don't talk about Fight Club. Don't give away the kayfabe, bro. No, God damn it. That's my freaking mission statement is comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. And if you're fucking with my boys, I don't have a membership program here. If we want to come and talk to me, fine. You want to do one-on-one, fine. You want to come into the group chat, fine. But I'm not trying to sell you that nobody's coming to save you. You guys know how many pro bono, talks I do? Hell, Value Tame is one big long pro bono thing. I do whatever. I'm not trying to build myself up here. What I'm saying is like the idea is feed fear, sell security. I'm not trying to sell you security. I'm trying to sell you information. I'm trying to give you education in this. But what's that? What do you got here? You can't do that. Our pledges. Only we can do that to our pledges. Yeah, my pledges. Hey, he can't do that to our pledges. I know. These guys are spurgs. Yeah, but they're my spurgs. So let's see if I would just fucking read this out to you right here. So what happens is like the problem is inbuilt already. Most guys today are purposeless. They're rudderless. They need answers. Remember the lady or the mom in the beginning, the concerned moms, the hoop earrings and probably has an OnlyFans. Concerned moms they're worried about their kids right now. We're worried about our boys. Yeah, because now it's popular. That'll make my TikTok viral. Let's talk about we're really worried about my boys. No, you're not. You're worried about your girls because there aren't enough guys who are suitable for those girls. You don't give two shits about the guys. You care about the guy who's becoming high value so that Susie can complete her life's mission, have a babies and go off into perpetuity. How else are you going to have grandchildren if the kids aren't all right? Right? So that's the fear. Even the girl, even the lady, even the concerned moms, even the Richard Reeves, even the people who are like, they want to seem like they're well-meaning. They're not well-meaning. It's just the latest topic du jour. Purposeless lost boys have been a thing for a very long time. We're just amplifying it right now because we're really building up to an election cycle. But Jordan Peterson's been talking about the lost boys for a long time. Hell, before him, Milo Yiannopoulos was writing for Breitbart and talked about like the dropout generation, which were the lost boys. Before Milo, then it was Hannah Rosen in The Atlantic talking about the end of men. All the stuff she talks about in The End of Men, and go look it up, End of Men on The Atlantic, 2010, Hannah Rosen. Go look it up. Seriously, I remember it because I used to write essays about it at the time on the Rational Mail. And when I go back and I look at that, it's like how prophetic that was, prescient. There's your vocabulary. Telling the future. What will happen to men in the future, Magic 8 Ball? Hannah Rosen, no. Yenta. Hannah Rosen knew. She knew. Or she saw it coming. What's Helen? What the hell's Helen? Dr. Helen something or other. When she wrote Men on Strike. Came out like the year that my first book came out. She was talking about the same thing. On Milo Yiannopoulos, talking about the same thing. King of the incels, Jordan Peterson, back in 2017, talking about the Lost Boys. That's where that came from. All the same. It's just a different variety. It's just the new hustle for this century. So that's that. So the fear is already inbuilt. Okay. So it's like join our frat, my Rush Week Manosphere. So, and the other thing is they kind of follow suit. So to be a hustler, you have to present, you have to front. You can't be a fat hustler. You can't be a broke hustler. And I'm not saying you have to be Andrew Tate. I'm just saying you've got to be at least somewhat good looking. You have to be somewhat of a natural. You have to be, I mean, I think the requirements, like the attribute requirements, right? Like you're building your RPG character, right? You got to max out your stats. Those stats, you've got to have, X amount of charisma. You've got to be 6 feet tall minimum. You've got to make X amount of money minimum to be taken seriously anyways, or at the very least, front like that. There are very few hustlers who aren't good looking or lack style. Or like a good hustler, if you're going to be that hustler in the manosphere, there's definitely a barrier to entry for that. FYI, Gadsad had a Q&A, sent a super chat. He's aware of your books. I know he is. He said he's very busy. Mentioned others had told him you wanted to do a stream with him. I do. I will. I've reached out to him probably 3 or 4 times now over the years, not recently. I think the last time I did was when I started Access Vegas, because I really want him to come out to Vegas, but it's like catching him when he's on the West Coast is like, that's the trick. Like I got Richard Reeves. And I think maybe that sort of like made him think, oh, maybe I should go on the show. I would very much love to get Godsod in the studio in Las Vegas. God, if you're watching, the only guy in the planet that Rollo Tomassi would be starstruck by would probably be Godsod, because I have read his stuff and sort of looked up to him as sort of like this online peer for a long time. But yeah, I know he's aware. And the other thing is, like, please don't badger him. I thank you for reminding him and keeping my name fresh in his head. But there was a time where like people would just like brigade his chats, or if he was on with like Chris Williamson, or if he was on like a popular podcast like Lex Fridman, maybe people would brigade the live chat and they say, Rollo, you need to talk to Rollo. When are you gonna talk to Rollo? I'm flattered. Thank you for doing that. But like ease it off, like, I don't know, 30%. So I don't want him to get sick of me. So anyways, to be a hustler, you gotta be, well, at least you got to present the image of being a natural, right? Most of these guys are blue pill alphas, meaning that for all of the high value that they want to present to people, that they want to, I should say, sell. Like the solution to your problems is just to become a high value guy. Stay in your hustle, no days off, right? Be a high value man. And these guys are maybe like what you would presume are high value men. But these are the guys where, like, when critics see it from the outside, they're like, oh, that's one of those alpha male podcasts. It's like the Justin Wallers of the world. And I love Justin like a brother. Don't get me wrong. But Justin knows his niche and does it very well. And I would endorse him as well. If there's a hustler that I would get behind, it would certainly be Justin. But again, a lot of these guys come in and they fail basic red pill, like, math. And that it's usually like, hey man, just stay on your point. Like it's platitudes after a while. And I'm not saying Justin's like, I'm just saying like guys in the hustler category. It's platitudes. If they don't know what to say, they'll default to some quote they heard, like Tony Robbins say, or they'll default to Zig Ziglar, right? Or they'll default to something that they like, I don't know, Confucius say. Some tea leaf wisdom. It sounds truthy. Go with it. Oh man, how profound. No, you picked that up from someone else. Even Alex Hormozi, and I'm going to sort of out him a little bit here in a minute. And I like Alex, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you gotta, I do this out of love, Alex. So usually what these guys have is like some sort of secret or some combination of just lift, bro. Just get in the, I just smile at them. And that's all you got to do. You just got to be a regular guy. If the guys are coming to you to like solve their like social awkwardness, they're not regular guys. All right. You're not I'm not qualified to be a clinical psychologist. You sure the fuck aren't. So when people go, oh, you just gotta be a regular guy, man. Don't creep them out. Just smile at them. Yeah, when a good looking guy, a high value guy is 6'3" is smiling at a girl, she's like, oh man. When a guy who's fat and creepy is like, she's calling the police, man. it doesn't work for guys like that. So you got to be careful. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you very much. Cernovich is an interesting cat because do you remember when Mike Cernovich was called Juice Bro? Because the reason why I say Mike Cernovich is the P.T. Barnum of the manosphere, or like the P.T. Barnum of the social media age, I guess, it's because he was all about juicing for a while. And I mean juicing like juicing, not like juicing, right? And then he did Wim Hof breathing. And I remember the videos of him like, he was like sweating and everything, and then just running out and jumping in an ice bath or something. And he was doing that for a while. And then he did Gorilla Mindset, which was like his book, which was basically 90% of it. I don't know if he wrote it himself, but it certainly seemed like a lot of that material was lifted from like Zig Ziglar. Trying to think of who else. Norman Vincent Peale. It's just the power of positive thinking stuff again, which is just basically just think good thoughts, man. It's positivity hustle, which by the way has been scientifically proven to like be completely ineffective. Stoicism too, by the way. I know people are going to find that really very surprising coming from me, that I'm not like an advocate for like what we think of as stoicism today. I'm not saying stoicism is a bad thing. It's not, but this is the way we do it now. It's a hustle. And I'll explain to you why here in a minute. So it's always like, so it's always this combination. Here it is. It's always this combination of Zig Ziglar, Marcus Aurelius, and Confucius. Confucius say, best time to plant tree 30 years ago. Next best time, right now. Oh my gosh, wow, this is just life-changing. You go get the Tao Te Ching, or you go get like the Wisdom of Confucius, and you go, oh, hell, is that where you got it from? Yeah, it's some combination of that. So that is the hustlers. That's what I see. That's number one. Number two is the entertainers. And I think you already know where I'm going to go with this because I've talked about entertainers before. So I will name names. Pearl's an entertainer, and I don't think that's any great revelation. She calls herself an entertainer. Okay. I would put Adam Sosnick into the entertainers category. I'm trying to think who else might be an entertainer. And I would not put Myron and Fresh in entertainers. There's another category for that, but these are people, men and women, who get red pill women very much all about the entertainment. They don't get into it because they have empathy for guys. They can't possibly. They might have sympathy, but they can't possibly have empathy because we have different lived experiences. Our existential experiences are not the same. I'm not saying that like women can't be sympathetic to guys. They can, but to have empathy for them would mean they'd have to actually like, jump in your skin for a day. And so I see, the Pearls of the world. I see there's a lot of people who like come ups, especially when they come and they go. Some of them like last and some of them don't really last. The entertainers are going to be the ones who sort of like pivot out of this. Once the good times are over, then suddenly they're not about the manosphere anymore. They're about the culture war. Suddenly they're about, crypto. If you look at like someone like, say, Leah Heilpern is definitely an entertainer. She's not about the manosphere. She's not about men's issues. She's certainly not about crypto anymore. She was, then she is, and then she's not. And you go see a lot of entertainers will flip-flop between topics, and then they'll try to explain how they were always about this particular topic, and that's really what they're about. The greatest difficulty for entertainers is selling legitimacy and authenticity, I think. So like Joe Rogan is an entertainer and does it well, and there's nothing wrong with being an entertainer. Just don't say you're something else. Joe Rogan's never going to say, oh, I'm part of the manosphere. No, he's not, and he would never say something like that. He's definitely an entertainer, and he's an interviewer. He's not a bad guy, right? But definitely an entertainer. So entertainers are less convincing hustlers usually. They don't meet the minimum height requirement for hustlers. Really what they're after is click-through rate. They're after impressions, and they're after analytics. Okay. So all of those things, click-through rate. If you don't know what that is, it's whenever something pops up in your YouTube feed and you click on it, that's click-through. And that drives impressions. I was just watching this one video, and I won't show it to you. I was going to riff on it at some point, but maybe it's a little bit too far out of the wheelhouse here. But I was watching this one video of like the guys who are the analytics junkies, like the guys who are the YouTube wonks when it comes to like numbers. And I think it's Think Media. It might have been Think Media, but the title of the video was was it? Oh, subscriptions are a vanity metric. I've been saying that for forever. And I ripped that off, by the way, from Tom, the guy who does my clips. He's the one who had to teach me about that. I learned a lot of my analytics from Tom. And when it comes to thumbnails and stuff, I do pretty damn good thumbnails. I even just to pat me on the back here, but that's primarily because I used to be a photo editor and I have a huge background in graphic design and art direction and stuff. So I got a feel for what I'm doing with that. But breaking it down, it's like it's a different animal to advertise your thumbnails or your videos on YouTube, and then maybe Netflix, right? If you go to Netflix, like not to the actual, not on your TV, but like if you look at it on a tablet or on your phone, you'll notice that the thumbnails for the movies are much different than the ones that are on the TV. But they still follow a format of a thing. It's like stupid face video or stupid face thumbnails. Do you know what stupid face is? It's like when you it's Mr. Beast, like is the master of stupid face, right? Shock. You know, that makes a good thumbnail. Even if you're ridiculing yourself. And the wider your eyes, that's a thumbnail right there. I'm going to clip that. I'm going to use that in another one, right? If you can see the whites of the eyes, if you show shock in a thumbnail, people will stop and look at it. That's part of the entertainer's sort of bread and butter right there. If you don't know how to do that, you should learn how to do that. Joffrey Baratheon, there's a name for you, was such a bastard of Game of Thrones that dude, that people actually hated him in real life. Andrew Tate is like Joffrey. No one knows the difference between the real person and the character. Yes, you're right. Here, I got a better one for you. Do you remember the Peloton commercial? I did this with Pat. This is in the Pat Campbell days, by the way. The Peloton commercial for Christmas. It was this wife who wanted a Peloton, and her husband got it for her for Christmas. And then it goes through the whole year, and then by the time they get to the next Christmas, she's like lost all this weight. And she looks great. That was the selling point. Like use a Peloton. And you'll lose weight and you'll be in great shape. People were outraged. They were just beside themselves with this outrage because how dare that man give his wife a Peloton? What's he saying? She's fat? Like that was this. I mean, it was just visceral rage to the point where the male actor in that commercial was getting hate mail and death threats because they thought he was the real deal. They thought he was actually, and they had to change the commercial to remove him from the commercial because there was people could not separate the fantasy from the reality. Kayfabe, right? They couldn't separate that. That's how you want to know which your competition is. There's your competition. You want to know how like impressionable people are. There's your impressions. Go to, I saw this, by the way. Sorry, this is going to be a little bit of an aside here, but I spend a lot of time in airports. If you hadn't noticed already, I have gotten to the point where it's like I am usually a people watcher to begin with. I learned how to do that in the wine and spirits and doing promos and working in casinos and stuff. And I remember the days when people didn't have a cell phone and they weren't looking at it all the time, right? But I was walking through the Las Vegas airport just like a day ago, and I'm looking around, and I do this occasionally. I've done this in the Denver airport and LAX and certainly Miami too. But if you look around, put your phone in your pocket or whatever, and just like walking to your gate, just looking and just count how many people are overweight and how many people are morbidly obese. And look at the guys and say, would an average chick want to fuck that guy? And the answer is no. To almost 90% of these guys, even the guys who are like not overweight or like maybe you would consider it within a reasonable tolerance of a normal weight. However, that's, I don't know, measured these days, BMI, whatever. A guy that I would say, okay, that guy's not overweight. And you look at those guys, even those guys, they're like stylistically rudderless. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? And granted, it's the airport. I understand that. But like, I'm looking around, I'm going, how many of these dudes, if they were on Twitter, or excuse me, if they were on Tinder or they were on, Hinge or Bumble, like how many women would like actually swipe on these guys? And I could not find a single dude. Nor could I find a woman who would probably be attractive enough to actually, get the interest of a guy if it was just based on, how fat she was or what her looks were, what her style was, kind of thing. I thought that, and I was kind of writing notes down because I like to take notes, so mental notes and really physical notes. I'm looking at this and I'm going, when I'm on Access Vegas, and you can say whatever the fuck you want about Access Vegas, but we get some women who are definitely some unusual women. Now, Gia, you might have a problem with. I get it, but Brandy Anderson, hot as fuck, dude. I am not simping when I say that. I don't think anybody would say that. That girl's not a good looking girl. Or Amber Rose, who I think is probably one of the hottest chicks that we've had on the show. By the way, she's up for Penthouse Pet of the Year now. Go vote. But we've had some very attractive, and some of them you say, well, they're not normal, whatever. No, they're not normal. Walk through an airport at a major metropolitan airport, that's normal. So if you were to see one of these girls walking through the airport, it's kind of like seeing a wild animal walking through like suburban sprawl, right? It's like seeing like a mountain lion walking through the down your street. It's like seeing a tiger or a panther just walk, like, oh my God, what did they get out of the zoo to see that? Like, that's how out of the ordinary like a good looking girl is by the masses of America. That's how fat our country is. That's how overweight, how obese our country is. Just put your phone away and 5 minutes. That's all it takes. Just look around, count. Like, you don't even have to be accurate. Just like make a mental count. Guys and girls. And stop and do guys and girls. Count. How many of these people are overweight? How many of these people are morbidly obese? How many of these people, even if they're like, pushing like kind of like a somewhat normal weight, how many of them would actually do well on a dating app? Precious few. And I know we talk about like the 80-20 and then the 4.5% of guys that women want to initiate contact with. I would argue that's probably less than 4.5% if you walk through an airport and see that going on. Now, maybe I'm biased, but that's what I was thinking. Now that's what I saw. Now you have to see it too. Okay. So as far as entertainers are concerned, the click-through rate, impressions, whatever the topics are, whatever the guests are, that's what drives engagement. Whatever drives engagement is what the best bang for your engagement buck is. That's what they will go for. That's why Nick Fuentes is on Pearl's show. That's why Kanye West shows up on Tim Pool's show. That's why when there's a fight or there's somebody walks off the show, when something like that happens, that's the bread and butter for entertainers. You can say, well, it's Maury Povich, marketing, and it is, but that is not the Manosphere. Okay, you say, oh, I got this Manosphere guy on here. Well, okay, fine, but the reason you're having him on there is because you think it will drive engagement. That's what drives your content. So the other part of that is like entertainers always can claim ignorance. They can always say, I don't know. I'm innocent. I didn't know who that person was. You can always say that up to a point, I think. I don't think Joe Rogan could say he doesn't know who Nick Fuentes is or Richard Spencer is or whoever else. I'm not saying you shouldn't have them on the show. I'm just saying you can't claim ignorance when you have them on the show. And then let's see. So entertainers are facilitators, meaning that they don't really do any of their own content. They might throw a few things out there, but occasionally maybe a spark of imagination or improvisation will appear. But for the most part, they're reading from a common script or a template or what they think will work. When I was talking to Myron and Fresh, I think it was by the time we got to like 2022, there's a lot of people who are starting to become ups and they're using the Fresh and Fit format. We just get a bunch of girls around the table and then we just talk about this stuff. We'll just pull, questions from Fresh and Fit and we'll just ask those questions. The problem is the reason why those shows kind of fall flat or they don't really do all that well is because they don't have the red pill. They don't know how to defend a point. They know the stats. They know how to regurgitate that rote memorization, right? They know what to. It's like if-then logic, right? If the guest says this or the bitch says that, then you come back with this. If then this, and that works for a while, especially if you can generate some sort of controversy. But after a while, it kind of falls flat because it's a one-trick pony, right? That you only know how to read from a script. You don't know how to improvise. You don't know how, there's no way to defend a point. There's no adaptation and improvisation, right? Because you don't know the material. You're just reading, just doing what you think the template requires of you so you can get click-through rate and audience retention and all the analytics that actually mean something, not subs, not likes. Please like the video, but it doesn't do much for the algorithm. And by the way, YouTube has more or less admitted to all this. The subs make no difference to the algorithm. What does is watch. You know how, and here's how do you know that? Because you can look at channels right now with shorts that have million view shorts, and you go to the channel and they've got 3,000 subs. Subs make no difference today online whatsoever. You know who it makes a difference to? People who don't know about analytics on YouTube. That's who it matters to. I'm ruining the kayfabe for you. Sorry. There's that guy, son of a bitch, Rollo. I'm happy to have 210,000 subs, organic subs. I don't do too much short form, as you know. I don't do too much short form video. But I do clips of these videos. That's fine. But even those don't get the kind of engagement that shorts would. That's why TikTok is the juggernaut, bitch. And then there's Instagram and Reels. And then YouTube's late to the fucking party with shorts. That's why they're hammering shorts right now and really pushing shorts out there, because they want YouTube to be the place to go. Google wants YouTube to be the place to go to see like short form videos to compete with TikTok. And TikTok is just eating their lunch. So when people talk to me about that, oh, I'm so impressed, you know, he's got 100,000 views, or he's got 100,000 subs. Okay. He's got 500,000 subs. Great. How many people are in his live chat? Like right now I've got almost 1,400 people. That would be a metric for me, because I know how live streams work, and SuperChats, for instance. We could look at those if you'd like. Feminism makes women masculine and men feminine. This is in essence the social corruption. How do we fix such deep-rooted tension? Okay, I'm going to star that because I want to come back. That's actually a good question, but that will be perfect for later on. So that's the deal with entertainers. Now, the last thing about entertainers is that entertainers are the cover bands of the manosphere. If hustlers and if hustlers are the one-hit wonders, entertainers are the cover bands. They never do any original material. They just do the material of other people and try to play it, you know, metal, disco, whatever. What is it? Bluegrass. You ever heard of Hasty Dixie? That's a good Hasty Dixie. It's great. Go look them up. You'll see why they're great. But they're cover bands. They don't do originals. They just do covers of shit that's been popular before. And that plays very well for the crowd that goes to the bar and grill and wants to throw back dollar whiskeys and have hot wings and listen to Mustang Sally be played over and over again. But they're cover bands. And that's what our entertainers will always end up being. And I'll tell you this, if one cover band is like, you know what, playing this style of music isn't really working for us, let's go be a disco band. Let's go be an 80s band. Let's go be a new wave band. Whatever, like it's go wherever the popularity is. If it's popular to see metal in the clubs, then that's what they're going to go play. That's what entertainers are. They're the cover bands of the manosphere. What do you got here? Why are all red pill female content creators so masculine? Are they? I don't think. Do you think? I think you kind of have to at least have a masculine mindset to be in this field in the first place. Although I wouldn't say that Torsia is masculine. Do you think she's masculine? I don't think so. But I do understand what you're saying. I think it's like, here's the thing is, if a woman asserts herself, like has something to say to you, and it's in the manosphere, proper, does that make her masculine? What if she looks like, I'm trying to think of who, a hot chick, like if she looks like one of the girls on Access Vegas, people go, oh, she's very masculine. Well, yeah, but go take a walk around the airport and then you tell me who's masculine and who's feminine. Is the fat, overweight, obese chick waiting at the airport, is she masculine? She might have the same opinion as one of the girls in the manosphere, but would you say she's masculine? I don't know. Most women are masculine, period, whether they're in the manosphere or not, where they're red pill creators. They're not red pill creators. They're facilitators. They're entertainers. They're cover bands. So that's that category. Now let's go to here. Outrage brokers. This one's easy because I've been writing about these guys for forever. These are the carnival barkers. Okay. Like, what do you mean by that? Well, when you go to a fair, you go to a carnival and you go through the games section, they're always the guys who are like out there just trying to get you to come and play the game. And so they have to say something outrageous, or they have to like find some way. Hey, I'll guess your weight. Come on over here. Hey, you're a pussy. See if you can make the bell ring. Boom, ding. Like that. That's the carnival barker. Those are the guys whose bread and butter is to maximize outrage. It's never been easier to be an outrage broker than today. And I have written essay after essay on these as far back as 2015, 2014. These are the guys who jump into this stuff because they're not here for anything. They don't believe in anything. They're just there for the violence. That's what they're there for. Then that's how they make money. And by the way, that could be the outrage brokers, especially in the manosphere space, are the guys who are out there saying, can you believe this bitch? She's delusional. Like if you see the title and then the word delusional is in there, most likely it's an outrage broker. Delusional woman, heated debate. She instantly regretted. Like those in the titles, that's an outrage broker, most likely. Instantly regrets it. Feminist says this, instantly regrets it. That's an outrage broker title. If it's like, what is it? Live a better life in 7 easy steps. Number 4 will surprise you. That's a hustler title. That's how you know it's a hustler, because it's usually the step-by-step thing. Like if somebody's telling you just follow these 12 steps for life and you'll live a better life. If somebody's giving you step-by-step, they're a hustler. It's simple as that, because it presumes that one size fits all. Follow these simple steps and you'll be just like me, 6 foot tall with a Lamborghini and a wing smile. Ding. Yeah. That's a titles will give away the type, the archetype, the master archetype, if you really look at it. But that's an outrage brokers heated debate. And I've done this before. By the way, I'm not above any of this stuff to get your asses into the pod class. You're going to get it's sizzle and steak, but to get in the door, you got to smell the sizzle of the steak before you go, what's Rollo got cooking? You got to have, red meat's back on the menu. Sometimes you have to do those things. Me going and doing an interview or a debate with Gary, the numbers guy, that's a lot of sizzle. If I was to go and do a debate with Destiny or whatever that kid's name is, Alex from Playing Fire. If I was to do that, that would be a lot of sizzle. You probably wouldn't get too much meat out of that whole thing. But again, you want to come to Vegas, doors always open. Invitations, open invitation. Anybody who wants to give me shit, you come to Vegas, we'll do it live right in front of everybody, God and country. Nobody's saying, only Gary has taken me up on that so far. But that'd be a lot of sizzle. Would it be a productive conversation? I don't know. I would do my best to give you the steak. But that's the difference between like an outrage broker. Now, here's the other thing is, so most of these outrage or the carnival barkers are aping the style of Fresh and Fit. Okay. And that formula, but they do it kind of badly. Okay. So their ineptitude makes everyone look like misogynists. That's I would say of all of these archetypes, it is the outrage brokers who critics look at as sort of like, that's what defines the manosphere. Those guys are whiny babies. Those guys, the only reason they say that is because their mommies didn't love them, or no girl wants to touch their peepees, or the reason why they have these dumb girls on there is just to make them look stupid. That's the assessment. That's what the outside looking in, that's what the mainstream thinks. Or the people who stand to profit from making other people think that's what they think. Because it's easy. Outrage brokers are the easiest manospherians to like criticize. Has nothing to do with the red pill whatsoever. All they care about is like lighting shit on. They just want to see the world burn. Don't matter. But I have to put the fucking fire out because I got legitimacy in this sphere. I gotta reveal the kayfabe for hustlers. I gotta reveal the kayfabe for entertainers. I got to certainly reveal the kayfabe for the outrage brokers. So when people from the outside looking in, they say, well, that's misogyny. What Myron does is misogyny. No, he's educating, but you have to actually sit and watch the show and to get an idea of what he's talking about. Once you do that, you'll get it. But no, most people don't have. Anybody got time for that? Nobody's got time.
Nobody got time for that.
Nobody's got time for that. It's the TLDR generation. Too long didn't read or didn't watch. They'd rather get a 30-second soundbite and move on to the next thing. And you know what? Google knows that. Instagram knows that. TikTok knows that. TikTok has made bajillion dollars off of that. Off of your lack of your attention deficit disorder. Pretty much. So that's the thing is, and now I should have, speaking of which, if somebody's saying, women ain't shit but tricks and hoes, that's probably the outrage broker in this sphere. There's other ones too. Or it could be like a Michael Knowles thing, like the Tradcons jump into this as well. It's like, can you believe these immoral women? I can't believe it. I am the bastion of ethics and morality, and it's just shocking, I say, that these girls from UCSB would think like feminists. Well, looks like we're not educating our girls in the colleges these days. I better go there and give them what for. Like that's outrage brokership as well, but it's outrage broker grifting on another outrage broker. What do you got here? Ironically, it was Destiny who gave a platform to Nick Fuentes. So you think that's irony, huh? Some of Destiny's largest views came from his debates with Fuentes. Yeah, just like some of Tim Pool's largest views came from Kanye West walking off the show. Let's see, how many times did he get swatted? He also got a lot of views from the whole Jack Murphy debacle. Sorry, I said it wrong. Milo Yiannopoulos, who else has been on there? I mean, name the people who've been on okay. At what point is it like, I didn't know what's going to happen. Wow, this is crazy. Or it was like, let's get this guy on here and let's blow up the internet. Trust me, I'm not beyond that. You think these guys are? Some of Destiny's largest views came from his debates with Fuentes. They had sort of friendly Batman Joker relationship up until their falling out last year. Yeah, it's all fun and games until somebody reveals the kayfabe, and then of course what it is now is Nick Fuentes is he's auditioning for the role of Richard Spencer for next year. Just throwing that out. Hear me now, believe me later. You heard me now, believe me later. Let's see. Like, do you think Sneeko is one of those? I don't know. Like, Sneeko is a come up for sure. I don't know Sneeko well enough to have an opinion on Sneeko though. I mean, I see what he does and I understand why he's popular. Do you think he's an outrage broker? Maybe a bit. Certainly, he's been doing it for a while. So I don't know. I would have to, I don't know. I need to look into his eyes so I will know the man's soul. So anyways, let's continue here. Critics here. Okay. The only thing, like, women ain't shit, but tricks and hoes, right? That's the only thing that's the only message that critics will hear from these shows. So that's how you get this bitch that was on with Corey Wayne talking about, oh, they're just, you mean the manosphere? Those guys who just wish that people would, girls would just give them free sex. That is like the most ignorant shit I've ever heard. But most people will see that and they'll go, yeah, sounds right. And then you got, hustler Corey Wayne going, oh, that's the red pill. Dude, how long have you been in this? I guess it's like, I don't hate Corey Wayne. I'm just kind of disappointed. Right? It's like, at least stick to your guns. Here we are at the end, or you're at the end. You might be at the end of your career and you're trying to pivot out. At least stick to your core. So anyways, so when we look at shorts, when we look at reels, we look at TikTok, it amplifies that female accountability grift, which, by the way, is all outrage bait. So anytime you see these guys on the street, right, whether it's like It's Complicated or whatever, is that the one that's in Vegas is It's Complicated. Or you see these guys, very few people do the man on the street thing very well. Mark Sabo and Nikki do it fantastic because they take the show and they bring it to people. They just need a different audience. But most people do it very, very poorly because what they're doing is the same thing that the outrage brokers are doing in studio. They just do it on the street. And they're looking for that moment where people like lose their shit, where the woman loses their shit. Like the guy who was just doing the astrology thing, same thing. He's just taking it. It's funny as hell. It's great. But it's just, if people go, well, that's the manosphere. See, people are just goofing all the time. They're not really doing anything. There's nothing. What problem are they solving? No, they're not. They're actually creating a problem, or they're grifting on a already pre-existing problem. Destiny called Sneeko the Miami boat girl. Oh, man, really? See, now I don't like Destiny that much more. I will say, now that you said that, you and Sneeko should collab. He has my number. Myron and Fresh put me in touch with him, and I would do, like, it's hard for us to coordinate schedules because he's like in Dubai and God knows wherever else. I would love to. Sneeko, come to fucking Vegas, man. Please. It's fun here too. You can drive fast cars and shoot guns here if that's what you want to do. The biggest thing he lacks is coming correct. He could learn a lot from you. And I would love to have him on and talk to him. We'd love to see him in Vegas. So would I. Sneeko and Destiny are at war. Are they? Because I don't know. Didn't Sneeko introduce Destiny to Fresh and Fit? And I don't know. We're all just in this little hug box. I guess not anymore. It's funny how your friends end up becoming, the people you collab with. One thing I have learned, and this is I probably shouldn't even say this, but don't make a clip of this. One thing I've learned in my time doing all of this stuff is that the people who can be your worst enemies, if it benefits those people, or if it benefits the people who end up hating each other, will do collabs and they'll still be totally cool with each other. And then it's prostitution, man. It is such I'll say inbred because it's not really inbred, but it's if it's all about clout, and I only say clout, if it's all about engagement, for instance, I have 210,000 subs. If tomorrow or this week, I suddenly skyrocket to 1 million subs, I will guarantee you, I will have people who hate my guts who want me to be on their show. Guarantee it. And you know what? I would probably consider doing it, depending on who it is, because that's what it's about, man. It's kayfabe. People don't stay angry at each other nearly as much as they should in this business. They don't hold grudges nearly as much as they should, and I think that's probably the number one thing that bugs me the most. And maybe it's because I got principles, right? I don't, but maybe I'm cut from a different cloth, come from a different generation. If you're going to fuck me, I'm going to remember that, man. I'm going to write your name in the book of grudges. I'm going to remember that shit, man. I just blows me away. When people attack you, and I've seen this happen before. I'm not talking about Fresh and Fit. I'm talking about other major creators who will collab with people who have tried to destroy their brands. And I'll go, oh man, it's all good. We settled it like gentlemen. Dude, the guy probably tried to get you on assault charges, SA charges. That's all right. Yeah, we're cool now. We sorted it out. What? The dude called your wife a bitch. No, that's all right. We sorted it out. We're all good now. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. And I'm being opinionated right there, but that's just how it is. Let me my asshole. We don't claim Nick Fuentes, and dang, people said I was bad. Yeah. Well, I just work here, man.
Well, I'm a whore.
All right, so that's the Outrage Brokers. Now we're going to go to the faux authorities. Okay, this is an easy one. The faux authorities are usually the people who are the red pill outsiders that get thrown in or dragged into the manosphere because they have some sort of legitimacy in another wheelhouse, and they go, "What do you have to say about the incels, Dr. David Buss?" You're like, "The fuck are you talking about?" They go, but we've been using your work to sort of reference the incels and try to solve this whole problem. What do you think about boys today? And then because they feel like they have to know something about everything, they'll opine about it, or they'll say, oh, this, that, and the other thing. And then suddenly now they're an authority in the manosphere. So that's exactly what happened with Destiny. Exactly. He has no fucking background in the manosphere whatsoever. Jack Murphy has more experience and more background in the manosphere than blue-haired Destiny. Yeah, I will die on that hill. Trust me on this. When people are saying, oh, when I hear, and then not just him, but those other guys too. It's when I hear people straw man Oh, those red pill guys are like this. Oh, Rollo always says this. Your boy Rollo, blah blah blah. I'm like, you clearly have never watched me. Clearly never read any of my books. Clearly don't know anything about like the stuff I put in those books. Because you wouldn't be saying those things if you wouldn't be making those presumptions if you had. It's almost worse than having somebody do a drive-by comment on a 30-second video, which you clearly know that they haven't watched, but they look at the title, they look at the first 3 comments, and they maybe look at the thumbnail and they go, fuck this guy. He's an old guy with a ponytail. I'm going to tap send like that. I have more respect for that guy than I do the guys who want to step in and say, oh, well, let's talk about the state of men today. Never in their life have they ever had to address these topics, right? Or they'll say, I know everything about Myron and Fresh. Or I don't know much about them, but let me talk to you for the next 45 minutes about how much I know about them. What the fuck is it? I mean, just this basic logic, like basic logical fallacies, basic logical, cognitive dissonance. Like you just told me you don't know anything about them, but you're going to talk about them for the next like hour and a half about like how they're ruining kids of today. You're just making presumption of things that you think sound right. It sounds truthy. And that goes back to the hustle. That goes back to the entertainers. That goes back to, I mean, there's a lot of crossover. By the way, just because one person is in one of these categories doesn't mean that they can't multi-class. They can definitely be 2 at the same time or 3 at the same time. So those are the faux authorities, right? So those usually end up being like the Twitch streamers, because when they find that their grift in Twitch isn't working as well as it used to, that's when they make the jump over to YouTube, or they make the jump to some other topic that is, related. I see a lot of people doing this, like the girl from Not So Erudite, and again, I don't remember her name, but coming in talking about the manosphere, or going to somebody like, say, Alex from Playing with Fire as some sort of fucking authority for the manosphere. Okay, she doesn't have that big a following, or she's not like that big a deal, but the very fact that that's the connection there. Like, okay, well, I can only give you so much credit for, trying, but try harder, do better. So when I see, but again, she's not in the sphere. She's not about it. She doesn't know anything about it, but she wants to pretend like she does. So she's going to talk to people who are faux authorities on the sphere so that she can be an authority on it as well. Because you know what? It's not, the mainstream is not going to talk to somebody like myself or Alex or anyway. They'll talk to Destiny. They'll talk to a girl. Like, I'm not getting the call from Jubilee, but you know who is? Torsha. What's her face? Janelle. Sydney Watson on Vice. Pearl. And I'm glad Tori is a good, I think anyways, is a good, somewhat good spokesman for the red pill as far as, women are concerned. But why would you, like, am I that unmarketable? I'm going on fucking Dr. Phil, for fuck's sake. But it's not about that. It's what's safe. We're going to get into the mainstream here in just a second, because the mainstream wants safe. They want plausible deniability is what they want. It's really what entertainers want too, but they want that plausible deniability. I'm tired of seeing Bill Maher repeatedly stating that the problem with intergender dynamics is just the phone. Yeah. Because you know why? Because that's plausible deniability. That's the safe way out. It sounds truthy. Well, if these kids could just, put their dicks back in their pants and not jerk off the porn, then it would solve all the world's problems. They would get back into college. They would go and really do something with their lives if we could just eliminate weed, porn, video games, and it's all on them. And we need to do it soon because the little ladies aren't getting any younger. You're the problem, asshole. The very fact that sounds truthy and something you could dismiss is very dismissive. That like a dismissive like explanation is your first default. That you're part of the problem. You don't understand it. How can you solve it if you don't understand it? You are never going to be able to solve 21st century problems with 20th century truthy bullshit. And that's what it comes down to. It's like when a guy says to you, like, hey, when your best friend comes to you and because like, hey, man, I'm in a dry spell, man. I haven't had sex in a long time. And I can't find a girlfriend. And man, bitches are really tough these days. And the dating market sucks. And fuck this and da-da-da-da. and your friend says, just be yourself, brah. Just smile at him. It's always worked for me. Just be yourself and the right one will come along. You know what that is? It's bullshit. But like that is just a dismissive because they don't know what else to say. It sounds like the right thing. Sounds truthy. And that's exactly what a Bill Maher does. That's exactly what a lot of these guys do because they have no background in the red pill. They have no background in what used to be the manosphere. They have no background in intersexual dynamics, and they have no desire to ever educate themselves beyond the truthy bullshit. So it's, you want to know why we still have these, just be nice to her. You know, on last week's show, I said the same thing. Like, I forget, it's Joe Rogan. Well, how come the PUAs can't just have a nice guy class? Because if nice guys got laid, you wouldn't have this problem. That's the problem, asshole. It's because they don't. Do you not think that guys have done that? But instead, it's just be yourself. Just be nice. Just be who you are. The problem is who you are. Women don't want that. Average women don't want average men. End of story. Oh, there's another chestnut for the manosphere, but it's true. Erudite did a pod with Ryan. Her name is Kayla. Okay, thank you. Kayla from Erudite with Ryan Stone. Now I have to ask him. I didn't know if maybe he was the one who gave me the link. I think about it. So, Big Mo's in the house. Hold up. Holla.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
There you go. God damn it, dude. Dog shit advice. You are correct. Here, yep, there you go.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
There, see, we sent you to hell and took you to heaven in 2 sound drops. Kayla, whatever her name is. Okay. I'm going to actually talk about her in a little bit here because I want to dig into some of these other things. So it's the faux authorities are the people who have no business being in the manosphere to begin with, but maybe they didn't actually, they're entertainers, but they're entertainers in a different niche that get dragged in because people want to hear what their opinion is on this new hot thing called the manosphere. How are you going to solve the problem with the guys? You're not with that bullshit, not with truthy 20th century, Dr. Phil Oprah-esque, solutions. Because all that stuff that you think should work doesn't work. We've already figured it out. It doesn't work. We got to figure something else out. But in the process of figuring it out, we give away the kayfabe, and we also are misogynists and assholes for calling out the reality of the situation. 90% of what people will call, like especially outsiders will call misogyny, like, those insults are misogynists. No, they're just basically outlining factual reality. But the very fact that they would makes them, you don't know what else to say. You don't have any diagnosis. You can't really go, maybe what they say is, there's no insight. So you rely on 20th century tropes. You rely on this truthy bullshit that you hear Steve Harvey and Dr. Phil and God knows whoever else, because it's easier to go with that because it sounds kind of right and then move on to the next topic because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about in the first place. Rather than, because it takes, and I get it. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of investment. I've said before, there is no elevator pitch for the red pill because there's so many little sub areas and little, offshoots of it. It's not just about getting your dick wet. It used to be, not anymore. So when I see that stuff and when I see people just trying to make just be yourself, bro. That's what I hear when people are like, this, they're just about this. That's what when people straw man, when fake authorities try to straw man the manosphere, usually the reason, the rationale is something I heard back in 1996. That's more or less it because it sounds right. Well, it sounds true. No, that's the whole point of the red pill is all that 20th century bullshit. When people talk about, fake news, this and that, they're willing to be on board with that. But they don't realize that the stuff that they used to believe or the things that we would presume are true from the 20th century have been debunked. Like that guy that I had on a little while ago. I'll bring him back up here for a second. What's his name? Dr. Russell Barkley. That's a cold fucking bucket of truth that I don't think people are ready for, but he's revealing the kayfabe, I guess. Let's see. So mainstream. Okay. So now we got to move on to this. So this is the faux authorities. Mainstreamers love faux authorities. So there's the mainstream, which is the Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro, which, by the way, didn't used to be mainstream, but now they are the mainstream. It used to be Fox News. It used to be all the old guard, all the commercial television, all of the old 20th century media used to be the mainstream. They are not the mainstream now. We are 22 years at least, 22 years and 4 months in, almost 4 months into the 21st century. They are not the mainstream anymore. Dr. Phil is not the mainstream. Fox News is not the mainstream. MSNBC is not the mainstream. You know who is? Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire. Those guys are. I went from a political side of things. Who's the mainstream? I would argue Tim Pool is the mainstream right now. He got more eyes he's got more views than CNN does in the same time slot regularly. You want to know why he's like worth more money than God? That's why. He's got that live audience ready to go. You know who else is the mainstream? Unfortunately, Ethan Klein, H3H3. Why people are into that, I have no idea. I went looking at was it playboard.co, which is like an analytics site. It's kind of like Social Blade. It will track like who's making the most money online. In fact, maybe I'll just screen share with you some of this stuff so you can get an idea of the kind of money that's changing hands here. And these are like not even really big channels that you would think of. You know who the number one most super chatted channel is right now? Well, like the week of the April 10th through the 16th. You know who that is? This is very little known channel. I think they've got I think they're under 100,000 subs, but they made $14,000, probably close to $15,000 in super chats. You know why? Because what they did was they took web cameras and they put them in this house that they probably bought. Who knows? And they put people in there. And the challenge is this. It's called Fish Tank. Okay. And I realize it sounds a lot like Big Brother, but this is Big Brother for the 2020s. So they get people and they put them into the house. And they're usually like Zoomers. They're usually Gen Zers. I don't know what the actual demographics layout is, but they get a few people. I don't know how many. It looked like there might have been 8, maybe certainly under 10. They put them in the house. And they're not allowed to leave for 6 weeks. That's it. Can't leave the house. I mean, they'll deliver food. There's stuff. I mean, you're not going to die, right? But they're going to keep you all together. And it's basically to watch what happens like when total strangers get together and they're supposed to stay in the house. It's kind of like Big Brother, but only like I think for the internet, right? The internet age. And there's my dog. Yes, that's Anna. That's my new one. She's very loud. Sorry if you can hear it. But it's fantastic because it's a constant live stream. It's always on. And people are watching it and they're super chatting to the tune of about 14 and a half, 15 grand for the week of April 10th through the 16th. Outclassed Fresh and Fit easily. Outclassed all of the religious podcasts, which make a lot of money. Outclassed even the anime, I don't even know what to call it. The gamer sites, whatever, because usually it's Fresh and Fit, it's Manosphere sites, it's the anime gamer sites, and then it's and religious stuff. Always rank in the top 10 of most super chatted, except for now. That was a great grift. What a freaking! It's called Fish Tank, I think. I'll go dig it up. I know it's not anime. It's like little, I don't know. It's like prepubescent little Japanese animated girls that are like probably some guy with a voice changer or something like that. Pretty twisted shit, to be quite honest with you, but they make a lot of money in super chats. And these are channels that don't have Fresh and Fit have over 1 million, but like these are channels that don't have some of them don't even have 100,000. And they're making money hand over fist. Subs make no difference. But that's the whole grift. That's the whole thing. Is they're looking for something that's a good money producer. And they figured it out. I don't know how much they're offering them, but how am I so out of fucking touch? Tell me. How? Would you like me to show you? I'll go here. Let's go see. I'll be happy to go get you a playboard real quick here. Let me do this. Let's see how out of touch. BOARD. Playboard.co. Here we go. I got my dark channel. Okay, so this was let's see. I could go back 1 week because now we've entered a different week. But if I go and I look at these here, I will share my screen with you. Give me 1 second, please. 1 moment, please. No, not that. Where'd it go? Share screen. Here we go. So this is Playboard. These are the #1 most super chatted channels. Let's go to, oops, not that one. Let's go over here. Here we are. Let's go to weekly. And I was looking at this week right here. There it is. Sam and Nick's perfect clips. 14,800, almost 15, close to 15,000. Can you guys see that? I think you guys can see that. Here, I'll expand. There you go. So, and this, by the way, Sam and Nick's perfect clips. It's a clips channel, and they are at 14,000. That was for the week of the 10th through the 16th. Enforcer guy. This is actually. This is kind of a fluke because I think I looked at this guy's channel and he's like covering the Russia-Ukraine war, and he's at 13,000 for his super chats. Then you go and you got this TD Jakes always ranks in the top 10. He's a pastor. He's one of the religious channels. Then you got Pipkin Peepa. I think that was it. Like this is what I was talking about. This looks like the voice changing channel right here. This guy, she, he, whatever it is at 8,000. $8,219 in a week. FAZ Smash. I don't know what the hell this is. But remember, to make this kind of money on super chats, you have to be doing a live stream. Okay. Now here we go. Maddie noted she is also another church. She's a prophet, by the way, prophetess. Number 7 is Tim Pool in IRL, which he's always in the top 10. Prophet Lovey, another church in Jesus, again, making money hand over fist. They're selling Jesus again. Fresh and Fit, of course, they're at 56.90. And Tim White, who I have selling Rolexes. Apparently that's a good grift. I don't know. Dr. Disrespect is down there at 13. Usually Dr. Disrespect is in the top 10 easily. Let's see, Toad Smoothie. What the hell is Toad Smoothie? So we can get an idea here. So let's, who should we look at? I mean, we can look at Fresh. I know why they made, because Icy got in a fight last week. So we can look at Sam and Nick here, and we can see their subs are on the way up. They're still very low though. Okay. So they've got, let's see. Okay. I'm sorry. They're under 1 million though. So they're at 230,000 subs. They got a lot of views, but what's making them money is the fishbowl thing. So if you go and you look at their super chats here, I mean, they're making, let's see, this was on the 13th. They made 37.80. I mean, look at how much money they're taking in daily on this. And I believe if you super chat on the fishbowl, then they will like do things, right? So the revenue right now, estimated revenue is like $58,000. This is a channel with 230. Like they've only got 20,000 more subs than I do. Okay. It depends on what you're doing. It depends on how you get to it. Okay. If you look at these, you can see what they make. This is a stream. These were deleted, but you can see how much they made on these. Chris returns, but what cost? 22, 23. It's a good chunk of change. Stream. Let's see. Let's freak out. I don't know why these guys are making this kind of money, but they are. 23.65. 21.18. 3,788 for a, gosh, that's a good one. Let's look at this. For a show that was all of 3 hours and 11 minutes, like shorter than my own. Right? So that's, I mean, if you want to go to playboard.co, you can go and check that out and see what I'm talking about there. But how am I out of touch? Tell me. How I'm as out of touch as Playboard.co is. I'm as out of touch as anybody else is, right? Right. So there you go. But you want to know where I get my info? It's either that or Social Blade. That's how all this stuff works, dude. That's how all this shit works. It's analytics. It's looking at stuff, seeing what's yeah. I'll tell you this: is Fresh and Fit being 9th on that list is actually a low. They've been number 1. They usually rank in the top 5. Just throwing that out there too, because that material, the content is popular, and also they're not a cover band. They're doing original shit, right? And people say, well, they're doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah, they are. But there you go. What was your super chat, dude? Did you put that up there? Please, so this Alex Amadeus can get fucked. Okay. Okay, sorry. Let me go back. I probably missed it. They call them VTubers. Is that what it is? VTubers? Yeah. Sorry, I missed your super. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I got it now. You're the guiding light for our lost men. Well, thank you, Somatic. Much appreciated. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say. Oh, hey, just this just in. Mike Sartain will be on. He's going to Jedediah Bila on the 17th. I presume the 17th of May. Okay, so he's going to be there. We're also going to be on. He and I will both be on Adam Sosnick sometime between the 15th and the 21st. So this just in. Breaking news. Mike Sartain will be on with Jedediah Bila on May 17th. Check your calendars. Look at your local listings. There you go. See, you heard it here first. Yeah, so great. Playboy. Yeah, thanks. I got it. I got the Playboy thing going. Somebody, she has numerous. Okay. So I got a few other things. Well, thank you. I don't see how that's like going to crush anybody, but okay, whatever. So as far as the business is concerned, that's the business. Now there's one last category, and that is the men's ministry podcasts, which of course I would refer to. Like I can say Ruslan's one of those guys. Ruslan's kind of like a hybrid though. He really wants to be in the red pill, but he still loves Jesus. And I
know who my God is. Hallelujah.
Yeah. I think, was it Pastor Doug Wilson is trying to get his fat ass back into the manosphere again. I think you want to talk about hypocrisy? Doug Wilson, Mike Foster, I think who else the other guy is. You look at these guys who are trying to sort of reinsert themselves back in the manosphere. I know you guys. I watched you guys give Dalrock so much shit. Dalrock, DALROCK. WordPress.dalrock.com. Good friend of mine. I remember you. I remember Warhorn guys. And now suddenly it's like, oh, well, we want to. Most guys who are like the men's ministry guys, and this is with the notable exception of like, say, Glenn Lawrence or the guys from Iron Disciples. That's the reason why I try to like collab with them, because I think they're actually honest brokers. But you look at a guy like Doug Wilson, who I know used to give shit to Dalrock all the time because Dalrock was pointing out their bullshit a long time ago. Now suddenly the Tigers change its stripes. No, dude, you're just a grifter. You're in this because you see this as the next popular thing. And a lot of guys who are like sort of the religious dudes, like even Dennis Prager, who, by the way, I forget the guy he was talking about. He was talking about, I've got it queued up if we want to watch it, but I was talking about pornography, because he was sort of giving this after action report from the Exodus / whatever religious summit with him and Dr. Jordan Peterson and some other, I don't know, religious intelligentsia talking. They had some like roundtable. By the way, they did that in Miami, and they did that, and it took like 8 days to record. I'm like, Jesus Christ, 8 days. Wouldn't take me 8 hours. They had all these guys, sort of roundtable discussion on topics and religion and sex and men and women and blah, blah, blah. And I will tell you the thing that shocked me. Here's the thing that got me the most about Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager, I did not know Dennis Prager is 6'4". If you're going to listen to Dennis Prager, bear this in mind. He is 6'4". He is on his third marriage. Gotta keep that in mind next time he's there. And by the way, he's there smoking a cigar with this guy in the interview. It's just, wait, what? You got a Lambo waiting outside too? I was like, son of a bitch, what happened to Dennis Prager? It's funny to see him like try to just jump in. People everybody wants some. All these guys want some. The pastors want some. They want to turn it into men's ministry. The only honest people I can think of is probably the guys in Iron Disciples. Everybody else is just like jumping on board, man. Ruslan's in this because it pays better than being a white boy Christian rapper. And that's where he is right now. Sorry, Nazi. You want to come and discuss it? Come to Vegas, dude. I'll be happy to talk to you about it. I asked him that question on Adam Sosnick's show. What pays you better, being an influencer or being a Christian rapper? I think the choice is obvious here. I think the proof is in the pudding. What you got? Sancho Bohemian, my goodness. What are you saying? Did you see my tag on IG? I think I might have. Can you tag me in IG? I'm sorry. I have to be like when I'm on the road, like I don't get on social media as often as I do when I'm in the studio. So you'll have to bear with me. Let's see what else we got here. I'm about to move this on. What separates me from them? Let's see, 20 years and 5 fucking books. That's what separates me from them. Doing this way longer than I probably should. Probably against my better judgment. Yeah, that separates me from them. What separates me from them is I will do something like Access Vegas, and then I'll do this show and we'll bring it back down to earth. That's what separates me from them. What separates me from them is I'm happy to do a show with like the biggest jet screaming, big titty jet screaming hootie queens, have a good old time in freaking Las Vegas and hang out with Mike Sartain, the Dark Lord of Las Vegas. And then I'm happy to go and do shows, you know, with people who are got maybe 8,000 views. I'm happy to buff out guys like Iron Disciples. That's what makes me different than them. What makes me different from them? You really want me to go there? Because I'll go there. I will absolutely go. You know what makes me different from them is this is what makes me different. This is what makes me different from them. Let's see. Here. I rarely do this. I don't like to do this. Handwritten notes that is like kind of smeared because the lady was crying when she handed me this. Rollo, I'm a mom of 3 boys. Most of my best friends have boys. Delivered your book to my best friend's son who was struggling with a relationship breakup and depression. Saved his life in more ways than one. Since then, I've recommended your book to all of our sons to arm them with the knowledge and the tools to succeed in reality. Thank you for saving my sons' lives. Sincerely, thanks, Lorraine. I'm not going to read her last name. Anything else? Would you like me to continue? I'd be happy to school you a little bit longer if you'd like. It's actually kind of enjoyable. Yeah. 5 books, dude. There's my receipts. That's what makes me different from them. Would you like me to show you? Like, I could probably go through my emails right now. Dude, I don't have to worry about it. You don't fade me, brah. But I'll go and I'll do a show like Access Vegas. And then I'll go do Jedediah Bila. And then I'll go Dr. Phil. And then I'll go and I'll talk to Andrew Tate and I'll go on Fresh and Fit. Then I'll have Richard Hart from Hex on. And then I'll have Richard Reeves on. And people say, that's a bad look, bruh. Okay. One of the best interviews I ever did. It's my opinion anyways. I've been doing this for a lot longer, but you know, what else? What else? Do I need to continue? Should I continue? I don't have to flex on you, dude. I don't care. You wanted the answer. I'll give you the answer. Okay, let's see. What time is it? Oh, we are at the 2:22 mark. All right. Let's see what I got started here real quick. Let's see if I can go back here. Hey, Rollo, love your books despite all the small font. Okay, I answered you. Feminism makes women masculine and men feminine. Does it? I don't know if it's necessarily feminism, but I think that's probably that's probably the workable, that's like the organization. That's the arm, the arm of the social movement would be feminism. Maybe. I don't think it was intended to be that way. It's just, that's the byproduct of it. This in essence is societal corruption. How do we fix such deep rooted delusions? By the way, let me show, how do we fix them? We wait for the meteor. That's number 1. We wait for any kind of war. That's a global war. The other way we would do that is find some way to find some social upheaval, find some revival, which you will never have in the media age where it's in people's best interests to keep a brother down. So you can try to do it socially, but it's not going to happen. I will tell you right now, it won't happen because it would force people to go against their best interests. So it's got to be something like disastrous. And I hate to even put it in those terms, but like when I've said this before, like people say, I can't, Rollo, like I can't blue. I can't. My brother's so blue pill. They hate me. They think I'm a misogynist because I love your work and I'm a red pill and I'm aware and I want to help these guys and I want to unplug them from the matrix, but they're resistant to it and they hate me for it until they have a traumatic experience. I've said that before. Is that guys will find the red pill. They'll be resistant to it up until the point where they're at their wit's end, or they're in a really bad breakup, or something happens, like something catastrophic, traumatic happens to them. And then they'll have the insight to actually say, you know what, maybe I should rethink that. Maybe I ought to change my mind about myself or change my mind about that. Maybe it usually comes from pain. It usually comes from trauma. It usually comes from catastrophe. Now, scale that up to a societal level. And that's how you're going to cure it. That's how you cure feminism. You wait till the meteor hits, or you wait till the natural disaster, the tornado rips through, Tornado Alley. Until the floodwaters rise, until the wars start, like, boy, I'll tell you, man, in the Ukraine, they sure shit. The ladies like, hey, fuck this, I'm out. What needs to happen is guys need to see that and remember that and not put up with that bullshit and say, look, when you have the luxury to bail out of this war zone, I don't. By the way, that's the trump card for anything. When we go, women have always been historically oppressed. No, yeah, well, oppressed to the point until they have to actually be conscripted to go and fight in wars. That's not oppression. That's men dying for you and for all the things that I by the way, I brought this up with Gia in that show on the Access Vegas show. And again, I don't care what your estimate is of the Access Vegas show. I'm doing it because it's enjoyable, first of all, and I think it's a different way. It's a different spin on. Really, people say, oh, you guys are just like Fresh and Fit. Yeah, except we don't kick girls off the show and we still have pretty good engagement and we have pretty good conversations. And that's really what it was about. I don't want the show to be like Fresh and Fit. I don't want the show to be like whatever podcast. I don't want it to be like that. I want to have good conversation. We sit down and we have these. I mean, sometimes it's going to get heated and sometimes the girls are going to get buzzed, whatever. I got that. But that's that show. This is this show. I did a show with Miguel on, economics and why men are out of the labor force. You don't have shit to say about that. Well, that's a bad look, Rollo. You don't say that. But if I'm going and doing Access Vegas and Rollo's going, is this what he's about now? I'm about fucking everything, man. I'm about that. I'm about going and having Richard Reeves on. I'm about talking to Miguel about macroeconomics. I'll have George Gammon on. I'm about that. You guys don't have shit to say about that. But if I go and I do Access Vegas, then suddenly I'm falling off a cliff. All right. Why are all the red pill female content creators so masculine? I don't think they necessarily are, but I think the impression is that if they're on the show to begin with, if they're influencers to begin with, then they're masculine. And maybe you're right. I think you kind of have to be a little bit masculine to be in this sphere to begin with. Something about not calling Destiny a beta cuck. Who? Where? When? Thank you, Mike, for your 99 cents. You know what? You get that. I don't know how you get red as the highlights on those, but there you go. If I see red, I get it. All right. Say my name.
Say my name.
There you go. Let's see. I did see your tag now that you mention it. Thank you. Got it. All right. Well, it's hard for me to point stuff out. I've called out Outrage Brokers. I've called out, faux authorities. I've called out all these guys. Now we're going to dig into the misperceptions that people have of all of these things. So everybody's selling you something on the net, right? Everybody wants to say, well, they're just doing these things because they want you. They're playing on your emotions. They're no better than girls. They're just gossip girls. They talk shit about each other. Yeah, they do. I'll tell you why they do. Would you like to know? I'll tell you what. What do you got? Emailed you a clip of Ruslan holding. Yeah, okay, thanks. Famous talking boys. Yeah, well, what did you expect? What do you expect? When they run out of answers, that's the answer, is what sounds truthy. And that's usually inspired by feminist ideology. Oh, well, we should all be equal. No, we're not. And we never will be. What is this? The red is just in StreamYard. Not. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I know. I just saw that right now, too. Why is it in? Maybe that's something I need to bring up at the next town hall for StreamYard, which another thing I participate in. Hotep and Build. Great stream with the Iron Disciples. Thank you. Hotep and Build. You mean hold? Hodl? Hotep and Build. All right. I've got this to dig into. Then again, this is not a cut on Purple Pill podcast because people are going to go, oh man, he was talking shit. I don't talk shit. I just analyze shit. Where'd that go? No, that's I could throw Dennis Prager on there, but I figured I'll hold off on that one. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, I got to take issue with
tunnel vision. We love the idea that if you're not broken and shattered in a million pieces by modern feminism, you love the idea that you would be focused on one man, and you love that feeling of waiting for him to call.
Okay. I love you, Jed, but let's dissect this a little bit here. It's not modern feminism that is broken women. It's women who have broken women. Okay. It's not some nebulous, fiendish plot. It's women who have promoted feminism, maybe, who are breaking women. That's pretty much what it is. Let's get down to, let's distill it down to like components here. So it is women are doing it because they're acting in their own interests. So really the only reason I mentioned this on Miguel's podcast, the only reason why feminism was able to sort of become a social force in the first place, right around the end of the 60s into the 70s, like militant feminism, like Gloria Steinem style feminism, Betty Friedan style feminism, which we still hear those who you want to talk about truthy 20th century tropes. We still hear the same truthy bullshit from 18-year-old girls on Fresh and Fit. They're basically paraphrasing Betty Friedan, Our Bodies Ourselves. They're basically paraphrasing Gloria Steinem, and they have no idea where they came up with. I don't know where I got that. It just popped into my head. Yeah, because right around 1965, when we had hormonal birth control, and in the wake of that, we had the sexual revolution, the spike in divorces, the precipitous drop in marriages, more women enter the workforce, Title IX, legal Roe v. Wade, in 1972, 3, somewhere around there. Go off the gold standard. Women get credit. They can have a bank account. They're in the workforce, and productivity skyrockets, but mean wages stay the same. These aren't coincidences. Okay. So the broken women of today are the products of an invention that happened in 1965. You want to know why feminism became popular? Because it could. Feminism had been around since since Seneca Falls in 1849. Feminism with the suffragette movement, whatever, first wave feminism, like that. You want to talk about, there's no waves, but like the suffragette movement. Oh, we need rights to vote, right? That's feminism. It's been around for way longer. We didn't say the women in the Greatest Generation were like feminists and they were broken. They were still part. What about the women who were suffragettes? What about the women in Seneca Falls back in the mid 1800s? No, what happened was women could become militant feminists, I should say. They could get their way into ecology. It's not feminism you're worried about. It's gynocentrism, really. It's tyrannous, is what it is. Androcentrism and gynocentrism are both systems of tyranny. They're both hate movements. Androcentrism and gynocentrism. Patriarchy is a balanced system of organizing society based on evolutionary, the division of labor and conventional sex roles, because we are different. But when we give women the keys to the castle, this is what we get. It's not feminist. Feminism is just a byproduct of giving women the keys to the castle. Again, feminism has been around for a very, very long time in one form or another. It's just been broken up by wars, social upheaval, the Bolsheviks, whatever the hell, like anything that's going on. It doesn't have to be in this country. Suffragettes were in the UK as much as they were in the United States. They were considered terrorists back then. How come they weren't? There's your broken women. Bombing police precincts, assassinating like public figures. Yeah, you might have a case that they're broken. This is not a new development. This has been around for a while. It wasn't what we called feminism. We just called it something else back then.
And it being all about him and looking into his eyes and feeling like you don't need anything else in the world except him. We love that. It brings us an incredible amount of joy, an incredible amount of security and pleasure and comfort, and we feel safe and all of those things.
For a worthy, high-value man, maybe, perhaps. The problem, again, Jed, is average women don't want to get with average men because they've been conditioned over the course of the last 4 or 5 decades to be indignant, to ridicule men, to never want to have any kind of like conventional gender roles. Oh, we want a moon for him. You cannot look up to someone who is your equal. So when you're like, oh, my partner, this, my partner, using the language of this bullshit, right? I don't want to, because she's kind of changed her song a little bit about that. But like when women cannot look up to a man who is her equal, period. End of story. And that's by basic human nature. Women want to, like she just said, we want to look into his eyes and feel special and and all of these things. Yeah, to a worthy guy. So it's not so much feminism as it is women's base nature. Women are like that because we've allowed them to through a convention, through an invention that has allowed them to have unfettered hypergamy, more or less. Hypergamy exists with or without feminism. Gynocentrism, it follows hypergamy, but hypergamy comes before feminism. Hypergamy comes before gynocentrism. The feminine imperative, the best interests of women, always comes before any social initiatives or personal initiatives for that matter. So when we say, women will break rules for an alpha and they will make rules for a beta, right? That's essentially what she's saying. But it's like you put it in like sort of these middle-aged woman prose. That's what it comes down to. Prose. Prose. Essentially that's where it comes, what she's getting into in this sense. But you have to remember that women are looking for they're looking for a guy who is a worthy of submitting their life to, worthy of pairing up with. Because if it was about equality, they wouldn't care about what your status was. If it was about equality, or if it was about love, or it was about, I want to moon over him. That's not what it's about. It's about wanting a guy who can provide, protect, and be parentally invested, but he's also got to be fucking hot. And nothing else but that will do. And when you walk through the airport in Las Vegas, remember, all those women who are like morbidly obese, they're all following the same subroutine as every other woman.
So any woman telling you that that's not true, or telling you, oh, I need to have several guys so that one doesn't become too important to me, broken, shattered, wrecked. Wrecked by modern feminism. Red flag.
Okay. Not wrecked by modern feminism. Wrecked by female nature. There we go. That's the nature of the machine, Jed. Feminism, yeah, you're correct in a social system, a system of social organization, perhaps, but it's not feminism that did that. It's women's nature that did that. It's unfettering that nature. It's making it inconsequential, right? No accountability. Why do you think like Myron and Fresh Show, like that template? Why do you think that is so popular? Because it's so rare for a guy to hold a woman accountable. It is rare for a guy to be able to hold his own like Myron did against Sean Reynolds. It is rare to even hear that, because most guys just pander. They want to be, I hope she sees this, bro. I hope most guys will mouth the words of feminism because they hope that any woman in earshot will hear it. Hey, you leave her alone, mister. At the beginning of the show, you had something you were going to talk about. I'll get to it. Don't worry. It's in the queue. Better to take the risk of starting an LLC and try to work for myself than working a retail job to supplement income. Why do you need a supplement income? You should have a side. If you have to supplement income, that should be a side hustle. You need more side. Here's what I think. You want to talk about old order thinking, or like the 20th century thinking is I got to have one main job and then I'm going to find have a lot of side hustles. Maybe one pays you more than others, but thinking in terms of here's my job and this is what I do. And I get a retirement and I go to school and I get this job. 20th century thinking. You'll get lapped on in the 21st century. What should I improve to get better? Funny you should ask, my good friend Sergio. We're going to get to that right after I get to the rest of these super chats. Here's how you can improve. If it takes disaster to fix this, then that means your work and the Red Pill Monument are monumental to keeping society stable. Okay. Thank you for your work. It changed me. I'm glad. See, that's you. How are you different, Rollo? This is how I'm fucking different. Right there. This dude right here, that's how I'm fucking different. What do you got to say? Come on. Come on. Bring it. Thoughts on Danielle Epstein? Who are they related to Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know who that is. Sorry. Somebody hit me to that, bro. I only know one. Actually, I know two Epsteins. One of them, they both ain't named Danielle. Marxism, feminism, egalitarianism were like getting a new credit card. At first, it's free money, and now it's maxed, and no one knows how to pay the bills. Well, I agree. You're halfway right there, Rick. Because Marxism and classic suffragette first wave, whatever, initial feminism, which was a suffragette movement, it's not a coincidence that Marxism started at about the same time that Seneca Falls went off, and how they kind of made strange bedfellows, but they were both shared a lot ideologically. So feminism, what we now know as feminism, the Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem style feminism, definitely takes its roots from that. But you got to remember that Marxism and feminism both came up like in the mid 1850s. I think it was like Seneca Falls was 1849. And I want to say Communist Manifesto was like it was pretty close to that. It might have been 1850s or something like that. But there are several good books about how socialism, communism really paired itself nicely with feminism because they're both find common roots. Egalitarianism, of course, yes. And you think about it though, like women's innate psychological way of organizing society is communitarianism. They're the gatherers, men are the hunters. Men are hierarchical, women are more in the round. They're more egalitarian, they're more communitarian, I should say. So socialism is a natural fit. It's appealing to the female psyche. Oh, we can all, you get one and you get one and you get one. Oh, Betty, you're pregnant, so you get two. And Joan, you get one. And Michelle, you get one and one and one. And so it's like, you want to know where like this redistribution of wealth comes from? That's communitarianism. It's how women think. That's why we suddenly have these conversations about like what democratic socialism from AOC. Imagine that conversation would never take place during like the 50s, like McCarthy era 50s, politics. That would never take place. We fought wars to resist that, or at least that's ostensibly the reason. I know it's the military industrial complex, but that seemed like a good reason to go to war, to resist the communists, to resist the socialists. And now suddenly it seems like a great idea to have democratic socialists in the freaking Congress and in the Senate. Why? Because more women are in there. That's why. Would you like me to show you the studies that show that women are more interested in inclusivity rather than they are free speech? Lots and lots of studies on this. They're more interested in curtailing personal liberties if it means more security. Lots and lots of studies on that. What is it? The most endemic, let's say, passing down of ideology is leftist politics from family to the daughter. Got the stats for that too. If you'd like me to quote them, I'll be happy to bring them out for you because I got them. I wanted to tell Jed that too. Women and men aren't broken. They're not broken. They're doing what they're going to do given Like, for instance, you know, if that's the case, then men must be broken too, because men have, at least in virtual sense, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. That's why pornography is an addiction for guys. It's 68% of Christian men, right? So given the unfettered access, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, which is exactly what porn delivers in a vicarious sense. I mean, not like literal sense. That's why guys, you want to know why guys don't want to get off the couch? They're too busy rubbing one out because they don't have to work for it anymore. The dopamine hit they would have got from like mooning at some girl's eyes or whatever, it's gone, man. It's long gone. It's 20th century. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea. I'm not against it. I'm just saying that here's the thing. You can be analytical about shit that you are diametrically opposed to. Just because you bring it up does not mean you're endorsing it. Got it? So if I'm bringing this up and I'm saying, well, men are jerking off to porn and women are self-entitled little bitches and they nothing but the best will do. And it's, what is it? Men do the right thing and women do what's right for you. I can say those words and not agree with them. But that's the thing. I can't do that without revealing the kayfabe, without making it seem like, well, he wouldn't be talking about this if he didn't agree with it. No, I can separate fantasy from reality. I don't know how many of you guys can still do that, but I can. Yes. What do we got here? What do we got? French fried taters. Catching up on the stream. You 100% called it, Rollo. In the last couple of weeks, I've seen two channels. One fitness, one lifestyle, skirt around or name drop the red pill. Of course they do, because they know that that's where the gravy is. That's what you want to know why Ben Shapiro even gives two rats' asses about like whatever podcast in its present form did not exist 9 months ago. Keep that in mind. You want to know why everybody, like you can see all these tradcons pulling clips from whatever, because it's safer to do it from white guy Brian, who I like, don't get me wrong, but like he's got co-eds from UCSB. They don't seem as ratchet as the girls on Fresh and Fit. Yeah, of course they're going to go to that. Why do you think Michael Knowles was on there? Why do you think Amala from PragerU was on there? It's safe. It seems safe. Seems like the place to go, but they still want the juice, but they don't quite want the rational male juice, and they sure shit don't want the Myron and Fresh juice. Who else is there? How about whatever podcast? They got 4 million subs. Yes, built off the back of a pranks channel, which is what it was before it became whatever podcast. Let's get girls around this. And by the way, not for nothing, but there was a certain guy. Let's just name him by name. Turd Flinging Monkey. People will give Turd Flinging Monkey all kinds of shit for having Celeste, his sex doll. We did too. Mea culpa. When we were on Rule Zero, and we had him, and he has been on the show, and I like Turd Flinging Monkey. Aaron Clary likes Turd Flinging Monkey. There's still the sex doll issue, but like I don't think that I'm going to hold that against him. But me even having to do that, people will go, "Well, he's got a sex doll." Brian has a fucking sex doll on the show. Every single show, it has a name. We should introduce them to Andrea. That's the name of the blue-haired sex doll that sits next to him still to this day on whatever podcast. We should introduce Andrea to Celeste. I think that would be, oh man, what lesbian porn you could get between those two sex dolls. Why is nobody like calling that shit out? Isn't that like TFM's weird for having a sex doll, but Brian's not weird for having a sex doll on the show. I just work here, man. I just fucking work here. You tell me. Can we get up? Oh, of course you can. What are you talking about?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't
was saving
nasty?
It. But you gave me $5, so I got to give it to you. And by the way, she called that, well, you can get the real thing here. Like, yeah, but it's more fun when people are using your sound drive. It's nothing but love, Jed. That the reason why I do this.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
Because it's so good. That's why. You are the Joan Rivers of the Manosphere. I bequeath you that title right now. Can we talk? If you don't know who Joan Rivers is, you bloody well should, because it's like Jed is that in a nutshell for the Manosphere right now. Nothing but love, though. Oh, man. Yeah, TFM is he's a good resource, period. Hell, I've quoted him. I quote him. And when you hear somebody say, by the way, man, he's not the one who coined this, but like might as well have. When people say responsibility without authority is slavery, that's straight out of TFM from like 2016. I will cite that source till I go to the grave. I use it all the time and I will continue to use it, but I will also give him credit for at least making me aware of it. I find out that he pulled that from somebody else like earlier, but that's what we do. Like we stand on the shoulders of giants. So there you go. There you go. See, I give it to you. I lay it at your feet. So I want to get into, let's see, the next thing. Okay, so since Sergio hit me up, Sergio, by the way, is the guy who runs Purple Pill Podcast. I do have this. Where did it go? Okay, here we go. This is how you can improve, Sergio.
What is a problem that y'all think the manosphere has right now, and how do we fix it? Let's start on the opposite side this time, though, that we normally been doing over here on the right.
This side?
Yeah.
Oh.
Notice how they're like kind of like clueless. When I talk about like, what did I just say a little while ago? I said, you know what? Most of these guys who get into this grift, this whole shtick, they can't defend a point, even when they're supposed to be against the manosphere or find some sort of critique against the manosphere. You can see like sort of the loading bar, like loading up answer right now.
But the manosphere has something going wrong.
Come on, you guys hate him. You should think that should be an easy question.
I'll say it. They got this whole thing with the chicks all wrong, bro. Like this whole like red pill, blue pill. Like it's just like you just gotta understand females. Like it's just not.
That's what the red pill's about, brah.
It's all bullshit, to be completely honest. Like you just gotta know who to fucking talk to, who to trust, and
who would that be? Everybody's like, do you notice? So whenever somebody is like straw manning, it's like those guys, on that the manosphere. Those guys always say some people XYZ. It's always something ambiguous. Nobody ever names names, and even when they're like, you got to know who to trust. Well, who? It's a simple question.
That's really it. I hate to be so simple with it, but it's just like
You're simple with it because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I used to make this shit so hard until I didn't. Until I met the right people. This whole red pill shit about women and that they're bitches and they're all this.
Okay, where are you getting that? Like, who is saying women are bitches?
It's just like it's not that. So I think the manosphere really has it all wrong about women.
Okay.
So yeah,
that's what they need to fix. What about you, Avi?
Yeah, I mean, respect to the red pill community, respect to the manosphere community. I wasn't here during the inception of it, so I definitely respect the OGs and what they've accomplished, the niches and the things that they've helped. Because again, I haven't prevented any suicides. I haven't, so I respect all that. However, for me,
so you don't know what you're talking about. So you're going to preface this by, I don't know anything about this, but let me tell you what I know about this.
I think there is too much of a focus on female nature as opposed to male nature.
I don't know who you're watching then, because I think even like some of the worst guys are still talking about men's nature. How the hell we talk about simps and pussies and manginas and all that other stuff still. But again, long on rhetoric, short on specifics.
Right. And, we are so focused on trying to understand women, we are tending to forget understanding ourselves. And that's the direction of my channel. I really want to put a focus on understanding ourselves, because when you understand yourself, you kind of save a lot of time and you don't gravitate to women that you're trying to understand. Right.
Okay. This sounds to me like Confucius say. Confucius say, understand oneself before one understands a woman. One wise man says, know thyself. Doctor, heal thyself. Like, what the fuck? Like, again, it's like relying on this truthy 20th century bullshit. Like, how much of this? I let him keep
So
going.
if you're trying to understand women before you understand yourself, now any woman is accessible to you in the sense where they can hurt your feelings and shit or ghost you and shit like that. So for me,
So when do you understand yourself enough that you go, you know what? Okay, I know me, and now I'm going to go after some chicks.
I think if we really look at ourselves in the mirror and we really focus on what we are, what we want with standards and etc., and we're on our purpose or goals, I think that is that will be more beneficial to men as opposed to really trying to figure out women. And I will say this too, lastly,
because the manosphere and the red pill have never talked about any of that before. This is groundbreaking shit, man.
There is more money in the disease than the cure. I think the cure is looking at yourself in the mirror and understanding what you want. I think that this.
Okay, guys, here's an experiment. This is what I want you guys to do. Okay, watch the end of the show. At the end of the show, this is your homework. Go and look in the mirror and go, what do I really want? And then see if that solves the problem. See if that's gives you the insight you need. The fact that you're even watching my pod class to begin with, but let's just say I'm one of many. Is that go look in the mirror? Do that. Finally, we have a prescription. Look in the mirror and ask yourself what you really want. Have you done that, or has anybody done that already? What do I really want? Pussy. What do I really want? A big, juicy fucking sirloin steak. That's what I want. Oh, or no, it's like, what do you truly desire? What is your true desire? Lucifer Morningstar. Hey, is there some magical epiphany that's supposed to happen if you say your name like 3 times in the mirror? Does like Candyman show up, or the Lawnmower Man, or whoever the fuck it's supposed to come? Like ROLLO TOMASSI. That's like what happens when you do that? Like what magical things happen?
Disease is the quote unquote red pill. I think a lot of guys prey on the trauma that we've all experienced. I think a lot of guys prey on the fact that, their quote unquote love and support is contingent on you constantly needing them to guide you. As opposed to taking the training wheels off. So I think the bottom line is, it hurts their bottom line when we all grow up and look in the mirror. But
so here's how you can get away from all that. Look in the mirror. I've been following this guy who's really been, I don't know. I don't know if he's taking me for a ride. He's a charlatan. How do I get out of that? What do you really want?
They don't want you to. They rather you look at them than look in the mirror. So that's my take on that.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Okay, please. Let's just. I don't take this personally, okay? Because who is doing that? Who? Name a name. Just anyone. I've seen this. By the way, this reasoning comes from Hafiz. It comes from Ruslan. It comes from Destiny. Comes from Alex from Playing with Fire, comes from a lot of people who are quote unquote in the manosphere, quote, are red pill experts, right? Who are you talking about? Who is doing that? Who is taking you for a ride? Who wants you to focus on them like they're some cult lead, like they're freaking, Jim Jones, right? They're, David Koresh of the red pill. What fiend is doing such a thing? They're playing on your fears. Who is doing this? Because all I see is a lot of bullshit. All I see is a lot of finger pointing, but nobody's talking about it. Nobody's saying this guy, this guy, this guy. That's wrong. That's right. This is this. Do you think that Myron has a cult? Myron, no. Who are you talking? Who are you talking about? Because there's only so many people it could be.
Make a lot more money keeping you a customer and single than they are making you actually a good person.
Precisely.
Yeah, you know what you just mentioned there, Sergio, is churn marketing. You know who does that more effectively than Red Pill? Tinder, Hinge, and Bumble. Oh, and Instagram too. Way more effective. If you have a problem with churn marketing, look to Tinder first, because it is not in their best interests that you find the love of your life. In fact, they want you to have a series of meaningless hookups because it keeps you coming back to the application. Oh, and if that doesn't work out for you, that's okay. You can pay a premium cost for $30 a month, and then we'll rank you higher in the ranking system, the tournament ranking system. So, if the problem is churn marketing, there's a lot of people who are doing churn marketing way better. Do you think I'm doing churn marketing? Do you think Myron is doing churn marketing? Like, who else? Who else could it be? Who else? Do you think Pearl is doing churn marketing? You'd have to ask her. I don't know. Do you think Brian from whatever podcast is doing churn marketing? Who is this? Who are we talking about? Because I guarantee you that once you get into the specifics, you find out how full of shit these guys are. And I'm not just poking at these guys because this is representative of a lot of this is the same truthy bullshit. So when people ask them these questions, this is the standard. This is what you should say. This sounds right. It's not right because you can't like point out any specifics. Because if you were to do that, they would have to reassess their bullshit.
For me, what's the direct? What I change about the manosphere?
What is the problem with the manosphere? You think, and how can we fix it?
Problem with the manosphere. I just think people need to learn how to manage their egos. It's like unnecessary competition, and just like the watchers. I this is like should I say personal? Like the watchers, like you guys hear this videos, and you hear this video was good, this video wasn't, but when you're like doing this shit, bro, and you know these cats for real, it's like a different.
Facts.
It's a whole different thing. Like, if you're just a viewer, we almost can't have a conversation. I'm just gonna be real, because I'm a viewer and
every last one of these guys struggles for an answer here. You would think that if they are that critical of the manosphere, they should jump right up. Like, well, let me tell you. Let me explain to you. I'm an expert on this. I know what I'm talking about. Here, X, Y, and Z. You ask that question to me. I will. I got a whole fucking notebook full of that shit. If you knew what the fuck you were talking about, you would be able to snap that out for like rapid fire, machine gun those answers off. But you don't, because you're entertainers, you're hustlers, you're outrage brokers. They're guilty of the same bullshit that they're talking about. Well, these guys are the infighting and yada yada. Let me explain to you something about infighting. Okay, beefs. I've talked about internet beefs before. There's a difference between the politics of personal destruction and an internet beef. That's number one. People love beefs. Are you kidding? That's part of the kayfabe. Oh man, the Undertaker hates, Macho Man Randy Savage. Oh man, I can't believe that. This is gonna be a grudge match. All right. Do you honestly think they hate each other? No, they don't. What did you say, Serge? If I pointed out specifically, I would burn bridges with men who I still see on my side. Yeah, you know why you will burn bridges? Because you're interested in click through. Not for nothing. You're growing a small channel. You're growing a new channel. I get it. I don't believe in dividing us even more. No value in that. I rather have a conversation. I understand the desire for that, but hear me out. Each one of the guys that are on that show, including myself, including you, including Myron Fresh, including Kevin Samuels, including Pearl and Brian from whatever podcast, and everybody is their own brand. That's why you will always have these fights. That's why you will always have conflict. Because if one person disagrees with another person, it's not like, oh, okay, we agreed to, hey, shake hands. We agree to disagree. No. Because what happens is anytime you disagree with somebody or you have beef with somebody or you even just say, hey, look, this guy's not legitimate. Why? The reason why I get kind of bent about some of these guys who want to say, well, these guys, here's the problem with the manosphere. The reason I get bent with that is because I have to clean up the fucking mess. Because I'm the one that I had to go on Dr. Phil for fuck's sake to clean up Andrew Tate's mess. I had to go on fucking God knows how many different podcasts when people go, well, don't you think the red pill is X, Y, and Z? I'm like, why do you think that? Well, because Ricky Red Pill, whoever the next come up is, said that this is what you guys are about. I'm like, who the fuck is that? But I'm the one who has to go and do cleanup when somebody shits the bed. Did you see that Pearl got Nick Fuentes on the show? What do you think about that, Raul? How is she a good representative of the red pill? I'm like, is she? I don't know, because is she an entertainer now or is she not? I don't know. But I'm the one that has to go clean up the shit in the bed. So when I see this stuff, the first thing I'm out of my mouth is like, who are we talking about? Let's get into specifics here. You want to solve a problem? Let's go get down into the nuts and bolts instead of like, reading the fucking tea leaves in our daily devotionals. Like, let's look at some specifics here. Nobody wants to do that because it's not good podcasting. But the reason why people have a problem with it is because they have a problem with it because it's brand management for the people who are the personalities and the influencers. When your revenue and your ego and your livelihood becomes your brand, anybody who's critical of you they're not just attacking your brand or even an opinion. They're attacking you personally. So you will always have competition, and you will always have, in some ways healthy, in some ways unhealthy, but you're always going to have competition amongst people like this. All the guys on that show are in competition with you and me, in one way or another. Ain't nobody friends. Like, we might collab, we might have fun, but again, like I was saying before, your friends will become your enemies, and your enemies will become your friends. And you know what? That's interchangeable in this freaking, orgy of bullshit, this kayfabe. And like I said before, like people who you would think would never get back together again or would never like collab again, trust me, they will. If the clout's good, if the engagement's good, they will do it. It doesn't matter. Oh, they try to get you arrested. Yeah, but they just hit 1 million subs. Like that matters still. But it's brands. And it's not like when men become their brands. Like I always say this, I want to talk to the man, not the brand. You're talking to the brand. So the reason why you don't want to call these guys out or you don't want to burn bridges is because it's not because of what they're saying. It's because you don't want your brand to suffer by calling them out on their brand. So it's not even people so much as it is brand competition. So bear that in mind. I'm not popular enough to have any of these conversations with these channels, and I don't do red meat videos. Well, okay. If you're having Destiny on there and you're having Tori on there, and I forget who else you had on recently, trust me, you're doing red meat. one way or another, you are. You're active. Thank you very much, Serge. The day they are ready to talk to me face to face live, trust me, I'll be ready to speak my points. I know. Okay, well, good. But again, still come up. You want some professional advice? You're not managing podcasters. You're managing egos at this point, myself included. By the way, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when we are influencers, their self-assessment, their brands are measured in likes, in subs, in engagement, analytics. That's how they can measure. That's what you want to know why women are so like insufferable today, is because everything is measured in likes, subs, followers, views. Oh, my video didn't get as many views. And then next week, it's like she got 1 million views. Oh, I'm on top of the world. It's like fucking roller coaster. It's like bipolar. Social media makes women bipolar. One of the issues I've been seeing lately with the manosphere is the fact that we have too many women invading our talking spaces and influencing men. I agree. We have enough. Put it that way. No more. Nobody else gets access to the club anymore. No, you guys, I'll tell you, here's the thing. It's not going to be women in the manosphere. It's going to be the women who are in the manosphere now who are going to be critics and haters of the manosphere probably within the next 3 to 6 months. All the women who like are really hot about it, I'll guarantee you, like the people, and the names. I don't even have to name them. You know the names. They will, I would say a good 2/3 of them will be anti-red pill by maybe September or October of this year. If not, I'll be surprised. God bless. It's because that's the way it progresses. Like guys follow a script. Guys get into the manosphere, they get into the red pill, they make a good chunk of change. Their revenue is dependent on being the next pickup artist or the next red pill sensation. Then when it doesn't work anymore, they make more money off of hating on the red pill and saying, I've learned my lesson. The prodigal son returneth. You think guys do that? Watch when women do it, because women get way more attention when they do. Oh, I got into that red pill thing and I was really about it for a while. Then I discovered they're just a bunch of misogynists. I can't believe that Rollo guy. Fuck him. zing, all the, engagement, views, money, super chats, endorsements. Hey, want to come on Daily Wire now because now you hate the manosphere? Sure, come on in, bitch. Come on Vice. Come on Jubilee. Come on whatever. Talk shit about them now because that'll get engagement just as much as engagement as when you're for it. It sounds more legitimate coming, like if it's a guy who's had like change of heart, like Roosh. Roosh had a huge 180 with respect to game and the manosphere, like everything he was about his entire life. Oh, I've renounced all that. I took all my books off, and now I'm going to live the life of this monk ascetic in, Eastern Orthodox Christianity, and the end. You know what happens? Goes on Christian podcasts, still has a newsletter, right? And now he's kind of faded out into obscurity. Uncle Roland, a lot of chameleons in this space too. Yes, there are.
Maker, you know what I mean?
And we behind the current.
Yeah, I make shit and do shit. So I think the manosphere needs to focus on the key word, which is
what do you make exactly? Like, what are you doing? Because I know what I do. I'm the author of 5 fucking books. I know what I do. I do this podcast. I do Access Vegas. I do serious shit, and I do kind of lighthearted, fun shit too. I don't see you making the rounds. So, like, what are you actually producing?
man.
Right.
Man. So you need to produce more men and more leaders.
And how do we do that?
There you go.
Right? That's what need to be the focus. However much pussy you get, that's your own personal shit. You know what I mean? If I like to have my one girlfriend and you like to have threesomes and you like to have a fight, that don't make you, or that doesn't make us different levels of men. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because that's our own personal shit. Our bedroom shit is that's what it is. It's our bedroom shit. So I think that we need to focus on making more leaders, because leaders make leaders.
Okay. So this is the leadership hustle. And I do like Offie, so I'm not going to throw him under the bus, but it's one thing to have like 37 books and like be like, if your book is like this thin, did you write a book? Is it a product or is it a book? Is it some way to make money off of Gumroad, or is it are you actually about it? Maybe he is. I don't know. The long and the short of it is when you get to the leadership, well, you need to create more leaders. Dude, that has been a very popular meme for a long time. Walk around the Las Vegas airport and see how many of those guys are ready to be leaders. Think all those guys ready to rock and roll? You think those guys should be leaders? See, the problem with leadership is there's got to be followers too. You have to have something. People have to look up to you and go, you know what? I want this guy to really direct my life or show me what I should do. Where are we going, General Rollo? Rollo's Roughnecks. Where are we going? What are we doing today? I only have one rule. What? It sounds right. We need to make men men. Okay, how? Long on rhetoric, short on answers.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just like teachers teach people, and then those kids become leaders, but they still have to be taught first.
No one's teaching leadership. Leadership comes out of guys either through necessity or through natural talent.
You know what I mean? So I would say that focus more on leaders. We can get all types of that don't really matter, bro. Like, cause
see, okay. So, and then again, the presumption is that the manosphere is all about pussy. Really? I just did a show on economics with Miguel. Why are guys not in the workforce? Maybe we need to make them leaders. What would we tell the mother at the beginning of today's show and in that video? What would we tell? Oh, nice. The reason is you didn't create, your sons aren't leaders. You got to be somebody worthy of respect. What makes you respectable? I think maybe that would be a good place to start. Like, what we need to make leaders. Okay, well, what are leaders? Well, we have to be respectable. Okay, how do we make them respectable? Show me how to live. Show me what's your plan there? If it's just Confucius say, or it's Marcus Aurelius Stoicism, right? Or it's Zig Ziglar, think positive thoughts and positive juju out into the universe. I don't need you for that. I can go to Zig Ziglar. I can go to Norman Vincent Peale.
You know, see, the thing is these women throw out pussy easy now, anyways, bro. Like, you know,
I have to point this out. Women just throw out pussy easy. Well, then why is everybody watching all this shit? Why? We don't advertise in the Red Pill. We don't go, hey, look, there's a billboard. You know, do you want free, easy pussy? Because if it was easy, like, would there even be a manosphere? Hey, just be nice. Women will be around. Like, or the reason I'm being facetious, but this was a common trope for MGTOW for a while. God, women are easy. You just go down to a local bar. You just sit there and wait. Just sit around with a drink in your hand and a girl will wander along. Like, I'm dead serious. That was like that was part of the advice. It's like, you know, getting with a woman is easy, but like really improving yourself, that's hard. Duh. Of course it is. But you know, what else is hard is actually having social skills so that you can engage with women as well. The very fact, I think what gets me is like, they don't know enough about social skills and what guys are going through, whatever. They don't know enough about social skills. They don't know enough about like game. They don't know enough. Like, I've heard, and again, I don't want to throw like Justin Waller under the bus again here, but like when I've talked to Justin and I've listened, and I was on the show with him, as a matter of fact, I told him this. I said, look, like the stuff that you think you're against PUA, you're not, because the advice that you give when it comes to like dealing with women is exactly what PUAs of the mid 2000s said. He didn't know that. Like I told him, I said, like, you know, back in the old Venusian Arts Day with Mystery Method and RSD, they used to have competitions. Like they would go out in groups and they go out to clubs or whatever, and they would try to get blown out. They would literally try to get rejected and they would make a game of it. The person who could get the most rejections would win. Like they would throw in $10 into the pot. The person with the most rejections would win the prize, would win the pot. And then it was like, who got the worst blowout? Like then you get an extra $5 or something. They made a game of it, right? And what it was meant to do was to sort of habituate guys to, like, you know, handling rejection, because these guys really hated getting that was one of their approach anxiety thing, was the fear of rejection. How do you get over that? Then you go out there with the purpose of getting blown out, so you could deliberately feel getting rejected and realize it's no big deal. Justin had said something like very similar to that. Like, here's what you guys ought to do. Go out and get blown out a whole bunch of times, right? Like, you're not against PUA. What do you mean? Well, that's exactly what they used to do back, and he just doesn't know. I explained that to him. Or a lot of the stuff that he will talk about that seems to be like natural for a guy like Justin, who's very, very much a natural and very much understands his own game and understands what works for him, and then thinks it applies to other guys. The advice of the natural is almost identical to the guys in the pickup artist community. So you're not necessarily against game or PUAs or any of that stuff. It's just that you just want it to be more like along the lines of occurring naturally instead of having to learn it artificially. It's the same medicine. It just comes to you in different ways. You want the holistic version, or you want like the big pharma version? It's the same thing. And I think a lot of these guys suffer from the same dynamic. Like, oh, the guys ought to do this and this and that. How are you going to do that? How are you going to make leaders? Where's your class? Men need to be men. Good advice. Hell, Ben Shapiro saying that. He's got a bigger format. You're going to lose that battle with him. Men need to be men. Rule 0, iron rules, sidebar, first principles. Yes, thank you very much. From the Red Pill, the now defunct Red Pill Reddit. Quarantined and then killed and drowned in the bathtub. These guys view women as abstractions. Yes, absolutely. All right, so I'm going to pull that. I got another thing to get into here. Just a second. What else was I going to give you today? So Sergio, long story short, I understand you're suffering from the same malady, malaise, vocabulary. You're suffering from the same disease that Chris Williamson was suffering right around his 100,000 subscribership mark. Chris Williamson, I've seen him go from being kind of obscure to he's close to 1 million right now. But people take him seriously because he's good looking, first of all. And then second of all, it's because he's formerly on, he seems like level-headed. right? No, he's a bullshit artist, is what he is. It's just that he just is selective about whose bullshit he decides to promote. I've seen Chris Williamson talk to one guy, and that guy who's an authority, whether you like it or not, is that he's propping up as an authority. He'll say one thing, and then the next week he'll have another professional authority on the show, and they'll say something exactly the opposite, and he'll be behind each one of them 100%. Oh, this guy said this, and then this guy said this, and they could be like diametrically opposed, and he promotes them both as if they're like both logically sound. Well, dude, you just said that bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes, and then this guy says the guys in the manosphere are, trying to tell everybody that bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes. Or like right around the 100,000 mark, Chris Williamson was like, "Oh, I don't want to have that Rollo guy on because he sounds gleeful." And maybe I'm the Dave Mustaine of the fucking manosphere, right? Everybody thinks I'm an asshole, but literally out of his mouth, his wife. You can go look at it. I know that probably the video's still up. Pat Stedman's Polish passport actually asked him, like, when are you going to have Rollo on? And he said, I know Rollo, I would like to talk to him, blah, 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 but I'm a little hesitant because he sounds gleeful and I don't want to alienate half of my audience. And that's where you're at right now, Sergio. You don't want to alienate anybody. You can't be everyone's friend, especially not at this stage. You can get away. I think you can get away with more when you're a come up than you can once you get to, like, say, the 500,000 mark. You got a good studio. You're in the right location. I'll give you that. But if you want some like YouTube advice or you need some brand advice, take a side. Enter into action with boldness. Like call these guys out. Who? Like, just one simple question. Who are you talking about? Ruslan, who are you talking about? Hafiz can't even say, like, we all know who he's talking about. Even Pearl will mention my name. Hafiz will not ever say my name because he gets like a cold. He breaks out into gets into a cold sweat every time my name is even mentioned. And by the way, yes, I did see the interview of Hafiz with Dr. Gad Saad. That entire interview was Hafiz trying to get Gad Saad to throw me under the bus. Gad Saad didn't even know who he knows my name, but he didn't know who Hafiz was talking about, because Hafiz wanted to say very similar to a lot of what these guys are saying. These guys don't know what they're talking about. You guys are the real deal. You and Dr. David Buss, and you have a degree, and you've been doing this a long time. And it's like the people that I quote, right? You're legitimate, but there's these guys, these charlatans in the, have you ever heard of the manosphere? There's one guy in there, and I can't remember his name, but it escapes me. Do you know who he is? Dr. Godson. Who is this guy? He's got this book out there, and everybody like alluding to me. And you know what Dr. Godson says? Oh, you mean Andrew Tate? I was like, oh man, it's like he's trying to poke him, like say it, do the thing. And it never happens. It's like, it was so delicious because I know what he was trying to do, but it never came out of Dr. Gadson. Another reason I love Dr. Gadson. So I have, let's see, where's the other one? Here we go. Gosh, this was too good here's more video for the ages here. I want you guys to watch this really quickly.
What happens is that people apply finite rules to infinite games, and then they wonder why it's not working.
What's an example?
The Vietnam War isn't a simple example, which is basically the U.S. lost the Vietnam War because they were applying a finite structure, which is we're going to win this war, and the Vietnamese people were playing an infinite game structure, which is we're going to stay alive and keep fighting. And as long as someone is staying alive and keeping fighting, they will beat the person who's trying to end something. And so the infinite frame always conquers the finite. And the thing is that most of the games worth playing are infinite.
Not really.
If you were trying to get in shape, you don't win getting in shape. The point is to stay in shape for the rest of your life. You don't win at marriage. The point is to stay married. You don't win at business. The point is to stay in business and keep doing business.
See, this is not, and I like Alex, but I think he's kind of shilling here.
The point of the game is to keep playing. And I would imagine success, if you put all of those things together, it's an infinite game. And so the point of success is to do the things that make you successful. And so if you're doing the things that are making you successful, then you are by definition winning.
No, you're not. Okay, so finite and infinite games. I have the book right here, Alex. You're not as profound as you think you are. Trust me. I gotcha. Where'd it go?
Gotcha, bitch.
By James P. Carse. Published 1993 or 94. When was this? The reason I know this is because I caught another guy in his bullshit about finite and infinite games. Copyright 1986. The year I graduated high school was when this fucking thing came out, Alex. Finite and infinite games. You ain't as smart as you think you are.
Gotcha, bitch.
This is where you want to know where the hustle comes? I know where the fucking hustle comes. I see it. I know this shit. Well, he's not wrong. No, he's not wrong, but he's not original either. And the other thing is, that sounds very profound. Wow, I'd never thought of that before. I'm sure Chris Williamson is like, really? Infinite games? Oh my goodness! Wow. Oh, how you're wise beyond your years. Yeah. 1986. Everything he's talking about is in finite and infinite games, and has been republished over and it is a good book. Don't get me wrong. When I was the reason I know about it is because if you were in, let's see, the Psychology 101 program in my school, that was part of the curriculum. That was part of the required reading. Any questions, class? That's what I'm talking about. You want to talk about outrage brokers, entertainers, hustlers? And I'm not saying Alex is a hustler. He's got a lot of really good stuff, but like, do better. Gotcha. It's not hard. Finite and infinite games. It's a very old book too. I've seen people quote like Dr. Warren Farrell from Why Men Are the Way They Are, which is like one of my favorite books of all time, really. But people want to know what my reading list is. This would definitely be on that reading list. But don't think it's original. Thank you. Yes, the prosecution rests, Your Honor. And I like Hormozi. I do. I really, really do. But you know who's sitting there going, wow, this guy's really deep? Fucking Chris Williamson. Gotcha, Chris. Got you.
Gotcha, bitch.
Got you too. And the other part is that you have to remember that, and here's how I know that is because, first of all, I had to read in psychology classes when I was doing my university work, but also the idea of finite and infinite games that, oh, well, infinite games will always be. No, it's the difference between a war of attrition and the war of strategy. Okay. Go read 33. You want a better book than this? 33 Strategies of War by Robert Greene. That will show you how infinite games can be defeated by finite games to have a definite ending to it. The thing about infinite games, like a concept of infinite games, is it applies very well today to churn marketing. Definitely. But don't think it's original. It's not. You want to know where the hustle? You go, what's the problem with the manosphere? That, Chris Williamson, authenticity, people who aren't about it. That's, you want to ask me, like Sergio, if you were to ask me what's wrong with the manosphere today, Rollo, I would say too many people who don't know shit about the manosphere thinking that being taken as authorities. That'd be the first thing out of my mouth. First thing. And we could talk about that for hours. And it wouldn't be like, well, because guys need to be taught to be leaders. No, I don't think they do. I don't think that, because you know what? You can, you want to talk about what sells? Like, oh, they're trying to play on these guys' fears and they just want the focus to be on them and they should be looking in the mirror and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, but then the other guy says, well, was it Offie? Says like, well, we teach men to be leaders. I don't think so at all, because you can't have leaders without authority. You can't have leaders without responsibility. Until you cover those things, until you get down to nuts and bolts, all that sounds like is like the right thing to say. Just be yourself. That's all. That's that advice is be yourself. So that was that. And then what else do I got here? I want to get to erudite, but I don't know if I'm gonna have time today. But I would be remiss if I didn't get to this sumbitch right here.
Origin is largely a product of longing, you know. Not to say there aren't incels who hate women. There certainly are. I think.
Okay, this is Vaush, the new premier expert on the manosphere, incels, and the red pill.
The hate is a second order feeling, though. I've certainly experienced the emotion of having someone who I had quite a crush on, and you know, I nothing was going to happen there. But you know, do
you think Vaush should be teaching leadership?
Feeling that I had for this person was significant enough that after a while I kind of didn't want to be around them that much because it sort of dominated my mind when I was in their presence. And I feel like that negative.
So essentially you had one-itis that the red pill points out in the very first chapter of The Rational Male. You suffer from the soulmate myth and the fallacy of the one. And had you read The Rational Male, you would understand that.
Negativity multiplied by it being all women, not just one person, and it being a perceived lifelong thing. Because of course, these people, they think this is like forever. You know, they're
Right.
16. They think like, oh, well, I'll never get laid. If I haven't lost my virginity by 16, it's over. It's like, okay, you know. But I mean, tell a 16.
They don't think that, actually, by and large. I know that sounds right. See, that sounds truthy once again. That's the 20th century answer. Well, we all go through the awkward teenage years. Yeah. In Stranger Things, in 1986, in 1994. Not now. That shit's gone, man. You know what they see? They're watching hardcore porn on their freaking show, on their in another window while they're watching you. They're exposed to things that past 20th century generations were never exposed to. And on like fucking the utilities, man, like hot and cold running water. Easy. So it's not about, oh, well, I think it's the end of the world. And some of them do. And that's still definitely a thing. But they're also desensitized to the fact that they see, because what they're seeing, the real problem is they see it live 24/7 and they can't get away from it. It's not about like fixating on one chick and then they hate women because of that one chick rejected them. No, it's from being exposed to chick after TikTok video, after reel, after short, over and over and over again. It can't ignore it. Your diagnosis is based on 20th century understandings, Vaush. Not 21st century reality of the guys who are living behind a fucking screen. You can't go on TikTok. You can't go on Instagram. You can't go on YouTube Shorts or Twitter for that matter without seeing this shit every single day. Seeing an example of female nature every single day. If there were no manosphere, if there were no Rollo, if there were no red pill, it would still exist. Because it's unignorable. And so when I listen to this shit, it's like, this is not only is this 20th century thinking, it's like a meme that is in the head that is supposed to be like an idea or a prescription or whatever, that's supposed to be like it's software, like a virus being spread from like an old operating system, right? From an old function of like, it's like trying to make your operating system from like your old 486 computer work on today's unit or your whatever you're fucking like my new Mac, right? Whatever it is. No, it doesn't. It won't load.
Year-old that they're wrong, right? You can, and you'd be right to, but they won't listen. And the way to get out of that in many cases, I think, at least from what I've heard from my community, is that it starts with
good. Well, we're going to go by your community. And we're not going to use your community being the foremost authorities on the red pill.
Friendship. When you think of women, I'm speaking mostly here as like the idea of these incels being heterosexual men. There are, of course, gay or pan incels, but overwhelmingly,
Thank you for being inclusive.
This is a heterosexual tendency. Hell, there are femcels, you know. I mean, God, it's a beautiful world out there. But
the internet is weird.
Oh God, yes. When you see,
wasn't somebody telling me like Vaush and like Destiny had like a falling out or something like that? I can't imagine why.
Women as a desirable object of affection, and only as that, it clouds your ability to engage with them. Because I don't know about you, I've never talked to an object of affection. I talk to people mostly in my job and in my life. And
okay, so this is the lie of individuation, which I've covered 100 different times. People are people. You can't generalize. You don't know anything about them. They're all random special snowflakes. That's why we call them snowflakes, by the way. They're just, unpredictable forces of nature. I mean, it's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get.
We know how to talk to people. Most do. Even the socially awkward have.
No, they don't. That's why they're watching these things. That's why you're where you're at right now, as a matter of fact.
Idea of how to do it. We're not all, I don't know, Bochi the Rock over here. But you think of a woman as something else entirely, a different category of person. All your social abilities dry up. And instead, they're just this abstract configuration of emotional and sexual feelings that you can't really combine into the shape of a person. But when you can learn to see.
Okay, let's parse this out for a second, because he's half right, half wrong here. Men, human males, when they see again, this, I got the studies. You want to see the studies? When human males see a half naked girl, like the Sports Illustrated, when Sports Illustrated had like hot chicks on it, right? When they see a girl in a bikini, when they see like Instagram girls in their thongs or whatever, which by the way would be like today. What's funny is Instagram today would be considered softcore porn in the 80s. Sorry, but when men see that, what happens is in our brains, and you've done fMRI studies of this, right? The synapses that fire are associated with tool use. So men tend to see, when they're looking at women, they see parts first. Is she fuckable? And this, by the way, this happens in a split second. Hips to waist ratio. What's her boobs look like? What's her ass look like? Is she fuckable? That's more or less what it is. And it's not based on like who she is. It's what does she look like? Why do guys primarily fixate on looks? That's why. But see, what we're going to say is, well, that's dehumanizing, and we shouldn't be like that. The only reason you say that is because you live in a gynocentric social order that thinks that the correct way to interact with men and women is to see them as like women want to feel appreciated and want to feel like a human and a person and stuff like that. Guys don't do that with other heterosexual guys. Don't do that with other dudes. They see them. They don't look at them as a system apart. They look at them as the sum of the whole. Why? Why would that be? Because they're not looking to reproduce with the guy. They're assessing that guy. They're sizing him up for sure. But they don't look at him as a series of parts. And then they're more apt to see that guy as like an ally or an enemy. Size him up for like, the possibility of like being on your team or somebody who wants to kill you. That's what it boils down to. It distills down to on an evolutionary level. So why is it wrong? And I should say this as well. Women do much the same thing with guys too. They know, and we've had this conversation on Access Vegas, they know within the first 5 minutes if they won't fuck a guy. Not that they will, but they know that they won't have sex with that guy. And then, convince me that I should is kind of the next order of business. So it's not, what is it? Men see women as sex objects and women see men as success objects. It takes longer to figure out if a guy is a success than it does for a man to figure out, is she hot? Is she available? And there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's a feature of male human nature, not a bug. But you think it's a bug because it doesn't line up with how you've been raised in a feminine. We feminized our men, right? It doesn't align with the gynocentric upbringing that you have.
It sounds so trite. See women as people. Being friends with a woman, right? Women and men are basically the same. Women are also dumb and annoying. They're all.
That's where you fail. Did you get that? Did you catch that? Men and women are basically the same. This is 20th century thinking. Hell, this is like 18th century thinking. This is the blank slate in the 21st century. I don't know how old Vaush is. What is he, 30? Early 30s? Kind of strikes me as early 30s. I don't know. Maybe he's younger than that. Destiny's like 34. Surprised me. I thought he was actually younger than that. But doesn't matter. Guy's only been on planet Earth 30, 34 years. Still mouthing off blank slate horse shit that has been disproven and debunked and complete. Like we've moved on, meme wise, we've moved on. Maybe most of us haven't, but like as far as like the genetics are concerned, we certainly know that that is not the case. I'll show you why here in just a moment. But here we have the blank slate. This right here is just as annoying to me as listening to some chick say, "Oh, women have always been oppressed," or they'll mouth off some like Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem feminist trope. Where the fuck did you get that? Like, where the hell does he get? Where do you learn blank slate bullshit like this? Mommy and daddy? School? Female teachers? Where the fuck are you getting this? That's what I want to know. Is like, how do you come to that assumption?
All dumb and annoying. It's in the same basic ways, really, especially out of high school. Because in high school, you know, the differences get played up because of puberty, but for the most part, people act, you know, basically the same.
No, they don't. Here we go.
In the last 20 years of research in neuroimaging, behavior genetics, developmental psychology, neuropsychology can be boiled down to this phrase. Your child is born with more than 400 psychological traits that will emerge as they mature, and they have nothing to do with you. So the idea that you are going to engineer personalities and IQ and academic achievement skills and all these other things just isn't true. Your child is not a blank slate on which you get to write. The better view is that your child is a genetic mosaic of your extended family, which means this is a unique combination of the traits that run in your family line. I like the shepherd view. You are a shepherd. You don't design the sheep. The engineering view makes you responsible for everything. Everything that goes right and everything that goes wrong. This is why parents come to us with such guilt, more guilt than we've ever seen in prior generations. Because parents today believe that it's all about them and what they do. And if they don't get it right, or if their child has a disability, they've done something wrong. When in fact, the opposite is true. This has nothing to do with your particular brand of parenting. So I would rather that you stop thinking yourself as an engineer and step back and say, I am a shepherd to a unique individual.
There we go. So how does that gel with, we're all the same? Vaush?
Talk to a lot of women, I think, and you talk to them properly as like a friend or as an equal. A lot of them are really relieved because women are so used when talking to men to every guy just secretly trying to sleep with them.
No, they look at you as a creep. They look at you as somebody who's trying to play the nice guy card to get in their pants. That's what happens. No, I think, like, I know that it sounds like it ought to be logical. Like, why does that sound logical? Just be their friend and an equal. You know who says that? Women. Women want that because that dials in to the egalitarian equalism that women have fostered in your generation. That's why it seems natural. That's why it seems like a good idea. That's why you also hate the manosphere, because the manosphere exposes the differences between men and women.
That they'll make they'll make the crass jokes. You know, they'll let themselves relax. They'll drop their guard a little bit, as people.
Sounds like game to me, but okay.
People should with friends. And when you see that, and if you're empathetic about it, you understand what it is they actually are, what they represent. I think.
What would that be?
I think all this manosphere stuff just becomes unsustainable nonsense. It completely dissipates with the understanding that this categorical distinction is almost entirely non-existent.
But it's not. It works. That's the problem. If game didn't work, if this manosphere bullshit wasn't at least somewhat legit, we wouldn't be talking about it in 2023. Hell, I've been doing this for 22 some odd years now. If it wasn't valid, we wouldn't have these conversations. If it wasn't valid, TikTok wouldn't be rife with red pill-ish videos. If it wasn't valid, you sure as shit wouldn't see like Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and the rest of these guys give it any kind of attention. If it didn't work, nobody would be talking about it. If it didn't have some sort of validity, no one would be talking about it. We would have moved on. Yeah, it doesn't work. Being nice and being equal and being a friend and, you know, and we're all the same. If that worked, nobody would ever want to compare notes. You think it's like some fiendish plot to say, okay, here's how we're going to go back to being misogynists again. If it didn't work, nobody would be talking about it.
Because that's what it's rooted in, right? The idea that men and women are fundamentally different is necessary to
yes. And the blank slate is horseshit
their ideology. That idea.
Okay. Again, Anything they cannot explain, it cannot. Here's the thing about belief. Here's the thing about believers. The difference between believers and empiricists is that believers always have to only think in terms of, well, emotionalist language, but they can only think of concepts in terms of belief. That's why when somebody says their ideology, no, it's not an ideology. So I keep trying to stress that's a praxeology, but people don't want to hear, boy, that's not what you think it means. Well, what does it mean then? Because here's where the loose science of red pill really is. Intersexual dynamics. If that's the case, human beings are the only animal on planet Earth that follow those rules. Oh, well, we don't have any real nature. Okay, well, what about like, are you afraid of like when you see a Doberman or a Rottweiler or a Pit Bull? Do you kind of go, yeah, maybe I should stay away from that breed of animal? If you fall in the ocean and there's sharks in there, are you going to get a little scared? Yeah, because you know what could possibly happen. Because you know the nature of that fucking animal. It's the same thing. Men and women have innate natures. Hell, I mean, go talk. I hate to even use the reference again, but use Dr. David Buss, Gad Saad, Steve Stewart Williams, Hector Garcia. Who else? I mean, there's the dozens, right? Go read Ape That Understood the Universe. You can, I can defeat his argument with one particular, with this law right here. Where did I put it? I can defeat the argument with the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. All traits are partially heritable. Identical twins reared apart are more similar than fraternal twins reared apart, who are more similar than non-relatives. Okay. Law 2, the effect of the genes is larger than the effect of the shared environment. Law 3, and these are laws, by the way. A lot of variance in behavioral traits isn't attributable to genes or the shared environment. And then law 4, this is how this destroys the blank slate. Okay, the most complex traits are shaped by many genes of small effect. There are no common genes that increases or decreases IQ by say 5 points, but there are hundreds or even thousands of genes that increase or decrease IQ by a tiny fraction of a point. Checkmate. We're different. And those differences begin in the womb, like on the microbiological, in our cell, on the cellular level. We are different, Vaush. I know you would like to be a woman. It certainly looks like that way. You're trying to condition yourself to be more like aligning and identifying with the feminine. The fact remains is, the manosphere. And by the way, anybody telling you that the manosphere isn't based on that, they're not part of the manosphere. They're not part of the red pill. Unless if you still subscribe to the blank slate, you're not red pill. That I hate to be like definitive and like, be in your face about it. But that's what it boils down to. Men and women are different, period. Biologically, psychologically, fundamentally different. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a feature, not a bug. Okay, we're complements to one another. Yes. Are we individuals? Yes. We have our individual personalities and everything else. Right. But we also have commonalities that are common to our sex. We're not blank slates. Those are by the way, those are the 3 like horsemen of the apocalypse for the 20th century. The part of it. The blank slate is one. The next one is the naturalist fallacy, that like anything natural is good, like the naturalistic fallacy is the other one. And then the ghost in the machine. Those are the 3 great fallacies of the 20th century, which are still clinging to. Because if you kick out the blank slate, you kick out social constructionism, you kick out emotionalism, and really to one degree, like subjectivism, really relativism in all those. Any point you have beyond that comes crashing down. None of these guys, Destiny, this guy, whoever, all these guys who rely on the language of emotionalism, none of them realize that all I've got to do is destroy your faith. And that's what it is, because they're believers. I destroy your faith in the blank slate. I destroy your faith in social constructionism. Everything you believe comes crashing down, including your sense of self. Everything that built your fucked up personality goes away, and you have to reassess that. You're cut loose. That's why these people, that's why you'll never reach people like this. Because if you were to fundamentally say, look, the blank slate is bullshit, social constructionism is bullshit, here's the empirical data that shows that. Their only response is that's an ideology and who hurt you. It's an emotional reframe, because they know that if they have to address that, they also have to address the fact that those concepts built their personalities. You want to know the work that we're doing with men? Oh, we don't focus on men. There's a fucking bucket of cold truth to pour over your head right there. I deal with that all the time. You want to deal with these guys? It's not about like making them look bad. It's like making them question themselves, their personalities. I brought this up originally when Matt Walsh went on, Dr. Phil, when he was talking to the bearded lady. And it was kind of a pointless conversation. It was like a dead end. You're never going to reach these guys, not because they understand logic. Oh, they do. They actually, Vaush understands reason. Though the bearded lady, the feminist philosopher or whatever, a professor, she understands. She just ignores it. She can't accept it. It's cognitive dissonance. What is a woman? Well, if you were to give a definitive answer, it's not just, oh, this is what a woman is. It's, I have to reassess my entire personality and life and everything I've believed, because now there's an objective answer to what is a woman. Instead of this ambiguous, subjective, socially constructed bullshit about what is gender and what is sex and all that other shit. The minute you make them question that is the minute they have to question themselves and their lives and everything else. And that's something you will not see, especially guys like this. It's when their revenue, their lifestyle, their fucking have their marriages, sex life, their religion, all depends on that one core belief, and you destroy that core belief, everything goes to hell. Now, there's some real work that I'm doing for men in the manosphere. No, they're not doing it. They're not doing it.
It can't be absent. And yeah, I think that's the main thing you have to tackle. And I think that's what works most. And I see that a lot from my community. It's like, well,
and that will be where you fail, because a blank slate is eminently disprovable. It's been disproven since really the mid 80s.
Finally had a positive relationship with a woman, and I thought, oh my God, what have I been doing?
Yes.
They look at Andrew Tate and they think, oh, he's happy. No, Andrew Tate's clearly miserable, obviously, when you look at him, like any sensible adult. But we also need to.
He only looks miserable when your reality is defined through a female lens. It's only misery when you look at, let's just say, a guy like Andrew Tate, okay? Because I don't know where he's at personally right now, but like when you look at that, the reason why guys presume you must be miserable is because it doesn't align with what has built and supported his personality for, I don't know, however old he is, however long he's been alive. So if he's happy and he's fulfilled and he's whatever the fucking definition of it is that you want to give, if he's in some way contented as who he is, it forces you to question who you are. That's some real tough shit. You want to Rollo, he just talks about shit with girls on Access Vegas. No, that's the real fucking work you need to do. You want to change people's minds? You got to start at the core. You got to find what their failed beliefs are. What dead memes do they subscribe to? The blank slate is a 20th century dead meme. Social constructionism is a 20th century dead meme. It is old order thinking. You are an old order thinker. Men and women are different, and there is so much evidence. There is so much provable. Like we just saw 4 laws of behavioral genetics. We have genomic records. We know how 17 women for every one reproduced 8,000 years ago. We know this shit. Mathematically provable. No, you just don't touch grass enough, brah.
We need to look radiant. And this is one of the reasons why I'm critical of, I don't want to use the term castration here. What's another good one? It's
emasculation, dickhead.
It's when you demasculate, emasculate. Thank
Emasculation.
you. Right. Yes. Yeah. Emasculate. There's an attitude I think that a lot of people on the left have towards men where they need to like lower the man.
Okay, hold on a second. So who was the old guy speaking facts? You mean this dude right here?
Shepherds are powerful people.
Okay, this is Dr. Russell Barkley. Thank you for asking me that question. I should have clarified that. Okay, let me tell you who Russell is. Russell Allen Barkley, not Charles Barkley, no relation to Charles, is a clinical psychologist who is a clinical professor of psychiatry at VCU Medical Center and an author of books on attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. He is 73 years old. He went to Wayne Community College, and then he went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. His research includes ADHD and neuropsychology. So he's a neuropsychologist, discipline psychology. Okay. And his subdiscipline is actually he's a clinical psychologist. Okay. So, and published author. I just sort of discovered this guy too, just so I'm not going to say I'm an expert on Russell Barkley, but he I watched, this is like one of probably like 7 videos that I watched. This was probably the most salient one that I've seen. He's not technically an evolutionary psychologist, like not in the sense like David Buss is, but he is also, he's somewhere between like evolutionary psychologist and evolutionary biologist. So that's why I used him as sort of like, I hate to, appeal to authority, but that's I think he's got some good shit to say, put it that way. But yeah, thank you for the question there.
Bit, you know what I mean? Like, right. What men are politically as a group is in many cases harmful, they think. And therefore, as there are men everywhere, and there are in my social space and in my house and in my school and blah, blah.
Okay, clarify it. Got it.
Blah. Ideally, they would be less that. And this is like one of those contradictions of identity that I was talking about, because in reality, very masculine people are actually universally respected and celebrated. You can say it's because of social bias, and it certainly is, but that is still nonetheless the case.
Okay. Social bias. So everything's social constructionism. No, not really. Perhaps they are displaying traits that are universally respected because we have an evolutionary need for people with those fucking traits. Why do women hybristophiles? Why do they, and only women are hybristophiles? Hybristophilia. Why is it that women have a unique attraction to thugs and convicted killers? Is it because of society? I don't think so. In fact, I would think that society would dissuade women from that, but we haven't been able to do that yet. And it's not just damaged women. Women are attracted to men with a capacity for violence. Why? Because in our evolutionary past, that was a display of higher value. Nothing said this guy has high value, like killing a rival. More or less. He can protect me. If he can kill that dude, he can certainly kill a saber-toothed tiger. It's not socially constructed, dumbass. It's respected universally around the world. Why do women prefer taller guys? They look like they can protect you. It's not fucking rocket science, man.
And you can tell. Go into a social setting as like a 6'8", really muscular guy with a symmetrical face and a square jaw and a nice haircut, and nobody is going to dislike this.
Yeah, because there's evolutionary reasons for that, dude. You're right there, man.
Nobody. Everybody fawns over people like that. In the same way that even on the...
It must be society. They all follow because they've been taught since they were little kids to want to get with guys who are like 6'8", muscular, V-taper, and a good jawline. Scooby-Doo mystery.
Where we're supposedly like critical of, misogyny and sexual exploitation or whatever.
What do you got here? I found my grift. I will be an exit counselor for men in the red pill cult. Thank you. I'll be happy to provide you with some friends. Concerned friends and family can hire me to deprogram red pill men. There you go. Good luck. You can start with this asshat.
There's a very well-endowed woman wearing skimpy clothing. Everybody likes this. Funnily, except the incels. They think.
Yeah, but do they like it because they were brought up that way, or because evolutionary pressures made girls with big titties like desirable?
It's taunting them. The problem isn't with like exaggerated archetypes of masculinity and femininity. I think that those are fun and fine if you adhere to them or not. I think the problem is an expectation of toning down masculine elements can make a lot of guys seem kind of, unhappy and henpecked. I mean,
so it's because guys feel unhappy and henpecked, right? It's not Twitter video after reel, after Instagram, after YouTube short, after TikTok. It's not seeing it day in and day out. That's not it at all. What do you think about David's bridal going bankrupt? They are. Is it a significant marker for the future? Male-female dynamics, or is it simply due to the economy? Probably both. I didn't know they were. Could be just mismanagement. Maybe they were. Maybe David's bridal was trying to go woke. Were they trying to appeal to the trans community?
You know the stereotypes on the left, right? That the guys are all like emasculated. They're soy. They're you know, they're wimps. They're afraid to be charismatic or outspoken. And certainly there's these.
Okay. Again, your personality, genetic, a good component of it. Put it that way. Now, again, remember shepherds and the dog. Okay? You can't teach a sheep to be a dog, right? So there's the genetic component to it. Vaush. And as such, certain environments, certain ideologies, certain personalities, or certain belief sets tend to appeal to a different personality type than others.
Perceptions can't be entirely dispelled because a lot of them are rooted in an attack on the concept of progressivism itself. But I do think it would be beneficial if there was a more outward celebration of a wider range of presentations within the left. The idea that...
See, this is the thing, is like they get tangled up in their own horseshit here. The reason why he's like, we need to have greater presentations, because what he's really alluding to, this is intersectional ideology. It's an ideology, but you want to talk about an ideology? That's an ideology. Intersectionality, intersectional, not intersexual, intersectional feminism, intersectional whatever. This is intersectional progressivism. Does not believe that sex and gender are the same. That's the separation between sex and gender is an article of faith for the wokesies, for the progressives. It's an article of faith. They believe in that. They don't have any like real concrete proof. It's just a philosophical construct. It's just like, this is what we think. Well, the only reason you think you're a boy or a girl is because you were raised to think that you're a boy or a girl. No, you have genetic, as we just saw with Dr. Russell Barkley there are genetic, at least 400 that make you unique, but there are also the sex and gendered parts of those genes and those, all the chemical components, all the mechanical components that put you together. Sex and gender are the same. End of story. The debate between nature versus nurture died with the four laws of behavioral genetics. Dead. Done. Nobody's given these guys the fucking memo yet. Yes, there is a definite, distinct connection between gender and sex. Just because somebody says, oh, you know what? Maybe Johnny should decide that he wants to be a girl instead of a boy. You can condition somebody to go against their biological inclinations. They're gonna be in for a world of hurt. You know how like people will say, well, I was raised Catholic and boy, that really fucked me up. Yeah, probably because your personality was not very compatible with that meme. And then you got out of it and you became degenerate, and then you probably came back to the faith. Who knows? But you weren't ready to accept that. We just say that's. I'm not picking on Catholicism. I'm just saying like it could be anything. You're not cut out for that. But we're going to say that a 4-year-old kid can decide whether he wants to be a boy or a girl. They don't even have the capacity for abstract thinking, and you're going to put that on a kid? No, that's on you. That's your fucked up headspace. That's your belief in intersectionality is what that is. That's what your belief is in the blank slate and social constructionism. Social constructionism and the blank slate are the reason why we're banning trans athletes from fucking sporting events. That's why. Because it's that meme, that failed meme, that 20th century bullshit blank slateism smacks headlong into the reality of the fact that a biological male will always outclass a biological female in sports, in most sports, and like almost all sports. Let's just put it that way. That doesn't mean I think they're superior or inferior. I'm just pointing out the reality versus the belief set. And what the real problems begin when that affects people's lives. We should have more women in combat roles. No, we shouldn't. Because that puts those guys at risk. That puts them in harm's way. That compromises the mission. That compromises their lives. I showed you the video. What was it? Poor Man's Podcast. We did the side-by-side comparisons of like women in sports and men in sports. And then at the end of that video, it was like this training video of women and men who are training to become firefighters. And they had to break down a door, and there was a certain amount of force you had to apply to it. And these were untrained people, okay? Untrained man, untrained woman are trying to push their way through this door. Woman tries it like probably half a dozen times, can't get through. Guy does it on the first try. Men were built for combat. We are not the fucking same. But if you cling to this shit, you'll never understand the matter. You want to talk about Manosphere? Manosphere is here to straighten that shit out. What's the purpose of the Manosphere? Well, I can tell you one purpose. It's to straighten this bullshit out. It's to tell the truth. That doesn't sell very well. Sometimes that doesn't taste good. That's not marketable. So people try to make it marketable.
It's okay to be a super masculine guy, of course, as long as you don't rep these negative traits. We certainly think.
So it's okay with limitations. Is it okay to be female and not have these negative traits? Because we're going to talk about apples for apples and oranges for oranges. Then we got to talk about what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? See, that's the thing, is it's masculinity with strings attached. It's responsibility without authority. Got to be responsible. It's toxic masculinity. Whatever works for women, that's okay. That's permissible. Whatever doesn't, well, that's the limitations. We got to put that on there. We got to put the kibosh on those masculine traits.
That way about very feminine women, right? Like, you know, people on the left aren't usually talking down Barbies. The right says we do, but that doesn't actually happen all that.
Yeah, I know. You're paying for them on OnlyFans. Let's continue.
Much. I don't know. It's difficult for me to point at a broader trend here because I'm kind of grasping at the margins of a tendency that I.
No, it's hard for you to point out a broader trend because A, you don't know what the Manosphere is about, and B, if you were to accept the fact that men and women were different, it would fundamentally change your life.
See, but it does seem like a lot of people think that there's the checking your privilege thing comes with like a prerequisite of like you have to tone down the identity a bit. And we need to do away with that. I think we need to show that no matter what you're like, as long as what you're like isn't crap.
So who gets to define that? Is what Andrew Tate is like, is that crap? Like who's the arbitrator of what's crap and what's not? You? Guys who are women through the female lens, is that should we be more compassionate? Should we be more egalitarian? Or should we be more focused on success? Should we be more hierarchical? Should we have more leaders? Because leaders that the guys on Purple Pill podcast wanted, we would need to create leaders. The problem with that is like not everybody can be a leader. And if you have a leader at the top, it implies a hierarchy. So who's the sub leader? Who's the next chief? Who's the sergeant? Who's the corporal? Who's the private? Who gets to decide what that is? Do men get to decide that we're going to be in a hierarchical way of organizing society, or is it okay or a better idea to be in a socialist, communitarian, egalitarian way of thinking? And is that okay? But if I don't think like that, then I'm crap.
You can be part of the left, and you can be happy and radiant and whoever you want to be, and you can do the kind of like archetypal alpha bro frat jock thing of, you know, being a big kind of muscular dumb guy who just sleeps around a bunch. There's nothing fundamentally toxic about that. I don't.
And why would you say the big dumb jock guy who sleeps around a lot as if it's like a derogatory statement? Because one would think that would be great. You can be like, anybody can be like, is that the role you want to play? Anybody could do that. No, they can't.
It's a lovely kind of person to have in your local community. The average person who falls into
the guy, the bull who's gonna fuck your wife, is that who?
This stuff is not even aware of the conditions that they're responding to or creating. People get into reactionary movements not because they want to be the domineering victors, but
okay, you understand? Like now it's an article of war. Now that's the ideology. See, again, it's ideological rhetoric is what this is. Well, it's a movement. It's not a movement. For fuck's sake. It's not an ideology. It's not a movement. It's not a religion. It's not a cult. It's not a set of beliefs. There are no beliefs, as far as I know, there's no articles of belief. I mean, other than the fact that, I think guys in the manosphere should follow, what is it? I think it was Whisper who came up with this. Like, if you're in the manosphere, you should be dedicated to like objective, factual, absolutist truth, empiricism, speak the language of empiricism. And you should be into, and that's Article 1. Article 2 is you need to, not saying you need to, but you should at least have one or the other or both, the desire to help other men. That should be it. Those are the basic two tenets, I would say, of the red pill. An obligation to objective truth and a obligation to help others find that objective truth. Both, one or both, right? But see, you're never going to get that from these guys because everything comes down to ideology. They can't think of anything outside of an ideological movement or belief set.
Because they think they're victims. Look at the language behind literally every reactionary movement ever. Even when the...
Do they think they're victims? I don't think most guys think that they're victims in the manosphere. I understand why guys from the outside would think that. Because they see the hustlers. They see the outrage brokers. Because they can only think that. The only reason anybody would come up with this, the only reason anybody would try to hold women accountable, the only reason why any guy like Rollo would ever write a book about like objective, intersexual dynamics, the only reason he would do this is because somebody hurt him. He must be a victim. Who hurt you? That's what you want. Okay, so that's the language of emotionalism. But think about how that relates to the presumption of victimhood. Who hurt you? Nobody. I'm just pointing out like nuts and bolts here. The reason why who hurt you is the default answer is because the presumption is that if you reveal objective empirical truth about men and women's nature, we are fucking different. If you go and you create a channel or a show or whatever, and you're having conversations about the very fact that this is women's nature, this is men's nature, and this is the confluence between those two natures. If you do that as a man, there must be something very wrong with you. You must think of yourself as a victim. Susie didn't want to go to the homecoming dance with you. Mommy didn't love you enough. The girl left you. You must have felt rejection. It's always an emotional reframe, but that emotional reframe keys on one thing, the presumption of victimhood. So you can't possibly have a conversation with these guys without the presumption that, the only reason you're even bringing this up, the only reason you have a question, you're asking the fucking question. And it could be completely innocent and innocuous about it, right? The only reason it would occur to you to say, hey, maybe men and women are different, you're a victim. Who hurt you? Because if they don't immediately nip that in the bud, then they have to question themselves. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should rethink my whole fucking life. Because men and women's nature is actually a little bit more predictable than the social constructionism and this random fallacy of individuation that I've believed for most of my life. So you have to be. That's the only way to counter it. They did the same thing, by the way, with Matt Walsh on Dr. Phil. I question why you would even care about this, Matt. There was a point in there when the feminist professor said something like that to Matt Walsh. And it's basically a who hurt you, a presumption of victimhood. There must be something wrong with you. Why are you so obsessed with trans people? What have they ever done that hurt? Why do you care? And you can explain why you care, and everybody would be like, latent homosexual. That's the underlying message and all that. What do you got, Elena? They're playing with dynamite. Totally misrepresent what masculinity and the red pill is. Thank you. Yeah, because they have to. If they don't, they have to question their own personality. If the red pill is right, their entire personality is wrong. And they would have to reassess themselves, and none of them are ready to do that. I understand, man. That's a tough fucking. You want to talk about a pill that's hard, a red pill that's hard to swallow? Guys who have to actually fundamentally rebuild themselves and to rebuild their personality. And by the way, that's exactly what guys have to do when they take the red pill, right? For lack of a better term, when they listen to my work, or they listen to Myron, or listen to whoever else, and they go, you know what? Maybe there's some merit to this. Maybe I need to rethink my life. Maybe I need to sort of reassess what I used to think. That is literally the definition of the Matrix. That's literally the definition of the movie. You thought one thing, you were plugged into the Matrix, you took the blue pill and you go back to dreamland, you believe whatever you want. Or you take the red pill and you see how far down the rabbit hole goes. Those are just analogies for you used to believe in something, some bullshit people fed you. Something traumatic happened in between there, or maybe you came through a process. You took the red pill and now you question everything that was in the blue pill, in the Matrix, or whatever, however you want to define it. Again, this is an allegory, okay? I'm not saying there's actually Matrix. So now you're on your red pill aware, which I use all the time, instead of blue pill conditioned, another thing I use all the time. And you have to rethink. There's a part, reminds me of this part that's in the Matrix when Neo gets unplugged from the Matrix, right? And they have to go back into the Matrix to talk to the Oracle. And they're back in that badass Lincoln Continental with the suicide doors, a badass car. I would love to have one of those cars. But they're in there and they're driving through these streets and they're driving through the old neighborhood, right? Where Neo lived when he was in the Matrix. And he's looking around and he's looking at like the place where he says, oh, that place has good noodles. That place, oh man, I remember this place. And then he stops and he has to think about it for a minute. And he goes, you know what? I have all these memories of things that never happened, or these things that like weren't true, right? And he asks Trinity, says, what does that say about me? And she says, it means that the Matrix can no longer tell you who you are. That was that, and there's some really significant moments in that movie, but that right there, when you think about that quote and that scene in the Matrix, man, that is exactly what I'm talking about here when it comes to identity. If your identity is built on a pile of shit, if your identity for like I don't know how old he is, like say you're 35 years. If your identity, who you are, is built on a pile of lies, what does that say? What does that say about me, right? What does that say about the Matrix? It means that if you're red pill, it means that the Matrix can't tell you who you are anymore. That's powerful stuff, man. I try to tell guys that when they go like, oh, I don't know, like they get zeroed out and they don't know, they're not creative enough, or they're not like, thoughtful enough or insightful enough to figure out that they're actually in a better position, because they might be zeroed out, but at least they're operating from accurate information now, rather than the shitty blue pill information that led them to the catastrophe and the trauma that they're going through right now. So when I put it out in those things, it's usually when people get sort of what I call the bitter taste of the red pill. It's usually because they just don't have the insight or the creativity to see the opportunity of a red pill paradigm. The Matrix can't tell them who they are anymore. You know who gets to? You. And that's hard to do if you don't have the imagination to do that. Or you don't have you think you're conceited, or you can't give yourself permission to be who you want to be, because the Matrix has told you who you're supposed to be your whole life. And that's kind of like where these guys are at. You will never be able to pull these guys out of the Matrix, because to do so would mean that they would have to like completely re-engineer their personalities according to, accurate information. That's why you'll never convince these guys. That's what you want to know, why unplugging chumps from the Matrix is hard or dirty work. Because they're happy and they're comfortable with the Matrix and the blue pill, whatever, their old life, the bullshit that they built up, got with 35 years of personality on. They would have to go back and just like start from scratch. And a lot of guys simply can't do that. They don't have the gumption. They don't have the imagination or the wherewithal to do it.
To go as far as we can, the Nazis were at the apex of their power. You go listen to one there, the other speech, and interspersed between the, glory of the fatherland or whatever, is crying and whinging about how they're victimized by international Judaism. They cannot, these reactionary movements, they cannot operate without the victim comp.
See, they presume victimhood, because anything that counters their narrative means you have, because that's how self-convinced they are of their own truth. That's how much they don't want to face having to actually rebuild themselves and remake themselves in a more accurate paradigm. They don't want to give up social constructionism. They don't want to give up the blank slate. Some of them don't want to give up the naturalistic fallacy, and some of them don't want to give up, well, more like tradcons, don't want to give up the ghost in the machine. Those are 20th century dead memes. But we're gonna go with them. You see, the faith in in social constructionism, the faith in factual relativism. That's, you want to know why it's always comes down to ideology. That's why they don't know any other language to use for it. They don't know they don't have any other lens to see that. So that's why you get, it's a belief set. Oh, they must be like the Germans of 1938. Because I can't say, he can say it, I can't say it. Right? That's why there has to be that conflation. Oh, they're victims. They're victims, just like those Germans in the 1930s. They just think that they're victims. No, we're relating factual absolutism is what we're doing. We're speaking the language of empiricism, and you interpret it as hate and victimhood.
Because the feeling of grievance is what drives them towards these perceived solutions. So, the idea that
what solutions? So that's what I'd love to know. Like who's offering these solutions?
These people are just like Machiavellians who are choosing to be sexist because they think they benefit from that power arrangement. No, they don't. No, they don't. And also, no, they do not. They don't benefit from it. No more so than the white man benefits from white supremacy. He may be better off than the people he mistreats, but in fact, the life of many white people was made worse because the systems of slavery and labor exploitation, the institution of the police, which grew out of, slave patrols, these institutions are recursive. They hurt people who are...
All right, I'm done with this guy. I think I made my point. The language of empiricism will always sound like hate and victimhood and, insert the adjective, right, to people who can't speak any other language than emotionalism. I think we've come to a point right now where it's no longer feels before reals. It's feels and only feels. Nobody wants reals right now. Nobody wants empiricism. Nobody, because that sounds like victimhood. To even bring up empirical data, to bring up studies. You want to know why women's eyes glaze over every time Mike Sartain starts quoting stats and Dr. David Buss and this book and that book and the tribes of the Yanomamo in New Guinea or wherever the hell they are. You want to know why they glaze over? Because it's not fun. It's not emotional. I don't get a high out of knowing about the Yanomamo or the evolutionary psychology or stats. I don't get off on that. Women don't get off on that. Sorry, Elena. I know maybe you do. Maybe you're an unusual woman. They don't get on. Most women don't get off on that. Oh, tell me more about stats. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, okay, good. Please do. But you're fighting an uphill battle when you're using stats, especially with people who have ideology. That's ideology. I feel like I have to defend myself on all this bullshit, but it's like the thing that gets me the most is am I talking some good shit? I think I'm talking some good shit here. Oh, well, I thought this was just going to be a fluff piece. He's going to talk about fat chicks. No, I'm not going to talk about fat chicks. But I give you some good shit, man. But nobody wants to hear it. Nobody cares. And, I got that from Mike Sartain. It's like eventually nobody really cares. Nobody cares about this shit. It's not going to change the world. I think the best thing you can do is really be prepared for catastrophic change when it happens. Maybe being prepared, I think, is probably, I'm not optimist, but I'm not a cynic or pessimist either. I'm a pragmatist. It's expect the best, but prepare for the worst. So if there's a point to all this, it's to prepare yourself for the worst, but still be hopeful. And I know it's not a strategy, but we do need hope. We need hope. You need hope to live, man. I'm hopeful. I don't use it as a strategy. But hopeful is how football games get won. Hopeful is how the Vegas Golden Knights are going to get through the fucking Stanley Cup. I hope they do. But yeah, we need hope for imagination. We need knowledge and imagination, not just one or the other. Imagination feeds knowledge and knowledge feeds imagination. They're incomplete without the other. So there you have it. What else was I had? Did I have anything else for you? I got some other videos, but I don't think I'm going to get too deep into. I got to Jed. I got to Vaush. Okay. Last but not least, I'd be remiss if I don't get to this guy.
I want to talk about the manosphere, right? I want to talk about what the manosphere means. And from my point of view, the manosphere means that it's a space for men to be heard. It's a space for men to exalt their manhood and to feel like men again. However,
I think exalt is a little strong of a word there, but continue.
When this happened, what I saw were grown men become like bitches. That's what I saw. I saw grown men take the time out of their day to make videos about other men. They have become a bunch of gossip queens. Okay. And that's not what the manosphere was about.
Okay. Let me stop right there. You're right. That's not what the manosphere is about. Gossip, by the way, is a mate guarding strategy for women. Gossip is a form of intersexual combat for women. If you're going to talk about it. Now, when we say a guy's a bitch, what we're essentially saying is that guy is behaving like a woman. That guy's a bitch. He's a gossip. He's a pussy. He's a fill in the blank. So to say a man is acting like a bitch or acting like a woman, that's an insult to the guy. But why would it be an insult to the guy if everybody's the same? Doesn't matter. Why you call me a pussy? Maybe pussies are the best thing in the world. They aren't girls. So when I hear guys like make comparisons of other guys and saying, oh, they're gossips, you're basically saying that guy's a woman. Because that's what women do. They gossip. And the reason they gossip is there's a function to gossip, by the way. Women talk, men do. Right? That's what we're supposed to. Like men are men and women are women. Don't act like a bitch. It's unfalsifiable. It's an easy like cut on guys. But what are they really doing? Are they acting like gossips? If I talk about an empirical truth and it damages some other dude's brand because it is diametrically opposed to for instance, if I go and I say Hafiz is full of shit when it comes to his marriage stats and his divorce stats, and here's some new ones, and if I refute fact for fact, if I show correlates and I go and I attack his points, am I being a gossip? Am I being a bitch because I did that? Or am I refuting horseshit? That's the distinction that needs to be made. Oh, you're a gossip. What, for disagreeing with somebody who's factually incorrect? I think not. If the manosphere is anything, it should be a crucible for open debate. It should be a crucible for empirical fact versus empirical fact to test the strength of an idea. And if I can't do that without being called a gossip or a bitch, you can go fuck yourself. That's not the manosphere.
You have grown men making videos about other men gossiping. Now, for me, I've always left the gossip pages and the blog pages to the women.
Well, good for you. You're better than the rest of them, right?
However, the YouTube space has now become, the manosphere space, so-called, has now become a place for gossip queens. It's become a place for men to sit down and find information, do research, and just...
Who are gossip queens? Who is doing this? Who? You took a lot of time to do this video, bro. And I know he used to work for Pearl. I get it. Perhaps he's responding to people who are coming at him for coming at Pearl. Who knows? Maybe that's the gossip, right? I want to know names. Who are we talking about? Who do you think is so representative of the manosphere that they are in such the wrong by gossiping about you that you would make a video about it. Who? It's that important to you. This is like a 4 or 5 minute video. Who are you talking about? Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
Talk lies and misinformation about other men.
Where? When?
And
details, go.
For me, that's not what the manosphere should be about. That is
okay. You know what is gossip? You know what is bitch talk? Rhetoric that doesn't go anywhere. It's this ambiguous, subjective horseshit. That's what I expect from women. Why don't you just bring up astrology or something now, bro?
Not what the manosphere was created for. That's not what the manosphere would be about. If Kevin's
I don't think that you are in the manosphere enough to know what it was created for. It wasn't created. It evolved from something else.
Samuel saw a lot of the way that these men today were acting in the manosphere, he would have a lot to say.
Well, patron saint of the manosphere now? Is that has he been sainted? Has Kevin Samuels been sainted in the manosphere yet? I don't know. Come on, motherfucker.
He would have a lot to say. Okay. And so for me, there are people out there who've done videos on me and said all kinds of stuff. And I'm just like,
okay, that's on you, dude. That's not on the manosphere. That's not a bunch of bitch. And I'll tell you, by creating videos like this and then like making appeals to a dead man as if he's a patron saint, that's shaming. And you know what that is? That's bitch talk, and that's gossip itself.
How is this manly? It just points to the bitchiness and the cattiness that the manosphere has actually become.
God,
it's become a very bitchy and catty place.
Okay. Has it, or is it just because it's happening to you? Because when you do shit like this, and I'm not saying he's like a big name in the manosphere, but what I'm saying is like this is a common trope, I think, in the manosphere. Oh, they're all bitches. They just care about like this infighting, and there's just internet beefs. No, it's not. It's guys who are actually challenging other guys. That's part of the process. Saying you're wrong about something, let me explain to you why. Yeah, fuck you. Kevin Samuels would be ashamed of you.
Become a place where men sit down and try to research and dox people and make videos about people and make crazy thumbnails about other men. And
I'm sorry. Did somebody like hurt your fifis? Go look at the thumbnails that John Anthony has done of me. Just go to his site. Hell, I'm telling you right now, go check him out. Did I do bitch videos like this? I'm sorry. I could have really done a lot of them over the years, but
just like, this is not what Kevin Samuels done.
Oh man, we have to honor the memory of Kevin Samuels, the man who was in the manosphere for all of 6 months, 8 months. That guy. It's like, come on, man. You're appealing to like Saint Kevin.
This is not what Kevin Samuels done. Someone's got to bring manliness back to the manosphere space, because this is not what it's all about. There are so many men. Once Kevin Samuels died, there were so many men who attempted to fill that spot. Some have, and some have done a very good job.
Who has filled Kevin Samuels' spot? Pearl? People were saying that, like, she's just the white girl version of Kevin Samuels. You know what? The manosphere existed long before Kevin Samuels did. Kevin Samuels in 2015 was doing like what? Male fragrance videos in a boat. It looked like Urkel. It took him a while to evolve into Kevin Samuels. Then he started doing male style videos, and then he became Kevin. The manosphere existed a decade, at least a decade before he even came on the scene. So, I mean, oh, well, think of the memory of Kevin Samuels. Well, dude, if anybody's being bitchy and catty and gossipy and acting like a bitch, it's you. You're acting like a bitch. Because by doing this whole damn video, you know what would not be acting like a bitch? Getting back to fucking work. Producing something. Doing something original. Stop being a cover band. Stop playing Kevin Samuels covers, which were covers of other covers as well.
say that there are some men in the manosphere that have done a very good job, but the majority that I see are a bunch of men moaning, bitching, and complaining about other men and gossiping. And I would like for the manosphere to
You know what is gossipy and bitch behavior is calling out other people and not actually saying who. If you're going to talk about, men need to act like men, you know what men do? They back up their shit. You're not backing up anything. You're acting like a freaking girl.
Rectify itself. I would like for the manosphere to right itself and get back to what it's truly about, which is about men's issues. It's about caring about men. It's about.
Then why are you not doing this?
A space where men are allowed to exalt their masculinity.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Here we go.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
It's a big giant phallus, right? Because I'm exalting my manhood.
And not become a bunch of bitches. Please, can we stop this? Because we are supposed to be the leaders. And women are not.
There's that word again. We're supposed to be the leaders. You know what leaders would be doing? Not making this video. They would be creating new content. They would be out there actually hitting the pavement. They would be out there doing some shit. You know what leaders do? There's a hierarchy, right? Leaders at the top. Followers and doers at the bottom, or onward down anyways. Leaders imply hierarchy. So either shut the fuck up and do something that is respectable, or keep doing videos like this and acting like a bitch. The entire video is basically you exemplifying what you're trying to call out.
Looking at this manosphere, thinking, oh yeah, this is a bunch of men that are going to lead us somewhere.
Okay, there's that word again. Hey, everybody, when we're all leaders, are we not all just the same? Hey, we should all just be let's be leaders. Yes. Okay, good. Well, who's going to be the follower? I don't know. I'm the leader. No, I'm the leader. Yeah, I'm the leader. Remember was it in The Incredibles when Syndrome's like, and then when everyone is super, no one will be. When everyone's a leader, no one will be. It's like, you want to talk about Machiavellianism? You want to talk about like when Vaush is talking about, they're victims and Machiavelli this and da, da, da. I'll tell you I'll give you some. You want some real Machiavelli? Some men are not supposed to be leaders, period. In fact, they're probably more effective not as leaders because it allows them to be ideas guys, or it allows them to do experiments. It allows them to follow what their natural talents and passions and ideas and imagination are. They are not cut out to be leaders, period. End of story. There are some guys who are. I'm not even saying I am. Oh, do you think you're a leader? No, not at all. Not at all. I'm glad people like me, like my books. But I would much rather be writing books than trying to get out in front of people and go, okay, guys, I'll carry the flag. No, I'm going to write books. I'm going to fucking analyze stuff. I'm an ideas guy. I'll tell you right now, I'm not a leader in this sense anyway. Maybe I'm a thought leader, but I'm not some like, what does that even mean? It's just fucking ambiguous horseshit is what it is. Leading in what? Follow, or what is it? Don't chase women, chase excellence. What the fuck is excellence? What is it? Money? Bodybuilding? What is that excellence? If you don't define fucking terms, get the fuck out of the manosphere. Get out of here. You're useless. You are actually a hindrance to guys who are trying to like find some kind of reality, change their minds about themselves. Because they are the ones who've unplugged from the blue or unplugged from the matrix. They're the ones who have to figure out how to live in a new paradigm, and you are fucking confusing them. You are a hindrance to their growth. You are a hindrance to what they will become with the equipment and the education that I'm giving them, that other people are giving them. And instead, you're going to do bitch-ass videos like this. This is the problem with the manosphere. No, that's a problem with your fucking marketing is what it is. Manosphere doesn't have a problem with you. We gotta go to work. We're doing shit. The people who are in the manosphere who are like worth their salt, they're doing things. Men do. Bitches don't do shit. They talk.
They're looking at this manosphere thinking this is a bunch of bitches.
Yeah, because of you. Because of videos exactly like this.
That's what they're thinking. Okay, we are supposed to show women the way. If women do
how's that working out for you, Sarah?
Gossip pages, let them do gossip pages. That's not what men do.
Actually, that's pretty much what men are doing right now. It's women who are actually in politics. It's women who are in academia. Women are in the legal system, which I've just discovered. What is it? 50. I just saw this. Where did I? You want to know what women are doing? Here's what women are doing. Where'd it go? Is this it? Yeah, there we go. Bloomberg. It almost, by the way, Adam Sosnick, if you're watching and you quote this, remember, this is Bloomberg News, because you're probably going to come back to this over and over again. In almost half of opposite sex marriages in the United States, women now earn at least as much of more than their husbands. At least as much or more than their husbands. This was just this week, by the way. Nearly 1/3 of wives earn roughly the same amount as their husbands, while the woman is the primary or sole breadwinner in 16% of marriages, according to Pew Research Center report. Combined, that's a record high and a threefold surge from just 50 years ago. What happened 50 years ago, Rollo? Oh, the sexual revolution. Imagine that. Oh, we can come back to that old chestnut again? Great. When 4 in 5 households relied primarily on a man's income. Tap the link below for this whole story. God's that. And that's just Bloomberg. How about this one here, too? This is a great one. Wealth. In almost 50% of U.S. marriages, women earn as much or more than their husbands, making a significant change 50 years ago when 11% of couples had equal salaries. The shift is attributed to women's increase in education levels. What are your thoughts? Well, I'll let the comment section take care of that one for me. Meanwhile,
but why is it that we are now acting like the women that we say are bad?
The women that we say are bad, at least half of them are earning as much or more than guys right now.
There are grown men doing this now. Grown men with children and family.
And yourself.
Just bitching every day. Every day when you see them make a video, it's about bitching about another man. It's about, quote unquote, exposing someone else.
Okay. Now, if you are, because he's just pissed off because somebody like made some shit about it, because they just wanted to hit him back for all the shit he said about Pearl. Got it. I understand. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Okay. We can go there. But that's when you look at this, when you look at what's really happening, like, let's get down to fucking brass tacks here. When people outside the manosphere see that, that's what they think. That's a bunch of bitches. Oh, that chick who was on the video with Corey Wayne, and Corey Wayne's going to, pile on because he's done with the manosphere, right? They're going to pile on that too. Oh, that's what they're really about. You can now make a brand, I guess, off of calling out that. Oh yeah, the manosphere, blah, blah, blah. You can make a successful YouTube channel like bitching about the manosphere. And some red pill guys who used to be in the manosphere are doing exactly that. So when I see that and people go, oh, the manosphere is this, or these authorities, these posers want to say they know something about the manosphere, what they know, it comes from that shit right there. Be a good, if you're an entertainer, I don't care what your grift is. If you're an entertainer, you're a hustler, you're a outrage broker, you're a fake authority, you're a you're made the red pill, your Bible ministry, your religious grift. I don't care. Represent well. Understand what you're talking about, because what's happening is you're hindering guys from finding this stuff, first of all, taking it as legitimate, taking it as valid, and you're hindering them from actual real growth, from unplugging from the matrix and actually trying to recreate themselves in a paradigm that they feel really cut off and lost in. They need direction. They need to find out, well, all the shit that I used to believe is bullshit. I'm doing the work to sort of, by the work, I mean like reconstructing my personality on like a new paradigm, on accurate information. And if they're seeing that, or they're seeing Destiny, or they're seeing Vaush, or they're seeing whatever her name is from Not So Erudite, or they're seeing Alex from Playing with Fire, or they're seeing Destiny, whoever the fuck, yeah, they're probably going to get confused. And you know what? They're going to be worse off because you are repeating and regurgitating and parroting back this bullshit because it gets you engagement on your fucking channel. Because it gets you the clicks. It gets you CTR. It gets you audience retention. No, let's go to now. It's not bitching about women. It's about bitching about men who they think are bitching about women. It's the grifters grifting the grifters who are grifting the grifters. It's like Inception. We got to get down to the bottom of the Inception. Who's the original? Where'd all this come from? We got to get to the bottom of the Inception. Okay, a day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends and break bonds of fellowship. But that day is not today. Is that Lord of the Rings, or is that Henry V? Apple and Peach. I think you mean Timon and Pumbaa. I shouldn't talk about people, but I will refer to them in terms that you know. Obviously, we will strive not to do those itch things, bitch. Right, but could you argue that people would be, or better yet, find something to always be mad at the red pill? Anyways, yeah, they will, because it's a grift. You will always find people who are anti anything just because they make money being anti whatever. There's, what is it, critics? They don't build monuments to critics. They don't make statues of critics. Yeah, I'll point to Voltaire. There's lots of statues of him. There are statues of critics, but they're usually the ones who are poke fun at the elites. They comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi. People fail in being what they want to see and fall apart and drift. Yeah. Let me explain something about Gandhi. Gandhi, remember we used to talk about how powerful men have territory, resources, and they have access to beautiful virginic women. They have a lot of high value men cheat, including Mahatma Gandhi, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Powerful men cheat. Even the ones you have a lot of respect for and you think are great humanitarians. So the next time you hear Andrew Tate talking about, stealing my line, right? Oh, dynastic emperors of China and, the chieftains in the Amazon rainforest all have one thing in common. They have lots of bitches. Yeah. So did Gandhi. It's just because you think they're misogynistic, toxic sons of bitches. Oh, what? Carl Jung also fucked a lot of his students. Have a good Sunday night, Rollo. Your show with Miguel was interesting as well. I've got one last thing before you go about that. Is that it? I think I got that. I got one more thing I wanted to let you guys know about before I get out of here. Make like a tree and blow. And get out of here. Make like a tree and get out of here. Oh, I forgot to give this to you. So you get double, triple, and even. Guilty. I'm guilty for not having called this earlier. I get asked by women all the time why I am not married. Despite being such a great guy all around, hint, hint, pick me. Why would any man nowadays buy the cow when the milk is free? These same women don't want kids either. So why marry them? Good question. That's going to relate to my final thought today. So let's hang on to that for just a moment and we'll come back to you. Do you think people become homosexual or whatever damn flavor because sexual opportunity is more abundant for them in that direction? Sex starved. Yes. By all indications, at least until I am proven in some other way, a lot of people say, well, homosexuality is because there's not enough serum testosterone or something in the uterus or whatever. And it might be a genetic thing. It might actually be a combination of genes. Maybe that's what you're, but the problem with that theory is that if it is a combination of genes that make you homosexual, then they would have died out. Because those genes would no longer express themselves because, theoretically speaking, that particular homosexual person would not reproduce. Okay. So it would be a deleterious mutation to have a genetic component to homosexuality. Because, I mean, from the basics, oh, you're homosexual? Okay, well, that means you're not going to have babies. Or maybe you do, and then you get married, you have babies, and you're like, you know what? I really like dick. That could happen too, I suppose. But I would say, historically speaking, let's just say this. Homosexuality would most definitely be a recessive gene. And it also doesn't explain the fact that this generation identifies as being homosexual in like record numbers, or trans for that matter. It's definitely a social thing. It's definitely conditioning. Now, does that mean that it's social constructionism? No, but there is such a thing as conditioning. The behaviorist, will tell you that. You can condition anything into human beings to be normal. You could. It's not hard. Should you is the question. You can anything can become normal. So, like for instance, you got guys who will go into like prison, and they're homosexual while they're in prison, and the moment they get out, then they suddenly become heterosexual back again. Not saying every guy does that. I'm just saying that there are guys that do that. Sexual fluidity. I think women are far more sexually fluid than men are. And the reason for that is because women can't get pregnant from other women. So if it's about getting off, or if it's about like sexual like gratification, I think women are far more inclined to be more sexually fluid than men are, because men are interested in passing on their DNA. That's why it's on or it's off. You're gay or you're not. Either you suck dick or you do not suck dick. There ain't no in between. Andrew Dice Clay. But if you're going to ask me, like by all indications, by all studies I've read, homosexuality is behavioral. When men and women, homosexual men and homosexual women say, I can't help but feel the way I do, I believe you. I absolutely 100% believe you. How you came to that feeling, though, is really what's in question. So is it because it was the path of least resistance? Is it because you, again, like, are you sexually fluid? Like I wrote an article way back in like early days of the blog, like 2011, I think. And there was a episode of Oprah, because Oprah was still on back then. And it was about sexually fluid women. And they were women who were feminine. They were the subs, right? And they were sexually fluid, meaning that they had most of them married like beta male guys. Like pussy, but essentially mangina pussies, right? Almost without fail, they were all like that. And they would hit 40 and suddenly they discovered that they were actually homosexual. And then they got with like butch, like more masculinized lesbians who took over the role of the masculine, the dominant. And I thought that was interesting because even in homosexual couples, there's always a dominant sub. There's always a masculine and a feminine. In human relations, that's why when people say, we're equal partners, or Vaush is talking about, you need to treat them as equals. Nobody treats anybody as equals. Men and women, women and women, men and men do not treat each other as equals when they're in a relationship. There's a dominant personality and there's a submissive personality. And that dominant one usually displays conventionally masculine characteristics. And the submissive one, the deferential one, whatever you want to call it, the catcher and the pitcher, the dom and the sub usually displays feminine, agreeable submissive-ness that we would stereotypically say is feminine. So we follow those roles no matter what. That should tell you something about human nature and the differences between men and women. So I've written several articles about the fact that homosexuality is by and large, until somebody can show me something different, like here's the gay gene, right? It's probably a combination, if it is at all. But right now, when you look at how one generation, it's like there's 5% of the generation like identifies as homosexual, and then suddenly the Zoomers like 17%. I'm gay. No, you're not gay. You're just boring. All right, last one. I get asked by women all the time, why am I not married? Despite being such a great guy, all around, hint, pick me up, pick me girls. Okay, why would any man nowadays buy the cow when the milk's free? Okay. Old analogy, got it. But why would men want to get married, especially if they're in a good position right now, if they want to? That is the fundamental argument, or the fundamental point I was talking about with Miguel on Thursday. Marriage is for elite people. And by the way, I'm stealing that line from Dalrock. Dalrock actually came up with that back in I think 2016 or 2017. Marriage is only for elites. It's only for people. It's only for elite men, because women don't want to. Average women don't want to get with average men. And I made this point on the show with Miguel. It was on my channel. You can go see it. It was just like one show back. Is that when I say that marriage today is for elite men and women? And by the way, if Jed, if you're watching, this is for you. Adam Sosnick, same thing. Hafiz, anybody who's into sort of this traditional marriage kind of thing, which I am, open or closed on her end, closed on my end. That's that kind of stuff. It's for elites. It's for men who can out earn their wives or their girlfriends who they want to be their wives. Because I made this point, is that when you look at how much money, as we just saw, I just gave you the stats, half and more, and some 16% of them are earning more. And what's the number one precipitator of divorce? Women out earning men. Why is that? Well, because that's status. That's status from within the marriage itself. It's a status battle, because there needs to be a dom and there needs to be a sub. And so when you have this sort of clash between, you should be married, that's a female expectation. That's not a male expectation, but it becomes, it switches the older a guy gets and the older a woman gets. But so why do I say it's for elites? Well, it's for elites because today's women generally out earn or earn at least as much as men. And the only way that men can be seen as somebody who is respectable, someone to look up to, women cannot look up to a man who is her equal. He has to have something else. He's got to be above her in height. He's got to be above her in physique. He's got to be above her in status. He's got to be above her in money. He's got to, like Myron says this on every damn show. Do you want a guy who's makes less than you? Do you want a guy who's shorter than you? Do you want a guy who's whatever, like basically lesser than you? And every last one of them says no, 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 and no, and no. Yes, because, and even if here's a better question though, Myron, if you're watching also, ask, would you want to get with a guy if he makes exactly the same, he's exactly the same height as you, he's exactly the same status as you, he's exactly maybe as good looking as you, like comparatively, realistically speaking, whatever. It's like a lateral move. Would you get with that guy? Is that acceptable to you? I would argue that a good percentage of women would say no. They want something more than that. They want somebody bigger, stronger, faster. They want a guy with a big dick and a big bank account, fast car, blah, blah, blah. Because women can't look up to a man who is their equal. And if they do, they won't be for long. So where do you go with that? Well, the thing is like women today can. It's not that every woman can. It's that, or everyone will. It's that any woman can. Women out earn men, whether it's OnlyFans or whatever. So when women are like, I am entitled to a high value guy. Well, what that means is as a man, you have to out earn that woman. You have to make as much as her and then a certain percentage above that to be considered marriageable in the first place. And that is across the board on my show, on Myron's show, on certainly on whatever podcast, on Pearl's show, name it. Name the show where the girls are, and I will show you each one of them will say pretty much the same thing. Hell, even CJ Sparks, my sister wife, will say I will never be able to marry her. I just don't make enough money. I don't make $5 million a year. I will never be able to add her to the harem of sister wives officially because I don't meet the minimum income requirements. Fuck. Because I'm joking, of course, but the thing is that I'm not elite enough to marry someone like CJ. I'm not elite enough. And probably most of you aren't elite enough to do that either. I wouldn't want to. Well, who cares? The fact of the matter is that marriage is for elite level guys. The problem is, first of all, there's not enough of those guys to go around. And two, Why would that elite level guy who makes more than you, taller than you, meets all those prerequisites? Why would that guy ever want to marry you in the first place when he's got his pick of the litter? He can do whatever he fucking wants to. That's why. You want to know why marriage rates are down and divorce rates are down too? No, ain't nobody getting married. It's for elite level guys. That would be a really good topic. I would love to hash out with like Jedediah or Adam or I don't know, whoever else. Anybody who wants to talk to me about it, I'd be happy to, especially guys who are pro marriage. Say, oh, great, that's a great idea. Close on her end, close on my end. We just go traditional. It's going to make a comeback. I know it will, but it won't make a comeback until men can become so high level and so exceptionally beyond the value of a woman that he won't even be like by their own terms, by their own admission. He's not marriageable unless he makes more money than me. He's taller than me. He's got this. He's got to like puppy dogs. He's got to love his mom. He's got to want kids. He's got to be educated, more educated than me. He's got all this stuff, all these prerequisites. Now I can say, well, then he considers himself an equal. Okay, fine. But the thing is that guy is not going to marry the average woman. So average women are not interested in average men, but high value men are most definitely not interested in even like the most above average woman, at least in the long term. And you want to know what's stunting marriage? You want to know what's sort of retarding the fertility rate in the United States? Look no further than that situation right now. What's the solution? I don't know. The meteor. The end. All right, let me get to the rest of these and we'll get out of here. Marriage is for elites. And by the way, not only do you have to be elite, you have to be dedicated to it. You have to drink the Kool-Aid on top of everything else. And by rate of comparison, I would say that I retired my wife over a year ago and I've out-earned her for most of our marriage, for almost all of our marriage. I think the first year of our marriage, she made more than I did. And then after that, I've always been the primary earner in the family. I don't think women can respect guys who don't make more money than they do, period. I mean, unless you're like laying down the dick. But even then, it's like she's worried about you fucking other girls. Okay, I got to that. What else do I have loaded here? Yes, Mahatma Gandhi had his bitches, his Izzos. Mahatma's Izzos. Did I miss anything today? It's a choice. I don't think that homosexuality is necessarily a choice. Maybe it is in some cases, but I think it is behavioral. There's a difference between choosing to be gay and actually being conditioned to feel like, to not like, to want to have sex with like guys or girls, whatever it is. I think it's a choice. I think it's a process of like operant conditioning. So like when people say, oh, I can't help the way I feel. I believe you because you've been conditioned to feel that way, not because you were born that way. I think another reason we see higher rates of bisexual and lesbian women these days is because how high the gynocentric social order pedestalizes women. That is true. It's very similar to the one-child policy in China. The reason why they would like drown girl babies and want to have boy babies when they could only have one child is because there was a belief that a boy, a male in the family would in some way ensure long-term security for that family. When, of course, we find out that's completely false now. And now China's facing 40 million excess men who are never going to reproduce, which is a really big thing. It's Sunday. Where's your Lamb of God shirt? I got my Imperial shirt on today. It's in the wash. I actually wore it yesterday. Rollo, what's your response to Adam Lane Smith? I don't know who that is. My response, am I required of a response? I don't know who that is. Somebody could tell me who that is. I'd be happy to respond. Who? Rollo, you are the brother I never had. Brother I never had. Well, you know what? Come over here and give me a hug, y'all. Here you go. Where did it go? Here you go.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
I'll give you a hug. Who is Adam Lane Smith? I don't know who that is. Sending this so that this show may take longer. Well done. You win. It did take longer. We're at the 5-hour mark and I'm about to close out. So there you go. $5 for 5 hours. You get $1 per hour. What a fucking bargain. It's a fucking bargain. Okay, good enough. Who's Adam Lane Smith? I will be in Las Vegas, Sin City on Tuesday. Your midweek show will be with me. Watch out. It's going to be 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go for 2 hours. It'll be 1 to 3 or 4 to 6. If you're on the East Coast, it'll be myself, Mike Sartain, and Gary the Numbers Guy live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sticky Paws, Studio A. Won't be in Studio B. It'll be in the more intimate 2-person, 3-person show. That will be on Wednesday. Gary the Numbers Guy is a numerologist. If you don't know who he is, just go look up Gary Ginsberg, or you can look up Gary the Numbers Guy on YouTube. He's got his own channel. He's all over Twitter. I think we're probably like, when it comes to manosphere stuff or like just sort of like topics in general, I think we probably agree on quite a bit of things. What we're going to disagree on is the chick crack, though. That is the crux of it. And really, it'll be more of a debate between him and Mike, I think. But like, I'm there too. Honestly, I think it's bullshit, but I'm happy to go after it. Is that it? Adam Lane Smith. Oh, is that Michaela Peterson? Now I got to go look that up. Now I got to go watch that. Do I really have to watch that? I see Michaela looking like a 70s porn star. You are right about elite level men for marriage, but I don't see the women on your Vegas show having content futures. Dave, I don't either, like with respect to marriage, but they don't care. The women on, like, I would say the vast majority, if not all of the women that we have on Access Vegas, they are probably richer and more made and more paid than I would say pretty much everybody in the chat who watches. These women make a lot of money. They make quite a few. I mean, I make a good chunk of change, but quite a few of them are in the millions. They make more than I do. They make more than Mike does. So if are we going to talk about money, or are we going to talk, is that going to make them content? Because here's the thing is, why would I'm glad you brought this up. Why would a woman who makes millions of dollars ever want to get married? I talked to Domo. She's like in the business. She's a porn star. She makes so much money. She says, I'm not interested in marriage. And she wants a guy that can lay down the good dick, I guess. I'm sure she probably will want eventually a guy who's like more stable and for emotional investment and everything. I love her to death. And I feel bad for her because I really like her. I like her as a person. I like CJ as a person. I like a lot of every girl that comes on the show. Maybe a few not, but pretty much everyone. And I feel bad for them. And not because because I'm simping for them, or I'm actually, I hope you have a good life kind of thing. No, it's because I know what you just said, Dave, which is, well, they're never going to be content. Yeah, but who is? But the thing is they've kind of screwed themselves, because the guys that they would want to get with will never earn as much money as they do. They will never be that level. So they will either have boy toys. They'll have the guy who lays down the dick for them, and they supply their own long-term security. And really, there's more to long-term security than just finances. There's emotional security as well. There's comfort. There's rapport. There's familiarity. There's family. There's babies. Like, I feel bad for like CJ. I feel bad for like some of these girls who like, they're never going to have kids. Or if they could have kids if they wanted to, but it's like, they're not going to have kids because they don't have a husband. They don't have like a father in the house. It's weird to me to even have that conversation or even think about that, because it's like so different from my life. When I was 35 years old, when I was 40 years old, I had a kid. I was in the middle of raising my daughter. I was in the middle of busting my ass and paying the bills, man. I had a much different life experience than like most of the guys in the sphere that I relate with on a daily basis. I forget how old Miguel is. But I think he's 30, 32, 33, Miguel, something like that. And I remember when I was 32, 33, I'd already been married for a while. At that point, I had a baby at 30. My lived experience is way different, even for the guys who are young right now. So when I see, I don't know. I have to be careful with my words here, but like when I see someone like Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate hate on a guy like Rhinestone, or like call guys with, you know, wives and kids like brokies and all that shit. And then they're in jail for like what, 90 days, 180 days, something like that. And then suddenly now we find out that they've got babies and there's pictures and there's video and now they want to be family men all of a sudden. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything, but I would say it did make me pause. Let's just say that. Now you want to be a family man? Now it's better to be that. So that seems very, very convenient to me. Anyways, and it does, because I'm a father and my daughter just turned 25 just yesterday, as a matter of fact. And I'm paying for a wedding this year. Hopefully that'll be the last big purchase I have to make for her. But and maybe not. But you know, I put her through college. Helped it anyway. Well, certainly, like she got a good full ride for her master's degree, but you know, which I'm proud of. I raised a good kid, but that's not a flex. That's not like the flesh trophy or whatever. What is it? The baby trophies? I don't know. I don't care about. What I'm saying is that my life experience is way different than most of the guys that I talk to, and I feel bad because I'm like, you're going to miss out on being a younger father. I feel like I'm kind of an older father, really, because I know friends who've had babies way earlier than I have, women too. I don't know. It's just lived experience, I guess. But I kind of feel bad because I know a lot of girls would love to be married, but they can't find the right guy because the right guy would be making, well, $5 million. They'd be all about it. But I don't know. In some ways, I don't feel sympathetic. I don't think it's empathetic. Right? Girls can pick young and build with a guy, but don't. Yeah, they could. They could. But again, it's like it's for elites. You would have to out earn one of the, like the girls on Access Vegas. Think about how much they make. Let's just say they make $1 million. You would have to have $1 million per year. Even if you got a girl who's just like maybe a mid-range OnlyFans earner. She's an influencer. She, I don't know, works at Tao on the weekends, whatever. She's goes to Wet Republic, whatever, you know. And I'm always surprised at how old these girls are. Some of the girls, when I look at them, like for instance, Amber Rose, who I'm in love with. She's just absolutely stunning. 34 years old with a kid. Really? Yeah, single mommy. Up to be Playboy or Penthouse Pet of the Year. Single mommy, 34 years old. Do you honestly think that you're going to be like a sandwich artist and be enough? And hey, well, let's get married. Sorry, I don't make as much money as you, but you know, I'm trying. And maybe he will never make as much money as that girl. He'll never be satisfactory. He'll never be marriageable. They've priced themselves out of the marriage market. And the ones who would be in the priced in the marriage market don't want a single mom at 34. Kind of sucks. That's right. I mean, it's rough. I mean, they made their bed, they lie in it, right? But what are they going to do? Not make money? They're not going to do that. If somebody said, hey, here's the easy way to make money, you're probably going to want to do it. And guys will do it for a different reason. It just makes sense. You have an egalitarian society searching for equity and also burden of performance on men earning more. Yes. This is how I see the situation. Yeah. Women want the best of both worlds, right? They want their cake and eat it too. Is that it? That's it. All right, guys. I have to go. Now I have to go find out who Adam Lane Smith is. I have no idea. So I will be in Vegas on, Tuesday, but I'll be broadcasting on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, Access Vegas, 8 p.m. Pacific. That'll be 11 p.m. Eastern. I have X-Ray Girl and Tugs from the Nerderotic crew are going to be on that show, as well as Trey Little. If you don't know who Trey is, go look him up. He's on I follow him on Instagram. He is a rapper out of Detroit, a really good dude too. I helped him out with some of his red pill stuff. I don't want to know how much he wants me to say, but the guy's he performed at Lollapalooza. Good dude. I'm going to hang out with him in Vegas. Hopefully we'll get to go clubbing and stuff. And on the 28th, oh, by the way, Chrissy Mayer's in town. We're going to see if we can work something out with Chrissy Mayer. I'm going to see if I can get we're going to be doing a lot this week. There's a lot of busy work this week. Mike's back in town. He was in Cabo. He's back, I believe. And the 28th is the very first Wet Republic bikini contest, which I'll be taking Trey Stone to, or Trey Little to. I should say Trey Stone, Trey Little to, not that Trey. So I'll be taking Trey Little to that if he's up for it. We'll probably go to Zook. We'll probably go out and see the sights and go to Cleven or something like that. And what? Oh, and then Nerdrotic will be on Friday. I don't know if I'm going to be in on that. I'm trying to sort of weasel my way into that. And hopefully, like, they'll think I'm nerdy enough to be on that show. But they will be in studio in Sticky Paws, which I promote anyway. So if you want to watch Friday Night Tights, it will be live with the full panel from Sticky Paws Studios on Friday. You can go check out Nerdrotic, and I think it's Gamers and Geeks is also part of this whole thing too. So well, I'd be involved in that. I've got a present for a really nice present actually for X-Ray Girl, who is also a fan of Warhammer 40,000. So I'll be talking to her about that. If I can get some like sort of impromptu interviews or maybe do something with her on Instagram, I'll probably be doing that as well. But the Nerdrotic crew is there. I know I don't know if it's Critical Drinker. Is he on that too? I don't know if he's coming in. If he is, I'll probably go talk to him as well. So that's happening this week. Chrissy Mayer also in town. She actually texted me during the show. So I got to get back to her. But lots and lots of fun shit this weekend. So this whole week and then into the weekend. So watch this space. Again, Access Vegas will be on this channel, but I am also simulcasting to the actual Access Vegas channel. If you would please do me the solid and subscribe to that. I know subs don't matter, but they do now because I'm under 1,000 and I can't monetize a channel until I get over $1,000. Then subs do matter. So if you would be so kind as to subscribe to the Access Vegas, the new dedicated channel, it's basically an archive of the shows, but I want to be able to simulcast to it so sort of get it off the ground. So we have a dedicated space for it. So please do that. And then it'll be Access Vegas will, of course, be on my show. It'll be on Mike's show, and it'll be on the dedicated Access Vegas show. And then Carry the Numbers Guy, 26th, Wednesday, 1 p.m. Pacific to 3 p.m. Pacific. So it's 1 p.m., 4 p.m., 4 p.m. Eastern. So do check that out also on this channel. But if you would do me the solid and do that, I would really appreciate that. So the subscriptions are great. Also, Substack, please check out my Substack. I'm writing every week now, so I'm back to it anyways every week. So go check that out. I did 5 hours and 15 minutes today. Booyah! How you like them apples? You like apples? I like them apples. All right, guys. Bye-bye.
I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. I'll be enjoying it for a while. The best in my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
Would you like to know more?
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her head like she's calling you Kelly. So baby, want me? Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body.
edition of the Rational Male. Registered trademark. All rights reserved. 2023. Don't steal my stuff.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.